You was asking me something. You said, do I think people from the other side of those rings come into our side?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so listen,
That's what I was asking.
I don't think that, let's use this word physical. When I say physical, I'm talking about everything that makes up the world me and you are in right now, Rob. Stuff like this, wood, liquid, gas, all this stuff here. Rob, I want you to think of a periodic table, Rob. And every element you see on that periodic table represent every building block for the current reality me and you are in right now. Okay? So let's say everybody got a family tree, right? And our entire earth has a family tree that it come from. Look at your periodic tables. Cousin, uncles, all of them makes up this one body together as a family. They make earth. Now check this out. With that being said, with your question, on the next ring, Rob, there's another family. There's a whole nother periodic table, Rob, of elements we never heard of before. Unmute your mic, Rob. Tell me if you tracking with me.
Yeah.
Now listen.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I got you.
Now, because of that, all of our technology, Rob, is made for our periodic table of elements. So we don't know how our technology gonna work when it get in this on this whole other periodic table of elements, because all our technology made out of this periodic table of elements, not this periodic table of elements. So, Rob, if you think of where two oceans meet, you ever saw that before, where two oceans meet, but they don't mix?
Yeah, I see it all the time.
A fish in this water can't live over here in this water. He'll die. Because he made for this water.
Yeah.
So the moment you put him over there, his clock ticking for he like a fish out of water, because he's breathing these elements, this periodic table of concoction of water over here. And when you put him over here, you see what I'm saying? That's the problem we got with not only why we can't go over to the other side, but why we can't penetrate through the netter of the other side, because when we got wind right now making up our atmosphere, Rob, and all the wind that's making our atmosphere is composed of all them gases that I just showed you that we talked about on that periodic table. So we know, Rob, how to manipulate these gases that's on our periodic table. We know how to propel and thrust through these gases that's on our periodic table. But how do we breathe the gas on? My body made to breathe these gases. The moment you put me over there, if I don't have a suit on of some sort, and then we got to mention the obstacle of piercing through the barrier, because our sky is one thing. Our sky is its own little chaotic torus field firmament dome. But beyond that, there's another sky doing its own little thing with its own set of gases. These two won't mix like them oceans we just talked about. Our problem is, how do if I'm in the middle of a tornado, how do I get out? Because them walls gonna shred me apart soon as I touch it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. And that's what I was thinking about yesterday. I was like,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I was going to say, I was thinking about yesterday, like fishes, like we're like fishes, but not in water, but they're in water. Like, so I just wanted to pick your brain with that, because I never heard you explain,
So something that built, and this is what they hiding. This is why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Why would they lie about all that? Guess what? They don't want everybody to freak out, because guess what you're going to find out? We're inside of a big ass machine that's built by advanced humans, not aliens. Advanced human. You can call them gods, God. They're advanced humans. They're way more intelligent than us. They behave better than us. And they created this world as a baby land, or what we call Babylon. And when a baby's soul has grown up and matured, he can cross over, just like you did when you left elementary and went to middle school. This is a test ground. And the reason you can't know all that is because the gods want to see how you going to act genuinely. And see, by the time you wake up and learn what you're in, it's because you got your act right. If you would think about this, if it ain't your time to wake up, you gonna still be enjoying a lot of secular shit. And that's because of that, most of your time gonna be dedicated to pleasures of this world. You ain't gonna have a lot of time to finding yourself, knowing yourself, figuring out what the world is, what your soul is. By the time you go on that quest, it's gonna be a part of you that said, I done had enough sets. I done ate all the food that I like. I done been to places that I wanted to see. And guess what? Believe it or not, when you say that, it's gonna be because you've been here a couple of times and you've done it all before, and that your soul feels exhausted. So I ain't gonna go too deep in that. I can expound deep on that. But what I'll say is this: these are my philosophies and theories. I ain't putting it in stone. This what I live by. When a person asks me a question, I gotta give them my nobody else's. And they can take what they want and spit out the rest. But I appreciate these questions, brother. These are fire. But yeah.
Hey, I put a video in the back chat, right, of seeming to be a star, and it seemed to be stirring around by fingers. Can you look into that? Like, I saw it on TikTok, but I'm gonna have to clock in right now. I'll probably have to sit back until my coworkers leave, then I can get back on.
Okay, then
It's in the back chat.
Holler back at me. I'll pull it up for sure.
I got you, G.
Yeah, you'll
Appreciate
see me,
you, bro.
Anytime. You'll see me going in on it when you on your gig. Go ahead, man. We got you. Hop back on.
Gotcha.
For sure. Shout out to my nigga Rob, man. $2,000, the mic on you, my nigga. Salutes.
Salute Sanchez. Salute Sanchez. Yeah, man. Much respect. Much respect. Thank you for letting us on the panel tonight. The brother kind of went on something that I was gonna ask you about.
Go ahead.
Pretty much the same thing. Because last time I was on the panel, I tried to fill you in into give you a bit of my perspective and whatnot. And I don't know if you remember, I gave you a shout out from Kenya, from Africa and whatnot. So
Shout out to Kenya, right back. Let me say shout out to Africa. I think there's just some beautiful people in Africa, and the men gonna drop some little hints in the chat room, and they can know what hint. Shout out to my African beautiful brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Nah, shout out.
Absolutely, Sanchez, for real, man. But at the end of the day, me personally, I'm from North America, originally, but
That's
kind of
what's up.
married an African woman, and kind
That's
of,
what's up. What part of Africa? I gotta be nosy. You lucky motherfucker, you.
I'm in Kenya, yeah, bro. So during my awakening, my little awakening, bro, I seen an opportunity to kind of shift the family, because you know what I mean. I wasn't, because I'm not. I don't agree with the whole "we're all from Africa" type theories, but because originally I'm Haitian, right? So as Haitian people, we have a lot of roots as well. Coming from where I come from, we're fighters, as well. As far as like the whole them trying to colonize us, and we fought for ours. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
being here in Africa, bro, I don't know. So me, I've always been this way all my life. You know what I mean? I always had that fighter spirit. Always wanted to, have find out the deeper meanings of things. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
this is natural to me. Listening to somebody like you, it's natural to me because I got an elastic brain. I can expound on shit. I can see different perspectives to kind of find the truth, which is what we have to do nowadays. But yo, I was trying to. Basically, the question is how, like, this continent is so huge. Like, how do we wake up? Because, bro, if we could wake up this continent along as well, bro, this this thing would be this would be a crazy shift as well. But the cognitive dissonance is crazy on this side, bro. Like, they're so indoctrinated into the religion. It's crazy. You know what I mean? It's nuts. You know what I mean? What do you think about that, man? How do you think they got this way, bro? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Now listen, you went to high school, correct?
I did,
You graduated?
bro. I did university. I'm actually a teacher.
Okay, so you did more than grad. You graduated with honors. Okay, so my thing is a lot of people that came to high school with you when you was in the ninth grade, because that's when high school started. It's from 9 to 12. When you started high school in the ninth grade, you remember a lot of your peers in the ninth grade started with you. Did a lot of them graduate and finish with you in the 12th grade?
So
it, it when your 12th grade class graduated, it was like 65% of the people that started with you in the ninth. Some of that number, huh?
right. You're right.
And that's what I had to grasp 2 grand about this world. It's a class, it's a school. And it's sad because just like in school, I want my niggas to graduate with me. So we all
Yeah.
can be going to the world together. We all can be synced up on time and shit. Because once I go in the world, my homies gonna still be in school and shit because they fucking around.
Mhm.
And you get that's that separation right there. And that's what the earth doing. The earth is saying you can't go to this level unless you're qualified. This ain't about my family member. This ain't cause, hey, that's my auntie, that's my brother. Hey, I love her, that's my wife. Did you pass the test? Did you pass the test? That's all going. And a lot of people that pass the test still stay behind because somebody else didn't pass the test. But I got news for you. You didn't do that in school. If my brother failed, he stayed his ass behind. I'm not finna stay in 5th grade with my brother. Shit, no. I passed. I'm going on.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. And you just mentioned it. This is kind of that great separation that's kind of happening right now, and this is why they throwing people like freaking Terrence Howard, dumbass, and my bad, I ain't mean to curse, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
They
feel
throwing
it. I
all
feel
types
it.
of shit at. They throwing all types of shit at us because correct me if I'm wrong. This shift that's happening is also causing some. Since I don't know if I know. Nah, let me not say it like that. I know what your theories are and whatnot. And our frequency is connected to this planet. So with people such as ourselves that's awakening to certain things, how do you feel about things like, there's a lot of calamity happening around the world right now, and I feel that's because of us that's coming together the way we are coming together and the realization that we're making. And for example, I'll use myself as an example. I even changed the way I speak because, bro, we gotta kind of stay positive and be in gratitude all the time. It doesn't At the end of the day, thinking negative, it starts from the mind, right? And your mind and your imagination, your thoughts. You know what I mean? Things like that. That's the kind of things that kind of manifest into your life. So you got to kind of be careful. You know what I mean? So that I feel that's what understanding the world that we live in is godhood. You know what I mean? What do you think about that?
I think if you master the world outside, you master the world inside, and vice versa. I think if
Right,
a person trying to master the world outside, they first got to master the world inside, though. So
right,
I'm
right.
piggyback on you with that. Salutes to that, man. And shout out to everybody else that joined the call. We got Rook Wayne. You need to get your microphone set up. I don't got a microphone for you, but Watchman, we can get a mic check from you just to make sure your audio is good, so you can be ready to go next. And salutes to y'all people for joining. Salutes to y'all for joining, man. I'm
That was a great answer.
I'm
Thanks
doing
a lot
some
for
dip.
elaborating.
Yeah, doing something different today, man. Making the music while I'm doing the call-ins. I know when you try new shit, you don't get good results because it's just new. But I don't give a fuck. We trying it. Good salutes to everybody in the building. And to Watchman and Primordial Kev, whichever one of y'all want it first, go ahead. Salutes, salutes. Make sure y'all like and share.
Yeah, salute, man. Salute, bro. Appreciate you having me, man. Um, yeah, everybody can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So my question is, I've been figuring this flat Earth stuff out for about a year now, and I'm trying to figure out like, with the having to do with field theory versus like atom particle duality. Um, if I'm not understanding if atoms are like real or if it's a metaphor for something else, like how the electron was coined to kind of hide the ether type of deal. Like I'm having trouble understanding if the atoms are real or if it's just the electrons that aren't real. Like if you could just help clarify with that a little.
Got you. Hold up a second. Can you see my screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Hey, make sure y'all like and share, man, in the chat room for real. Let me answer the brother real quick, man. So check it out. He asking me about atoms, y'all. So let's go into it. I'm gonna show you what an atom is first. What they say what an atom is. All right, they give you a little cartoon, a little description like this, right? This ain't giving you a lot of information. This giving you nothing. So let me give you more information because what an atom is a torus field. Let's pull it up. You see this? Let me show you what it really is. They don't want to show you what it really is, my brother. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute at some point, why they don't want to. They want to play with y'all on the building blocks of our reality. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to get into that in a minute. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So check this out, right? Here is what an atom is. I'm about to go into all this because when I do this, ain't nobody gonna be at. Listen, ain't no undoing what I'm about to do. Just stay with me because I'm thorough, brother. All right, so check this out, right? Here's what an atom is. An atom is a tetrahedron. An atom is what we call a Merkaba. Check me out, right? Adam is the first man, right? And that's talking about the holographic nature of our universe. Now, I'm about to go so deep that I want y'all to just stay with me a minute. Just stay with me because you know I'm thorough and he asked me something deep. So give me a minute. Now, check this out. What's the first man? The first man, look, the reason why they call the first man Adam, It's because, check this out now, this gonna sound crazy to you, but I want y'all to listen, because it's not a lie. It's the direct truth. Now listen what I'm saying. They said we are all made out of little bitty atoms. But hear your boy out. We're in a computer program right now. We're in a simulation inside of a quantum computer. It's called Earth. They don't want you to know that. So instead of them telling you we're made out of pixels, listen to me again. Instead of them telling you we're made out of pixels, they say we made out of atoms. Look at this. This is a holographic human. This is called a flesh. That me and you got one. It's your body, your flesh. Your flesh is a flash of light emitted by your soul. So look at this hologram. This is called a human. Now guess what? You're not the hologram. You're the light that's projecting a hologram. The light right here, these rays of light, they have no form. They only have a form when they project the human body, which is a hologram. But the thing that's projecting the human body is the soul. It'll move on even when it stops projecting this body, and it'll go open up and project another one. This is holography. Stop me when you don't understand me. Cut me off and I'll expound. But check this out, assuming you still understanding me and you're tracking, check this out. You see how this human body is made with a bunch of little bitty dots? Those are atoms. But in reality, they are pixels. P-I-X-E-L-S. Now, E-L is the name of God. L, let us make man in our image. Who is the us? Us is each little dot that you see. Let me explain something to you about the fractal nature of holography. Every little dot that you see is a miniature version of this big old man. Stop me when I confuse you now. Let me show you how a hologram works. If I take one of these little dots and zoom in on it, I will be zooming in on this big version of you too. I hope y'all see what I'm saying. I'm telling you that a hologram is made by a bunch of miniature versions of the big picture put together. Stop. Do y'all understand what I'm saying, everybody on the panel?
Yeah, I think so.
No, don't. I ain't gonna stop it going deep into it till you say, "Oh hell yeah, I understand it, Sanchez," because I'm thorough. Not. So ask me questions. Yeah. Ask me questions.
Basically saying the microcosm of the macrocosm.
Listen,
right?
Did you watch Power Rangers coming up and Transformers?
Yeah. Both.
Did you see how a bunch of little bitty Power Rangers came together to make the big old thing? The big, what's his name?
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, bro.
And they all, them little bitty Power Rangers come together to make the big giant. And I'm telling you, all of these little dots, all of these little dots that you see, they are little bitty tiny bro Sanchez. And all them little bitty tiny bro Sanchez's together is making this big old bro Sanchez. Now this big bro Sanchez that I'm showing you right here, it don't exist on Earth, man. This exists at the North Pole, stuck to a tree in his sleep. And the only way this big giant, this sleeping big, they call him the sleeping giant, the only way he gonna wake up is when we bust all of these bubbles. Put it this way, right? Say all of these dots are like a pus bump. And you know you gotta squeeze the pus out of them bumps. So he gotta squeeze the pus. Let's say each one of these little bumps that's making him up is a little him in an alternative universe. The multiverse literally shaped like a human body. Every galaxy, every galaxy is a cell that's making up your macro body from a micro body, which is this little dot right here. Now check it out. You and your macro body, right? Excuse me. You and your micro body right now. This version of me that's talking to you on the mic, this one of my little micro bodies. When he die, I just popped another pimple on my macro body. And then I'm going to go to another Bro Sanchez, which is another little dot right here. And when I pop all of these dots, which is live out all these lifetimes, I'm going to activate my macro body. Because guess what? This earth is about, now listen, this earth is about healing. And you got to squeeze all the pus out so he can get up out of his little sickness. And that's what we're doing now with giving up the ghost, as the Bible say. Let me drop the bomb for sure. For sure, let's drop it. Yeah, you got it.
Only Sanchez, only you, bro, could turn popping a pimple, bro, into something like this, bro. I just yo.
Yeah.
But it makes so much sense, though, because
you know, when we was kids,
you're trying to get the nasty out. Yeah,
that's
bro.
right.
Yeah,
that's right.
it
Guess what?
Sense.
Remember when you was a child? Guess what you told your mama when a package came in? Let me pop the bubble wrap paper.
Yeah.
Let me pop that bubble wrap paper. Why we like to do that? Because it's spiritual, y'all. It's a spiritual connection with it. You see what I'm saying? And when you're unpacking something, you gotta pop all them little dots on the bubble wrap. And in this case, we're unwrapping our God body. So we gotta pop all the little bubble wrap dots, and then we gonna open them on up. You see what I'm saying? And now you're gonna be a God. But guess what? To get a gift, you gotta do some unwrapping. Now, a lot of people don't like to do some unwrapping because that's some exposing yourself. That's some taking the clothes off. See, everybody want to get to heaven. But everybody don't want to die. And that's to say everybody want a gift, but don't nobody want to unwrap. You don't want to get out the body. Salutes to my panel, man. This is what we do. This is what we do. Make sure y'all like and share.
Bomb, bro. Bomb. Yo. Oh, for real. So when you're talking about the unwrapping, you talking about looking in the mirror, doing that shadow work, as they call, right? Like looking within, right?
Because guess what? Everyone got to live out their truths. And if you don't live out all your truths in this lifetime, you got to come back in a higher plane. It's a process of elimination. You're going to become your greatest version. And your greatest version is a version of you without flaws, right? That has risen to a level to where beyond judgment, to where everything you are doesn't harm the net soul. See, the thing about this is you can't make it up into the higher dimensional planes on some vampire shit. The universe built this little system that I'm telling you about with the stairway to heaven so that everybody can activate their essence and their unique energy. That means until you know thyself, yourself, because some of y'all ain't yourself. You your favorite rapper. You a fucking trend. You ain't exercising your own energy, and that's what I mean about unwrapping. There's something energy inside of you that's uniquely you, and can't nobody else be it but you, and it feels unique when you come around. And but the way they trying to make everybody the same, and everybody have the same energy, and so that mean they don't want people unwrapping their gift. You ain't letting you listen. Until you manifest you can't stop being a man. The root word of manifest is man. This is a game. Until you see, when I say, man, you got to get out your body. Guess what that means? You got to unwrap yourself. How do you unwrap you can't unwrap yourself. Think about it. If somebody say, how do I unwrap myself, Sanchez? I'm going to say, first you got to realize what you wrapped up in. Right? Because we can't unwrap you till we realize what's wrapping you up. Is it a chain? Is it some glue? Is this, you feel me? So in this case, what's wrapping you up is a false persona of the self. This is keeping the contents of what we call you laying dormant inside of your DNA. Until you unlock that and manifest who you are in the flesh, you'll keep coming back like a doggone actor in Hollywood that ain't getting the shit right. So we gotta say, stop, clear, do it over. It wasn't you, man. It like, and see, think about this with Hollywood. All these actors can play the role of somebody else, but can they play the role of their own self? Now, before you answer that, think about it, because check it out. Most of the people in the world ain't they self and don't even know who they self is. So think about what I'm about to say. It's easier for some of y'all to act like your favorite rapper than to act like yourself, because you don't even know who yourself is yet. You've been acting all your damn life. So the hardest role to play is yourself, because when I tell you be you, you're going to say, who the fuck is me? I've been acting like all these idols and celebrities. The hardest thing to be, the role to act, is yourself, and you can't make it out this Truman Show movie until you act that role.
Well said.
That's unwrapping. That's because the easiest roles to act is to impersonate somebody else, but the hardest motherfucking role to be in this lifetime is simply your goddamn self. And that's why every rapper sound the same right now. Shout out to my panel once again. Y'all gotta quit giving me so many props for having these 5 answers, because the answer come after the question. You got to give these niggas more props than me for asking the dope ass deep questions, because I wouldn't even said this shit if they wouldn't have said that. So give them niggas props. Shout out to my sister Katrina, as always, for sure. For sure. Shout out to the chat room, man. Who else we got on the call, man? If ain't nobody saying that, I'm going to go back to the beats until y'all think of something. That's what we doing. Music, questions, all that. I'm going to make beats, and then I'm going to pause it when the niggas ask me something or say something. But, and you know, that's
man, peace and love to the panel, man. I got a question for you, Seth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do your thing. Talk to me.
Man, so what do you, what would be, this will be opinion based, you know, but what do you think about the Mandela effect being like proof of the simulation being resetted and things being changed just to see if the same outcome would happen? So these guys are playing around with the simulation, turning it on and off, and that's where the Mandela effect kick in, is the things that they're changing to see if we're getting the same outcome. So it's on purpose, kind of.
Yeah.
Just your thoughts on that. I was reading Philip K. Diggs a book on he's a fictional writer, and that is something that he touched on in a book, and I was just seeing how that could kind of bleed into reality. Maybe
I got you.
Yeah.
You see how this cell splitting look like the flat Earth?
Okay. Yep.
Our universe ain't a finished product. It's a work in progress. So let me explain something to you real quick. When you talk about the Mandela effect, I'm gonna go, like I said, all questions I'm gonna answer thoroughly. Let me see here. Let's go here. Here is what the multiverse basically is right here. Right here. You see this?
Okay.
So these cells splitting, our work, think about it. The Big Bang, when it said, let there make man in our image, that was the very first universe, the singularity. Once it said, let us make man in our image, Santos, it never stopped making man in its image. It's still making another you now. Look at what's happening. I'm showing you right now. You see my screen share?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So the universe is constantly creating new. The multiverse will the reason that we're in an expanding universe, because there's more multiverses being born. This thing is creating more alternative realities exponentially as I speak. So that's how the universe is expanding and getting bigger and bigger, like a pus or cyst on your skin, and these damn disease cells keep multiplying, making that pus bump get bigger and bigger till it just have to pop to get it all. That's what's going on here. In this case, it'll never pop. It'll just be a huge ass pus bump that just keep getting bigger. And what's filling up this bag is the base reality. The base reality is so fucking dense that it keep giving birth to these less dense realities. It's like me sticking my little stick in a bottle of bubble juice, taking it out and blowing a bunch of bubbles. Let me show you what I mean by that. We blowed bubbles as kids. The stick is the magician's wand. I want everybody to mute up. You got background noise. The stick that they're blowing a bubble with is the magician's wand. You can blow, think about it, right? How many bubbles you blow is dictated by how dense the liquid is on the stick after you dip it in the water. So if you can make the most slimiest freaking mixture that's very concentrated and dense, you can dip your stick one time and be blowing bubbles forever before you dip it again. Think about what I'm saying. I can make a bubble concentration that's so potent and it's so slimy that you dip your stick one time and you can blow bubbles for a week. That's how slimy my mixture is. But I'm telling you this for a reason. When I say that my liquid is so concentrated and slimy, that's allowing me to blow more bubbles. That's to say it's more dense. And the bubbles that I'm blowing is only using a little bit of my liquid, because the rest of the bubble is 99% filled with air. This bubble that he blowing is only 1% liquid. The other 99% is air. That's a holographic inflated simulation. And what we see is reflected on the bubble and through the bubble. It's the reflective nature of the bubble, which means that the outside world is reflected into this bubble, but it ain't gonna be a real representation of what's out there, because the bubble gonna distort it and turn it into the form of a magnetic energy field, which is what the earth is. Let me go to that real quick, because we about to get deep now. So this is what the earth is right here. Let's pull it up. This is what the earth is. It's a bubble that's constantly being split. Just like this. Just like this right here. Let's hit play. Pause. Hold on. Let's let it go again. Hold up. Watch this. Boom. At this stage right here, this is what our earth is. See, our earth ain't finished yet. What we call in heaven and hell is really base reality and holographic reality. Let's go back to the bubble. The people that's saying, I want to go to heaven, you saying you want to go to the outside world that's around this bubble that this dude blowing. The people that's saying, I like this world, I love this simulation, they saying they want to be inside of this little bubble right here. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all get what I'm, cause
yeah, I definitely understand.
Cause think about this. So listen, right? And I'm gonna say this. So when these two bubbles split, one of them is the base reality. That bubble gonna keep shitting out another bubble. But the bubble that split from it It ain't gonna keep spitting out bubbles. It's only gonna spit out as many bubbles that's based upon how dense it is, how slimy it is. Remember, if I got the good bubble juice and you got the cheap shit, you gonna have to keep dipping your shit to blow a few bubbles. That's that cheap shit. That mean every 2-3 bubbles you gotta dip your stick in a jar. But since I got the good shit, I can dip my stick in a jar one time and blow hella bubbles before I gotta dip it again because my shit more concentrated. And I'm telling you that the most concentrated one of these universes, that's the base reality. It's the mama, the mother, the great mother. It gave birth to every bubble you see around there. You get what I'm saying? It's like grandma. Even the bubbles that's giving birth to other bubbles, they the daughters of this mama. Ain't nobody give birth to her because she represent this bubble stick being so fucking concentrated that I dipped it one time and I can blow bubbles forever. That's what the great mother is. She's the cell that's just gonna keep spitting them out and ain't nobody gonna spit her out though. She never been spit out. All she did was do the spitting out. Y'all get what I'm saying, or am I explaining it too country in Alabama?
Nah, I definitely agree to that.
There you go.
It's crazy, man, because it's like a magic trick, man. It's like that's why I love this panel, man, because it's like you don't see the trick, but when somebody break it down for you, it's like now you see the trick and now you can't unsee it no more. Now it's like,
yeah,
man, shout out to you, man.
And see, and my brother, in the very first universe, Santos, let's say that my name was Broderick Sanchez Paris. That was in the base reality, right? Then when the base reality split, they started calling me Brodick Sanchez Perry. And then when that one split, it became Broder San Paris. And then when that one split, it became Brother Centri. And all of these universes is my same name. But think about this. If I'm on a mountaintop and I say, Bro Sanchez, and then it say, Bro Sanchez, Bro Sanchez, Bro Sanchez, Bro Sanchez. You see what I'm saying? Each echo is gonna distort my real name. When I said my name on that mountain, it was my real name. But every echo is a false representation of my name. It's a blasphemous name. Go read the book of Revelation in the Bible. It'll tell you there was a beast with several heads, and on each head was a blasphemous name of the Lord thy God. How many of y'all read the book?
Yes, sir. And he was sitting, and in one scene, he was sitting next to the throne.
See what I'm saying? That's because the true name of God is the one on the throne, and all his other heads of this great-headed beast Leviathan, that's that's my name heard through another medium. See, in our base reality, ain't no mediums to layer what I'm saying. It's Bro Sanchez. But once that passed beyond that, and you got to hear it in the next world, it's going to be Bro Sanchez. And in the next world, it's going to be Bro Sanchez. And it's going to get so distorted as it goes away from the base reality, which is the true name of God before it was muffled and pronounced differently because of this medium that is traveling through. And that's your avatar right now called a human body. It's a false version of God. It's a sound representation of God, just like it's not your real version. It's an echo of your real version. And
so that could be the Mandela effect. The ripples could be that effect.
Exactly. Because in the base reality, it probably ain't even called Berenstain Bears. It's probably Berensteiny. Because think about it, even Berenstain Bears wasn't the base reality. Neither was Berenstein. Both of these are motherfucking multiverses too. Remember, we ain't at Eden yet. So even when he wrote Berenstain and Berenstein, we went into base reality. So I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, when we get to the base reality, that's when we're going to hear the real name of that book. And it ain't Berenstain and it ain't Berenstein. We're yet to know it yet because we ain't been to the base reality. And that's when you're yet to hear your real name and see your real version. Because all of these multiverse worlds are a version of you that's being represented through a medium, and that's going to give a false, distorted version every time, just like brosanchez.
Man, that's crazy, man. Man, I wish I wish you did breakdowns to certain shows, man. There's this movie, it makes me think of, because this is about everything you're talking about, man. It's called Donnie Darko. And it's one of them movies, man, that only certain people will understand. Like, if you just sat there and watch it, you'd be like, yo, this movie's stupid, man. What is this movie even about? But, like, long story short, the world about to end. This guy has this special power, but he's obviously is like a medicated kid. And it's weird. Like, in one scene, he can see people's plasma, and he can see that they're doing, the plasma is creating the path that the person is gonna eventually walk. So he's in a party chilling, and he sees like this plasma like going to the fridge to get a beer, and then a few minutes later the body followed and it went in that same path and it grabbed the beer. Man, it's crazy, but it's called Donnie Darko, man, and it's about crossing over to that other dimension, to where the Mandela effect is happening, and he like uses a jet engine from one reality to help him in another reality. Like it's one of them, man. You should definitely check it out. It's called Donnie Darko.
Yeah. They show this concept in a lot of them. There was a movie I was watching, I forgot the name of it, but it was some space shit. They had to shoot a rocket to like another planet, and this little rookie physicist came up with the solution, but they wouldn't pay her no mind. But they found out, damn, her shit is genius, and they fired the people who ignored her. Like, what the fuck? She on to something. But her plan was to bounce the rocket off of 8 bombs. She said, listen, we're going to shoot the rocket into space. Then when it runs out of propulsion energy, we're going to blow up a bomb. That bomb going to shoot it so far, boom. Then we're going to blow up another bomb, boom. 8 bombs going to get it to where it's trying to go. Guess what, yo? That's what your 7 chakras are. They literally took that movie. See, these movies got a lot of truth to them. Your consciousness is a rocket that's trying to get back to the base reality, but it don't got enough fuel to do it, because it can only fuel itself through each of these nethers. Think about what I'm saying, right? If I build a rocket in this world that's pushing through oxygen, helium, and all of the gases in our atmosphere, once that rocket get to the out of our world and to the next world beyond ours, it gotta transform itself. I want y'all to listen to me closely, because I'm finna blow you away. Just listen. Let's say that our world is this middle bubble, but we want to break out of this multi-layered onion. But we only built technology that'll take us to the barrier of our middle little bubble right here. And once we get to this little edge right here, we don't know how to propel through this next medium. We got airplanes, rockets, all kind of shit, which is based on us flying through oxygen, which is based on us manipulating our own atmosphere. But how do we build technology to fly through an atmosphere that we don't even know what it's made out of? So guess what I'm telling you right now, y'all? The way that our earth is made, you can never solve this problem, because the one that created it don't want you to be able to physically travel out of our bubble. What it wants you to do is use this pole in the middle that connects all of the worlds. Do you hear me? See, let me explain something to y'all. The intelligent creator, and I love the creator to death. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I love this simulation. I love the underworld. I love the earth world. I love Sheol, and I love heaven. See, some of y'all say I love heaven, but I don't like hell. That's like saying I like my pretty neighborhood, but I don't like the landfill. How you think you got your pretty neighborhood? Because it's a landfill that's allowing all the trash and shit and flies and maggots to accumulate over there. When you walk outside and see your pretty little neighborhood, you owe that to hell. You owe that to the trash dump, to the landfill. You should thank the goddamn landfill. Now listen what I'm telling you. That's what the earth is. It won't be no heaven without no hell, and it won't be no damn clean community without a landfill. Now let me explain something to you, right? The thing about this is this. The creator that made this multi-layered system don't intend for elements in one layer to cross over to the next one. That's forbidden. And it will never happen. It can't happen, and it won't happen. It's impossible for you to take the elements in this middle bubble and pass them over to the next one. These things are separated for a reason. Why, Sanchez? Because the elements that's making kindergarten are different than the elements that's making middle school and different than the elements that's making college. See, these elements are your classrooms. Man must learn how to manipulate the elements in his own world, and by doing so, it will teach him that he must transform himself to cross over to the next world. And if he want to get to these other layers, ain't no other way around it, buddy. That's the only way that the universe made for you to lead his earth, is transformation. Meaning that man got to, guess what we got to do? We got to realize that every element on our periodic table come together to make the biggest explosion in the universe. That's the Big Bang. Let me tell y'all something. If you take every element on a periodic table and pull it in a jar, you'll make an explosion similar to CERN. And this is what they trying to do, because all of these elements together create Captain Planet. Remember, like the Planeteers, how each ring come together to make the planet Captain Planet, like Power Rangers and Voltron and shit? Every element on that periodic table come together to make this Earth we in. So if you take every element on Earth and put it together, you'll recreate this motherfucker in a Big Bang, because it's a chemical reaction. Boom, that shit. And listen, what I'm telling you is this. The elements that's making our particular universe can't make the next one. Just like Prince Nemesis' mama and daddy can't make a Bro Sanchez. And Bro Sanchez' mama and daddy can't make a Prince Nemesis. If you want Jay Santos, you got to bring his mama and daddy together. Otherwise, if you bring my mama and daddy together, you're going to get a different nigga. Or if you bring my mama with Santos' daddy, you're going to get a whole nother human that's a blend of me and Santos. So my thing is this. Each one of us is unique because you're a blend of your sun and moon, your mama and daddy. You see what I'm saying? But what we got technology to do is take Sanchez DNA and blend it with any one of y'all's and fuse it together to act like we brothers and make it like me and your mom and daddy got together. But I'm saying all that to say this. Each one of these layers that you see in this universe, in this model I'm showing, is a result of its own mamas and daddies coming together to make it. That's why they all separated, just like me and you separated. Why? My mama and daddy made me, your mama and daddy made you. So each one of these worlds is made by its own periodic table, and that's its family tree. Just like me and you separated by family trees. Make sense to y'all?
Hey, Sanchez, so do you think that they would be anything in this? Okay, so let's say we're in the blue area where your mouse is, in that blue area, and we have layers, which would be the
But
firmament and all
before
that
you
good
do
stuff.
that, did what I just say make sense though? I'll expound on it later. You can continue, but did you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
for sure, you got it.
That's what I was gonna ask. So you don't think that there'll be something maybe in our element or something that could be created by us to penetrate those layers, like
I got you.
some type of knowledge?
Yeah, hell yeah. Check it out, right? Light is the only thing that penetrate all. Listen, let me zoom in on here. I want you to look at this color blue, right? You see this blue pole? It ain't just the blue pole. This blue pole also pours into the little bitty thin blue layers that separate these worlds. You see what I'm saying? The light of this blue pole is actually bending itself right around the pole to separate solid. Think about what I'm telling you. It's 4 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, and then light. Light is the state of matter that is separating solid, liquid, and gas. So if you think about our little bubble right here, what makes our world? Solid, liquid, and gas. Now, guess what? That's the physical world. The spiritual world is what separates the physical world, and that's represented by the blue you see. That's light. Light splits through our earth, that's the pineal gland, and around our earth. Why does light do that though? Let me show you. Hold that thought for a minute. Why does light split through the middle of our earth and around it? Because light is following the path of a torus field. Look. And light is doing that like a multi-layered water fountain. You ever saw those water fountains that shoot several layers up from a little one to a big one? Y'all in there? That's what light doing it. And when light do that, let me show you something. It creates a space and a dwelling in between each of the watery layers that separate them. Those are the netters. Watch this. Let me see if I can find one that's multi-layered though. Like this. See, because this what our earth is right here. And the base reality is the one at the top. That's where all the other one getting their energy from. The top one. You see there? So the thing about this is, what we're saying is that what is creating a canopy or a wall around each flat earth circle? It's the waters, y'all. That's the torus field. That's what they call the waters above and waters below. Think about it. If this dish right here is the circle of the earth, then what's keeping us clothed? Why we can't go out of our little dish right here? Because there's a waterfall, y'all, that we can't walk through. If you get wet by this water, it'll chop your ass up to nano pieces. I'm telling you, this is a tornado in a tornado. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you something. Let me see if I can find it. A tornado in a tornado. It's a green one that here's a good one right here. Let me see. So think about being in a tornado, And you got to walk out of one tornado into the next tornado, into the next tornado. Look at this. If you in the dead middle of this, you got to walk through this layer, and they get wider as you go. Now check this out. The journey back to Eden is us starting from the outside, going back into the middle world. We ain't at the middle world yet. We in one of these big, wide outer rings. And listen, these outer rings, they ain't that strong. They like a big, soft gas giant. It's these little ones that you got to worry about because they're so dense. You can walk through these big ones easily because they basically a big front like a puffer fish. These middle ones, that's when we going back home. It's getting dense and dense back to the base reality. So just like this right here, the densest one would be at the top. Why? Because what I told you earlier about that man blowing them bubbles, this one at the top gonna keep on blowing bubbles. See, the one at the most high gonna keep blowing bubbles out the top and making it rain on the rest. See what I'm saying? That's the creator. That's the flow of the energy, like a torus field. See how the energy coming from the top down? It'll never stop. You know why? Because it's just going to recycle back up through the whole system and spit back from the top down again where it started. So that top one is like this bubble blower. It'll keep on blowing bubbles indefinitely. That means this is an infinite ripple effect that will expand for eternity, and the base of it will get wide. It'll get so wide it'll occupy all the dimensions of infinity. It'll get so wide it'll be what I call an infinite plane, an infinite ripple effect started from the top down. Expanding outward. This is what they call the expanding universe. And it's gonna do that because that top one ain't gonna never stop blowing bubbles. And if that top one never stop blowing bubbles, if I put all these cells in a bag and I got one cell that's gonna keep shitting out other cells, that bag gonna blow up and expand and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, because I got a cell inside of that bag that just keep on shitting out other cells. So the base of this fountain gonna keep expanding as long as the top one keep pouring down water. And because of that, the energy at the bottom will never, ever recycle back to the top like this torus field doing. Why? Why, Sanchez? Why won't it do it? Because what did I tell you about the bubble blower? If the concentration is so good, he can blow bubbles forever. Think about this. If this fountain run out of water, it would need the water at the last bucket, which will be a very wide one, because the lower it go, the wider it get. And that last bucket with all that water in it, it will have the duty of shooting that water back to the top one to recycle it. But in the case of our universe, that don't happen. You know why? Because the top one is so potent, it's filled with enough. If you ask me, Sanchez, how much water is in this little bitty one up at the top? I'm going to tell you an infinite amount of liters of water. So if you say, Sanchez, when will it ever run out? When would it stop pouring out water? It'll never run out. My cup runneth over forever. That's what Jesus said, right? This top one is the smallest, but it's the most full. That's the paradox of the universe. From inside the simulation, you would think that the biggest one is the most full, but that ain't true. Outside the simulation, the smallest one has got the most contents in it because of compression. Compression. As it expands, it decompresses. It don't have a lot of the base reality contents in it. So when you get to the underworld, or what they call the earth, which is the lowest one, which is hell, it's the biggest, but it ain't as dense as the top one, which is why they say most of our reality is what we see around us as physical reality is 1%. And the rest of it is what we don't see. 99% is air blowing up a bubble. So think about what I'm saying. Look at this bubble right here. The outside world that's reflected on the surface of this bubble, that's the 1% of the physical universe that we're experiencing right now. And there's a other 99% that really makes up the sustenance of our holosphere. And that's the air that's being blown into it, which is what God is doing. That's when God said, I'm breathing a breath into Adam. You see, God breathing the breath. Let me show you what the Hebrew cosmos. I don't want you to think I'm making this up now. If you look at the Hebrew conception of the universe, it looked like somebody blowing a bubble. Look at it. Watch this. Look up at the top, y'all. That's where the bubble getting blowed at. Remember, God is your bubble blower. Here go the stick right here and the hole that's blowing the bubble up. Look at what I'm telling you. If you look at this stick, right, there's an opening in the stick where God is expanding the universe with his own air out of his lungs. That's the hole that lead us outside of this hollow sphere. Here it is right here, y'all. It's called a vault of heaven. You see it? You see this little hole right here? That's what's expanding our universe. That's what's pump it up, like Joe Budden with his bitch ass trying to diss flat earth when he know his song is a goddamn play on it. Like, I know these are witches. Pump it up. Yeah, pump it up is dealing with the expanding universe, Joe Budden, because Joe Budden is a play on your chakras. Don't let me start breaking down these celebrity witches. They know the truth. Degrasse Tyson say that our world is pear-shaped. Look right here, y'all. You see how our spear start to get like a pear when it get by the stick? It start to pear up and get a little pear shape right here, a little bottleneck. You see? They know what the truth is, man. And they don't want to tell it all the way, and it pisses me the fuck off. But let's continue, man. I think I need to stop here and let people interject. Anybody? Don't be nice. Cut your shit on and come in. Cause what
Hey, bro.
yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I think you should check that video out that I put in the back chat. I'm at work, but I'm still listening. I want to hear your thoughts on that shit because it looks very weird, and I don't think it's doctored at all. Just want you to check it out.
I'm gonna tell you right now, though, Rob. If this video get me a copyright strike, I'm gonna stop playing videos during my streams.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it will. I don't know. I don't know about all that.
Well,
shit,
you need to get ready then, because if it do, it's gonna be because of you. I'm letting the people know it's because of Rob. Now, I'm gonna play the shit, but if it, I'm gonna let them know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I hope
Maybe
it's worth it. Yeah.
with subtitles.
Okay, coming at you with another scoreboard update. This time it's Where's Wally? Where's Wally is on the
Hold up, $2 grand. I ain't gonna lie, y'all can tell I'm not a fan of you coming up giving me a link to click to play this and play that. I'm gonna start charging for that shit in the future, but let's go.
scoreboard.
Rob my nigga though, that's for y'all other ones though.
14
Because my channel monetized. If you tell me to play a video that's gonna end my monetization, you gonna have to be to donate about 100 for that damn show. Cause that video will pay me the rest of my life. But check this out.
Making the score now 7-1. What did Where's Wally do to get on the scoreboard? Well, he did something very helpful. He not only made a suggestion to make the final experiment better, he actually followed through and did a lot of the homework for us. What am I talking about? Well, a lot of people, again, from only one side, the flat earth side, have been complaining to us that the final experiment...
Can you get sometime, guess what y'all can do, man? This'll help Bro Sanchez out if you care about me and my community, right? If you watch a video, pay attention to it when you watch it. That way you can come up and just give us the rundown. That's how these YouTube channels normally go, and it'll say that person a lot of shit. That's how Star in the Morning go. That's how all of them shits go. If you watch it, I assume you paid attention to it. And now we can just come up and hear you give us the spiel, and then we can go into it. But check it out. Let's go.
Doesn't technically qualify to be referred to as an experiment. I really haven't thought much about that. It's not a big deal to me if you don't like the name, the final experiment, call it whatever you want. The main point is, what does the sun do in the south? Because on the globe, what the sun does in the north, it's got to do in the south. But on the flat earth model, what the sun would do in the north and the south would be wildly different. And so the globe model says there's a 24-hour sun in the north, which means there also must be a 24-hour sun in the south. But on the flat earth model, you would not have a 24-hour sun in the south. So people who have been claiming that the final experiment is not an experiment, I personally look at them as just really just trying to get out of having to talk about the real issue at hand, which is what the sun does in the south in Antarctica. But they're saying things like, we don't have an independent variable or a dependent variable, an IV and a DV, and a null hypothesis and control variables, and all that science stuff that I honestly don't know a lot about. Science is not my forte. I wish I've spent more time in science, but I really haven't since high school. And so Where's Wally went ahead and he made the final experiment. He gave us all of the things we need to add that scientific rigor so that these people can hopefully be happy now with the name, The Final Experiment. So we're going to link to his video below. You definitely need to watch it. You can see what the independent variable is, the dependent variable is, the null hypothesis is, and the control variables for the final experiment. And hopefully this will allow everybody to stop complaining about the name, stop stating that it's not an actual experiment, and we can all move on together and focus on the main issue at hand, which is, what does the sun do in the southern summer in Antarctica specifically? What will the sun do this December when we are there for the final experiment? As a reminder, the goal with the final experiment was to be collaborative. I want both sides, flat earth and globe, to come together and to work together on this instead of making complaints or saying that, you know, things won't work. I want us to come together and just work together and say, okay, what do we need to do to make this work? Going to Antarctica and the 24-hour sun is something that's been talked about for years. And so we have an agreement on both sides that whether or not there's a 24-hour sun is going to tell us something massive in relation to these two models. But I want us to work together, come up with ideas, brainstorm together. The more minds we have on this, the better, to make it the best experiment we can. And that's exactly what Where's Wally did in this situation, which is why he's earned his spot on the scoreboard. Remember to check out our website, and you'll be able to see a link to Where's Wally's official entry, his video on this, also a link to his YouTube channel. And if you're super curious for an update on where things stand with Jaron Campanella from Jaronism and Austin Whitsitt, and whether or not they are going to be going to Antarctica this December to represent Team Flat Earth, stay tuned this week, and I promise you'll get an update on that. Talk soon.
Hey, big bro, I ain't even gonna lie. That wasn't my link you just played.
The music news for the streets, the music news for your beats, the news for the music stuff that you gonna need. We gonna talk about.
No.
Yeah, my
Hey,
bad.
Sanchez, are we able?
So yeah, my bad. There we go.
Are we able to screen share? I was just reading this. I'm on the CIA's Freedom of Information website, and I was going over the gateway files where it talks about the mind and reality and light. And in one of the files, there's this lady named Melissa. So basically, this file that I'm reading is the U.S. Defense basically sent somebody over to basically take notes on what the Gateway Project was about. And they're taking notes, and in the notes, she breaks down what she saw, the comparison from your mind to the sense of a lamp and a laser. She said, let me see if I can get to it. I was just reading. All right, here, lamp versus laser. So Melissa Jager, they explain what she was doing. Or she points out that the human mind in its natural state may be like to an ordinary lamp, which it expands its energy in the form of both heat and light. But she says when you use what they were doing, the meditation, she said that it was more in the sense of a laser beam, which produced a disciplinary stream of light. And she was saying this is your brain, that the brain produced this beam of light when you go under this thing called what it says, hemisync. I guess those guys were doing this thing called hemisync, where they were syncing their brains. And she took notes. She even was she right here. She even got pictures of the brain, and this is all in the CIA's Freedom of Information Act. It's called the Analysis and Assessment. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know how, to be honest. I'm gonna try. Word. Okay, I see. I see. I appreciate it. Right here. All right here. All right. Yeah. All right. So this is from right here. Let me go to the top so y'all see. I ain't. This is from the CIA's page. You can see the address, but this was they made it public in '03, but this is from 1983. And it's just notes about the Gateway Project. I know y'all all familiar with the Gateway Project, all that good stuff. It talks about what she, the introduction, what she thought of it, uh, basically what they were studying. Oh, word. So basically they found out that as Bro Sanchez was breaking down that the ether is actually a place that you can go to traveling through your mind using it like a
There we go.
Bluetooth device.
My bad on cutting you off. Hey,
Is
I
that
was
me?
telling, no, that's Jerron coming on. Shout out to him. I was telling the brother before he go even deeper, y'all, to go into the whole reason why they even named it the gateway process, because the pineal gland is the portal up out this bitch. That's the beam me up. Go ahead, brother. I'm going to turn it back over to him. My
Yes,
mic
sir.
was
Yes,
muted.
sir. So as Sanchez was saying, basically they figured out that you use your mind to go to the ether. You can travel to these dimensions. You can't take your body, but you could take your mind. But what caught my attention was how they were comparing it to a lamp. And she says right here, she says she pointed out that the human mind is in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp, which expands its energy in the form of both heat and light. But then she goes on to say by doing this hemisync that your mind is turns into a beam of light where it's a right here where it says in other hands the human mind under the disciplinary of the hemisync acts after the fashion of a laser beam which produces a disciplinary stream of light. So she's basically saying what they were doing in this, they were basically turning their minds into these beams and going to these places, traveling past the barrier. And it goes into a lot deep. Like they are
You can I fuck with you with this for a minute? Man, you gonna be switching back and forth on screen shares. I'm
okay.
gonna be very brief and then I'm gonna give it back to you. And shout out to my brother something hit the keys. That's who video popped up next because I make beats and I learn a lot of Fruity Loop stuff from him. I learn from him a lot. So check this out, right? Here is what a laser beam look like, Santos, and I'm giving you because I want you to do your thing and me and you double team and we make a good team, right? So my thing is this: you gonna get the screen share back, but some folks see a laser beam, my brother Santos, and they think it's a straight line, and I gotta let them know this is what the Moses staff is, with the serpent wrapped around the pole. Ain't no straight lines when it comes to light beaming. And so the paradox of a straight line, and this is what Terrence Howard was trying to say. It is a straight line, but it ain't. Because it's a straight line. It's going straight, but it's doing it like a snake. Laser beams is the light from when you cut on a laser beam. I'm showing you something right now because a lot of people don't know this. Check this out. This light that you see right here, it ain't a straight line. It's doing this right here. It's the Fibonacci thing. This is how your flashlight works. See, when you cut a flashlight on, you think it's just a triangle, but it's really a spiral staircase. It's really a flower, is what I'm saying. Like, light don't just shine in straight rays. It move like a snake, but let's say a snake going in a straight line. It'll be like this right here. I'm gonna cut my camera on. It'll be like this, like Bruce Lee said, be like water. That's how a snake move. It can move in a straight line, but it do it in a curvy line. That creates a paradox. Because if you say, is that a straight line or a crooked line? It's both. That's the secrets of the serpent. That's the serpent wisdom. The paradox knowledge. Straight and crooked at the same time. And that's the sine wave of life itself. Life is a paradox. This is what it look like when you breathing on a breathing machine. When you die, it stopped. The paradox stopped. But from this world, but it continues on in another one. We move like a serpent in the spirit. This is how our spirit is a sine wave, a wave in the ocean, headed to the beach shores. Think about it, just like the ocean. Every wave that you see bounce up on the shore goes right back to the sender that sent it. This is like dribbling a basketball, the ocean tides. See, we was a wave that was sent out. Boom, we landed on the beachfront. That's the earth. But we gotta come back in, baby, back home. In and out. Inhale, exhale. We entered hell, we gotta exit hell with the last breath. You're just like a wave in the ocean, coming in and out of these simulations.
Brothers, before y'all continue, I want to add on to the ether spot that he just mentioned. It rang the bell to me. I read the Bible first, Revelation 21, verse 23. And it says, I'll show y'all what it says. This is the place, the ether y'all were talking about. I did not see a temple in the city, because the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb, which is lamp, are its temple. The city, which is the ether, does not need the sun or the moon to shine on it, for the glory of God gives its light, and the Lamb is its lamp. This is the light. This is the ether. This is the city is that heaven we're talking about in the head, the heaven. So there you go with the ether. That's that physical place that you go to. And it's the Lamb of God.
I could see.
Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Nemesis. We officially triple teaming this shit at this time. Now, Josh, I'm about to give you the joint back, but I want to respond to somebody that said in the chat room, you know, whenever they try to correct the teachers, I got to humble them. Hold on a second. I got to humble them, man. I got to humble them. So what they said to me in the chat room was, let me read it verbatim. Something about saying we wrong. I like that. It brings the best out. It say, Lamel Forever said, a straight line can never be curved. I'm going to give you a minute to try to correct that, bro. See, people need to stop doing that. Like, I wouldn't be up here talking if I didn't know what I'm talking about. So what we're saying is that a straight line isn't curved, Lamel. We're saying that with a bunch of straight lines, you can make a curve. And with a bunch of curves, you can make a straight line because of the law of polarity. Think about what I'm saying. With a bunch of straight lines, I can make a curve. And if something happen one way, it can happen in reverse. So with a bunch of curved lines, I can make a straight line. Sanchez, how do you do that? Let me show you again, bro. Like this. The definition of straight is a horizontal projection. That's it. So even if I do this, I just made a straight line. You ever used a tattoo gun before? A tattoo gun don't make a straight line. It make a straight line with a bunch of vibrations like this. It don't make a straight line. It literally make a bunch of dots, and it connect the dots, and over time it becomes a straight line. That's what I'm telling you. So a snake can say I'm moving in a straight line, but the snake moving in a straight line like this. Because a straight line is just a continued horizontal trajectory. No matter how you do it, you could do it like this. Yeah, you could do it like that. Or like this. Long as it's going in a straight horizontal trajectory, you good. You could do it like this. Or like this. Or like this. That's a straight line. A barber pole is showing you what I'm showing you. The reason that the barber pole is a straight line made out of a spiral is to show you this paradox that Sanchez is trying to show you. If you don't get it, I ain't gonna do too. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just fuck you. Go ahead, next person. Yeah, fuck you. That easy way out. If you don't get it, fuck you. Go ahead. And then we'll rock out when you do get it. But until then, it's the fuck you tribe. And that'll give you some motivation to get it, so Sanchez won't put you in the fuck you tribe. Because I did it simple. And if you don't get that, now if you want to get on this side, then cool, you can be my nigga. You got it, my nigga. But other than that, fuck you. Go ahead, next person. Because it's easy. It's easy. What I explained was easy. We ain't gonna play no games with it. Yeah, go ahead. Who wanted next? We ain't gonna play no games with it. If ain't nobody gonna pick up the mic, I'm gonna go back to my Fruity Loops and make some beats. Y'all can stay on and watch me do that. Yeah, yeah. Ain't gonna be no silent moments with all you niggas sitting on my shit now.
Here, I'll take it back to the
You got it.
I could talk about the sounds too, bring up beats right here. Got it ready. So it talked about how you can use frequencies to get to these states too, not only meditation. And here under where it says the role of the renaissance, the frequencies, it explains everything. It even says the brain, it says through entertainment to beat frequencies introduced via stereo headphones, because if you read a little bit, it even she explains that they were using I guess the people running the program was giving people cassettes and headphones and having them reach these states through music and through sounds. And she's explaining that process, explaining how the people were given headphones and they were given sounds and things to reach these
Hey, Santos, I believe before we had hospitals and shit, the music industry was the medical industry. And because we listened to the right frequencies in music, we never got sick, because there was no disease that can live in our body. Because disease is all cymatics. We 70% water, and a disease is just those water molecules being distorted. Like what the Professor Emoto showed us in Japan, how we program water. So if we got under the right vibrations and frequencies all the time, no disease could even live in your body. Under these right conditions, right atmosphere, we're a product of our environment. And the biggest thing that dictates our environment is the sound waves that permeate it. And look what we got: rap music, drill music, all that. And look at the people who consume it. They're mentally sick. They're mentally, psychologically ill from this music. I'm trying to heal myself because I grew up listening to this shit. I'm still diseased mentally from this fucking culture that they gave me, and trying to find my beautiful Buddha-like lovely being in me, because I come up in some murder be kill, gangster shit, capitalism. Even if you want a tough nigga like that or just killing shit like that, it's in your spirit if you listen to that shit all your damn life. Your shit, bro, we gotta look at you listening to all this music like a stain on your shit. You gotta clean it out before you die. Like, this cymatic shit real. We think we can listen to what we want and it don't do nothing to us. And that's why the world fucked up. But my bad, Santos. Take it. I'm gonna mute up. You got it.
No, you good. You good. You know, I'm a student. I'm here to learn. You know, I enjoy all this. But it also breaks down consciousness, you know, and energy, and it breaks down. But what's crazy is that she breaks down, like, you know, what is consciousness. Like, she even goes on right here. It says, before our explanation can be proceeded by any proceeded any further, it is essential that we define the mechanisms by which the human mind exercise the function known as consciousness, and to describe the way in which the consciousness operates to deduce meaning from the stimuli which it receives. So if she's explaining, like, yo, your brain is receiving something. It's not that it's making up its own reality. It's picking up a frequency that's being that our brain is transmitting through, you know, eyes, through what we see. Because what's really in front of us isn't what we see. We see.
Our brain is our radio antenna, and life is the channel that we tuned into. And when we leave this world, we just change the station.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm with you. Go and talk to him. Hell.
And it made me think of this part right here. There's this scene where in this show Westworld, where the AIs become conscious, and they create this place that they can go to, but they can't go to with their physical body. Let me see. And this is a little bit right here. So the AIs open up like heaven, and she's sending, they realize the portal open, but watch when they go through. They can't go through with their physical. These are AIs. These aren't real humans. These are AIs. And when he goes through, is only his AI mind. You see how his body falls, but his mind entered paradise. It's crazy. And this is what I think of when we pass through those firmaments, pass through those barriers. It's like you can't physically pass through, you know, with the physicality.
Yeah, and
It's
it's
a crazy
crazy how
show, but it's dope. It talks about
correlates
AI
with
and
the
consciousness.
Yeah, I watched like I think there was 2 or 3 seasons of it, I think. But yeah, I watched it too. It was deep. It's deep, and it's crazy how everything you're saying, it's really, really correlating with scripture and what the ancestors said, and yo, like, and the fact that this is like CIA documents, and yo, from back in the day that they just released. Like, if people don't like realize like that, this stuff is like greater than than what they think it is. It's crazy that people could just sit around and not want to find out about. They're trying to control. They've been trying to trying to control our mind and our reality. And the CERN machine. Some people don't even know what the CERN machine is, bro.
Yeah, it's crazy, man, because I'm currently going studying for fire science right now, where we're learning about the different states of water, because I'm trying to be in the fire department, so you know our weapon is water, so they got us learning about all different matters. But I was pursuing doing barbering, and it's crazy that Sanchez brought up the barber pole, man, because they teach you about that, man. It explains how barbers back in the day were very high up in the pole, where they were like sitting next to, you know, to the elites, because we were surgeon barbers were surgeons as well. They helped with bloodletting and all that back in the day, and blood transfer. And the barber pole is, you know, basically what Sanchez was saying, and they teach you that too. They teach you that, you know, back in the day, that barber pole meant, you know, blood in the veins, and and all that good stuff.
Yeah, yeah, I heard about that too, man. Like barbers were, like you said, man, they were pretty much doctors out there, man. They were doing all types of stuff. And plus, um, you know how they say we all, I don't know if you've heard this before, but it goes as well with our speech, right? What we speak is supposed to, it's supposed to come out here as vibration, and we can change frequencies with things that we say. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, barbering was a sort of alchemy. You know what I mean? Like things that raise people's vibration and things like that. They were more on the holistic side of things. So barbers, shout out to barbers, and it kind of I don't know if you noticed, but it's kind of changing. I remember back in the day, it was all about get a haircut and get the hell out. Now, barbering is on a whole nother level where you're getting steamed. You know what I mean? It's really a relaxing kind of thing, which kind of shows you the paradigm shift and the changes that are going on in the world. I don't know if people are aware of these little changes, but you know what I mean. Barbers, shout out to barbers, though.
Heck yeah, I agree. I agree. It's crazy because that's how I would get my clients, man, by having these type of talks. Not a lot of people talk like how we talk. So, when I was,
Exactly.
my barbers, they talk to me. I'm talking about the flat Earth and the simulator, and they want to come back just to talk more about that. They don't even care about the haircut.
Yeah. It was a type of therapy. You know what I mean? And now it's kind of going back to that. You know what I mean? So I kind of like that a lot. There's a big shift happening, man. There's a lot of changes. This CIA joint, bro. To be quite honest with you, it's in everything. It's in everything. They're just letting us know now. And like, if we don't have, thank you for digging it up. Without people like you and Sanchez and Nemesis and a whole bunch of people that be on this panel as well, a lot of people wouldn't be able to see these receipts. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man. I appreciate the space, man. And what Sanchez got going on for us, man, is uh one guy said if you got at least seven like-minded people around, it keeps you healthy, keeps you sane. It's always good to have some people that we don't all agree. We all humans. You like red, I like purple. We not always gonna agree, but if we can talk about it and bounce ideas, man, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters. And the other thing is, with what you're talking about, it aligns with cymatics. It aligns with sonoluminescence and vibration and frequency and all of that, right? So it shows that they've been playing around. They pretty much playing God. You know what I mean? So it's it's funny how you see that they can't really go against, like, you know I don't know how to I don't know, for a lack of a better term, they can't, the awakening, they can't really stop it because the information is out there. You know what I mean? So that's the whole thing, man. I'm just like Sanchez, bro. I got old bones. I'm an '80s baby. You know what I mean? Grew up in the Bible Belt. But once I got into it, the real, for real, really, really going into the Bible, it's supposed to get you out of it if you ask yourself the right questions, because it's all out there. It's explainable because our ancestors did it. You know what I mean? And they didn't have as much as we did, but they sat around and looked up. You know what I'm trying to say? They got to focus. There was less distraction. You know what I mean? So it's crazy, man. But thanks again for those receipts, bro. CIA, FBI, it is knowing where these organizations come from is even deeper, bro.
Right, right. And that's why I felt that those paper, that little CIA stuff is good to look into, because these are the people that, these globe earthers, they put so much faith into these people, And here goes a document of them actually looking into what bro is talking about openly and freely, you know, and talking about it like is it ain't nothing. And they're paying people and hiding in a little ass room taking notes, you know, like so yeah, I think
Yo, it's
stuff like that
crazy.
is important because these are the guys that these Globe Earths look up to. Well, look, they agree with Sanchez. They actually saying the same stuff he's saying, you know, so it makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, man. And then again, like I said, right, knowing right now, knowing is more valuable than believing. You know what I'm saying? So all these things that are under the table, damn, I forgot what date you said this thing was not approved, but you said it was approved in what, 2003 or 2013, but it was out since like
I think it's
1980.
82, 1982.
Oh, oh my God, bro! Like you know what I mean? Like the deception is so thick, bro. Like it's insane. It's insane.
And it's crazy because the people who these Globe Earths look up to, like I don't even want to say they look up to because I don't know what they thinking, but these L. Ron Hubbards and the guy who created the jet fuel and all them these guys were the people who have space and who basically explain space for us. These guys were opening up portals, you know, at their home in their ranch and talking to these entities and beings and talking to what they believe were angels, and this is how they got information about space. You know, these guys are doing what what basically what Sanchez is explaining that could be done. You know, like these guys are actually sitting around these pentagrams and summoning up things and doing all, you know, and these are who these Globe Earths are getting their information from. And it's crazy. It's like, bro, do you know that these guys were sitting around talking to, you know, if I was to tell you that a being came up to me and told me this about the sky, y'all laugh at me. You know, and Globe Earth, you
Yeah,
know, they take that
it's
information
powerful.
as written in stone.
Yeah, man, you're right. You're right. But you pivoted. There was a point that you kind of got into quickly, and I think it's a great pivot as well for what Sanchez is probably doing in the background too, as far as sound and music. Now, the Chinese back in the day, the Chinese were like at the forefront of like, that. Yo, I don't know if you listen to their old school music, but those I don't know the name of the goddamn guitar, but it's kind of a string instrument that kind of sits on their lap. This is kind of how they love frequency, and they understood that healing, a lot of healing, like Sanchez said, back in the day, music was healing. You know what I mean? You see, they banned pitchforks for a little while. You couldn't get one. They had to stop all that stuff. You know what I mean? But people are starting to wake up to it now. Now, staying on music, what is it going to take to change the music and the frequency for a person like Sanchez? And I don't know if there's any other beat makers on the panel. Um, how I did music for a little bit, hence the name 2 Grand. So I love music, but at a certain point, um, the music wasn't vibing the same. You know what I mean? So I know y'all all understand what I'm saying. I don't even need to elaborate on that. Hip hop back in the day was way better. I don't want to name names. I'll just keep going. How do we change? Is it the instrumentals that we need to change? Is it how do we get more eyes on or ears? You know what I mean? On good music. Is there some type of underground thing that needs to happen for real hip hop to like, you know what I mean? Can I still call it hip hop? Should I drop that name? My bad. I'm just using it, but good music. You know what I mean? Like Should we be sampling more? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if it's the frequency. I don't know if it's the tone. They talk about all that stuff. What do we do to change this music? Basically, that's the question. What
Yeah,
y'all
that's a
think?
good one. That's a good one, man. Maybe somebody else can tackle that one, but I definitely feel that because energy is and music is it's crazy, man. Because I'm living proof, man. I don't mean to ramble, but I had a brain aneurysm, man, a few years back, and I guess they called it a benign hemorrhage. And man, I was in recovery for a while, man, and this is when that XXX Testacion album came out, that question mark album. Man, and that album was like resonating with me for some reason, man. And I was listening to that a lot, man. And I definitely agree, man, that music, that time recovering in the ICU, man, the music helped more than the stuff they was giving me, man. Like when I would put some music on and I would get in the shower and like that music was lifting my soul. It was definitely, healing me in a sense.
Yeah, man, bro Sanchez be going in on that. How we're what 80% water. Um, Going to back in the day, we was all up in these clubs. The club is surrounded by speakers, bro. Like I don't know if I got a few old heads. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's still like that. I haven't been out in a little bit, but at the end of the day, yo, the speakers were super loud, and the frequency in the room, like I don't know if people kind of feel these energies, you know what I mean? And you're literally shaking at times. Let's say you pass next to a speaker, you could feel that bass, right? So imagine what it's doing to molecules in your body and things like that. And you know what I mean? So it goes, and that's the deep stuff about knowing thyself. You know what I mean? Knowing what you're around, knowing what harms you, what's good for you. You know what I mean? So it goes deep, man. This is the information that we get to share is amazing, to be honest. I don't know if anybody want to chime in on the music question. What could we do to like change the music vibe? Change it. It would literally change the vibration. You know what I mean? What is it? Our producers? Is it our MCs? How do we get people like Sanchez and Killer Priest more out here? You know what I mean? To change people's mindset. You know what I mean? 'Cause I know music is the key. Music is definitely.
Yeah, I think it'll be hard to defend it in a sense of like, man, I wish I could find this video about it. It talk. I
Who's that in the background?
No, that's
I was gonna
Sanchez.
say, okay.
And we can't hear you that good, Sanchez. You seem kind of far. You seem kind of far. It sound like, but I just say it'll be difficult in the sense of these people study that stuff, man. I think if we get a little bit more familiar with, I remember we were talking about like Machiavelli and the art of war, and I think these people just mastered that, man. We the people we're like kettle, man, and they found a way to master the farming, and I feel that music is a part of the conditioning to keep the cows comfortable. So they found a way to use music to keep us comfortable, to keep us in that state where it's easier to manipulate the mind, by using these frequencies to attack your defenses. And once you figure out the enemy, that's why me personally, I would say it's always good to look into these books, man, because I feel like they was written for a purpose, not in a purpose in the sense of like to convince you to believe in some dude sitting on a chair in a cloud, but into a sense of like it's giving you codes to the universe. It's like a computer manual. You just gotta understand how to read it, and it'll break down, the matter. The Bible. There's this guy who who says he read Ezekiel and he created like a flying machine just based on just the descriptions that the Bible gave. And so I think if you know how to read it, and I don't think it's even a Bible. It might, it's a manual to something.
Absolutely,
And sound and
absolutely, bro.
frequency.
You just, you just described discernment. You know what I mean? Once you have that eye to see and to be able to, look into a few things, yeah, man, definitely, yo, but that's crazy though. But I said that earlier too, man. It's crazy how everything lines up with when you actually think about the things that we talk about here on this panel, bro. Like even when Sanchez doing his breakdown, bro, a lot of the things that Sanchez, I'm from the Bible Belt. A lot of that stuff, it's metaphors and allegories and personifications, and it's clear as day. You know what I mean? Even this CIA document that you just read, bro, it was, yo, I could see the different terms in the Bible that even, yo, it said that in there too. You understand what I mean? But a lot of people don't catch these keys to be able to, you know what I mean? And that's what again, that's what this whole thing kind of does. And as far as music goes, different parts of the country right now, look, they done took. It looks like they're taking over Afrobeat. You know what I mean? They making now the Afro beats is kind of the new reggae music out here right now, and it's like all the little African artists that are coming into the game. As soon as they come in, there'll be some of them stay independent, and some of them get pulled in. You know what I mean? So they're really trying to control the music. So at the end of the day, again, like I hear you, like but what do you think? What do you think like music will be like in the future? Let's say, let's turn the question to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, I know
yeah,
Sanchez and a few people on the panel like to make music. What y'all,
yeah.
what y'all think music?
Music in the future is you think of something and it's recorded directly from your brain with Neuralink. You ain't gonna need Fruity Loops, keyboards. In the future, you ain't gonna go to school to be a pianist. You ain't gonna go to school to learn to play the guitar. In the future, it's who can think of the best song, and that thought will be recorded right out of your brain onto the computer the way you thought of it. So in the future, in the near future, it won't even be guitars, MIDI boards. It won't be. Think about this though. If you go back to ancient Egypt and all that, you don't see guitars, pianos, drums, and shit because they had Neuralink. That's where we going to now. Once you get the technology to record brain information and transmit the neural signals, you don't need keyboards and external think about this. What is a keyboard? It's an instrument that's allowing me to take something that I'm hearing on my brain and do it with my fingers on an instrument to mimic what I'm hearing in my brain. But in the future, I won't need a medium like that because soon as I think of this beautiful composition, it'll be like how God do in the Bible. God think it and there it is. That's how God don't gotta fucking think of something in going type it in or if God think of a good guitar pattern, God don't got to pick up a guitar and play it. It exists just the way God thought it, and in that state is flawless because you would never be able to play it with your fingers as perfect as you thought of it in your head. So that's where humans are going with technology. we was now I don't know if this is a good or bad thing though. I'm still researching technology and I'm just keeping balance in mind because I don't think there was ever a time when humans didn't have technology. But what I'll say is, yeah, in the future, it's gonna be a minimalist world where when you walk in a person's house, they don't got a big ass keyboard in their living room and a big piano in the living room and a studio in the garage and all that. It's gonna be like a futuristic minimalist society where holograms will take up space, not physical objects. So we won't have to fill our houses with things. It'll be more so a augmented space that we start to fill up. And it's certain movies that'll show you what I'm talking about if I can think of some. But that's what we going as far as music go. Anybody and their mama can be a billboard producer in the future because what's the difference between Metro Boomin and one of y'all? It's the fact that Metro Boomin know how to use all the equipment and you don't. But guess what? Any one of us can think of a nice beat in our head. Close your eyes right now. I bet you can think of a 5 beat right now in your head that you made from scratch. Try it. Now, what if I said we can take that right from your head and put that on a CD right out of your head? Then guess what? That's what we call equality and justice for all. This is what's happening in the base reality. Everybody is equal because everybody is conceiving out of pure mind. There are no instruments in between these beings that separate them by professions. Because the difference between Jordan and you is that he trained himself how to dunk. He thought about himself in the air doing a certain dunk, and then he went and practiced it with his body. But on the spiritual realm, the moment you think about yourself doing a certain dunk, there it is. You don't got to practice it or nothing. It is how you think it. So in the spiritual realm, you can beat Michael Jordan at a game of basketball because y'all equal. Soon as you think of it, there it is. It ain't no practicing. I had to train my body. You see, that's only here that we're separated by professions, gifts, and all that shit. In the spiritual realm, the moment the way you think of, it's just conception. Boom, there it is. Just like they say with God, like ain't no physical realm to, put it together in. So that's what make all of the gods equal. And then that becomes a war on who can conceive. Just say two gods are fighting. They don't go and make swords with a blacksmith. They both stand there and think of the most advanced technology. For example, right? I may picture myself with a big ass spike, a bunch of spikes around me. And if my enemy try to come to me, boom, he gets stuck. He can't touch me. Because I'm like a pork puffer fish. Boom, all these spikes. I can do that on a spiritual realm because it's just conception. So, but what I'm saying is it becomes this war of what he think of versus what I think of to counter that. It's a thought war now. It ain't that, like armies perfecting weapons and shit. It's straight up like a rap freestyle. If me and you fight on a spiritual realm, conception, you know what I'm saying? It's like we freestyling. Whatever you come with, I gotta come with something out of my conception. And we ain't got time to go in a factory or a laboratory to make a weapon. Whatever you thought of, just say you thought of a big ass grenade launcher. Boom! Right when you did that, I thought of a big ass force field to block it. And when I did that, you thought of something to penetrate that force field. And when you did that, I thought of something to stop that. Because that's how spirits go with a sword fight on a conception level. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. But do you think that type of innovation, let's call it, into music, will that bring back music being able to heal. You know what I mean? Because you were going in when you kind of went into that. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if you were going
So
wildly with
music will never heal in hell. Music only heals in heaven. See, sometimes some things that we want to happen are only going to happen in certain areas. For example, right? I want weed to be legal in Alabama, but if I smoke a blunt in Alabama in my car, I'm going to jail. I can do that in Vegas. I can walk around smoking though. I can't do that in Bama. Now, if I'm in Bama, I gotta respect that there's some things I can't do there that I can do in Vegas. And so what I'm saying about your question, it's the same thing, if that make any sense. Like, you want to re-ask the question, I'll blend it in some more for you to expound on it.
yeah, basically what I was saying earlier was you kind of went into it too, and it's all connected to cymatics and all that type of stuff where, you know, the music we listen to, you know, because it pivots
But
real
yeah,
good into what you were trying tonight
that's
with
what I'm
the
saying.
instrumental.
The music
But
here can never, in my opinion, right? This just my opinion. Don't, you got to take what I'm saying and do your own research. I think we're in hell. And I think hell has its own music. I don't think you can go in a strip club and start playing gospel songs. You see what I'm saying?
it's actually, it's actually, I'm in a place right now where that's happening. That's the worst part, bro. Like it's actually happening, right?
But you
In
know the
Africa.
gospel songs is evil too, because that's Satan too. But
I know, bro,
so the
bro, I
point
know.
the point of what I'm saying though is that this earth we're in has its own frequency. And it's just gonna be
Right.
that no matter what you think. Like a B minor note in music is going to be a B minor no matter what. You can't make it a A major. You can't make it a E major or E minor. It's a B minor. It has to stay a B minor. Otherwise, we won't have a B minor. You see what I'm saying? And some of
Right.
these notes are scary. Like some of these notes, they sound scarier than other notes, but they got to exist though. We need them in the musical scale. You can't have one without the other. That's polarity. I can't have up without down. So, I mean, we're in an earth that the frequency of it is, let's say it's on a minor scale, but what we call in heaven is the major scale. And so my thing is, I don't think we can tune the earth. I think we can only tune ourselves. I think earth is a reference to let us know as spirits, oh shit, I'm on a minor scale. Do I want to stay on the minor or the major? Earth is giving us a choice to make. Cause Earth saying, listen, dude, I'm with that minor scale shit, that scary music shit. If you ain't about that, get up out my club and go over there with the church folks. Earth giving you that choice. And all you gotta do, cause you can't tune the earth frequency to heaven. You just gotta tune your shit to heaven and change. Like, think about this. What you're saying is this, right? You ride in your car and country music is on your radio station and you don't like that. So you drive up to the radio station and tell them to change that instead of changing your own fucking radio station on your car. You can't save the world, man. You can only change whatever station in your, then that's what I'm learning, bro. That I can't drive up to the fucking radio station and make them play what I want them to play. But I got control over my fucking car though. I can't make everybody listen to what the hell I want to listen to. The world chose. This is a voting system. They want this bullshit. You can't say, well, I don't want them to have it. Majority rule. They want the bullshit. The question is, what do you want, man?
That's well said. That's well said. In other words, you gotta be the change maybe that you want, I guess.
Listen, they only gonna play the popular shit on the radio that everybody already like. You can't make them stop. If you want some old school shit, change your station. Quit driving up there to the radio station trying to change the world and change what everybody listening to. Shit, I might not want to be on no sweet shit with you. See, if everybody learn to control the knob in their own car, everybody can drive on this road in their own heaven. That's what I'm saying. But see, here go the trick with this world, though. Just like the music industry, they give you a few people and play them over and over, so you don't think there's no other channels you can tune in to till you find the ancestors. Then you say, I like this station. This sound good. Guess what, nigga? That's what the whole Bro Sanchez shit is about. It's truckers right now on the road with my shit bumping. It's a nigga, shout out to my nigga Reek Stacks, because guess what? He in his barber shop right now with this stream playing. And he probably gonna smile when he hear this shit. It's people right now that when I go live, they crank it up. They turn off whatever they listening to because they really tune into this. We got the flood up the stations with our own frequency, if there's even a chance at saving the world. Other than that, I'm going to go back to what I just said, man. I'm going to just go. This is what I'm going to do, right? If everybody out there playing bullshit music, I'm putting my headphones in my ear and I'm going to play what I want to hear in my ear. That's just the kind of nigga I am. Bro, if I show up y'all on playing some shit I ain't fucking with, I'll go in my own world. I'll put my headphones on. And that's really when we say get to know thyself. When we come into this world, we dance into everybody else's frequency and all of the idols and celebrities. You got to fucking put your own headphones on your ear, quiet out the world, and dance to the music of your own motherfucking vibration. If you know what I'm saying there. Because that's what I'm saying about, you know, I used to think I can save the world. But guess what I realized? The world ain't nothing but a reference track. Now, what is a reference track? That's me, right? I'm making a beat on my program, right? And I say, okay, this beat sound like that H to the is O, V to the is O. You know, it sound like that Jay-Z beat. So since my beat sound just like that beat, let me pull up that beat and mix my drums and all my sounds to the levels of that beat, because if it worked for him, it'll work for me. That's called a reference track. Right? So since my beat sounds similar to that, I'm going to put my drums at his level, put my shit his level, boom, 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 and should get the same results. That's the theory. And so Earth is a reference track. It's a mirror. It's giving you something to compare to for polarity. So what Earth is doing is saying, look, I'm with this evil shit. And if you say, well, I don't want to be with the evil shit, then Earth is saying, well, the only other option is good. This is a crossroads. That's why I was showing you the cells splitting earlier. You got to choose one, because Earth is a splitting cell. It's a work in progress. Let me pull that back up. Let me pull it back up. This is what Earth is right here. It's a cell in a process of splitting. It ain't fully split yet. It's right, boom, let me pause it where I want it. Hold on. Let's pause it. Hold up. Damn it, where's my pause button? Okay, here we go. There we go.
That shit is fast, bro.
So let's pause it right there. And right there, now you gotta choose heaven or hell. Because when these things split, if you choose hell, you're going to go with the holographic reality. If you choose heaven, you will stay in the base reality. This base reality keep giving births to false versions of itself. If at any time you like one of these particular versions, you can slide over there with it. And you will always be welcome back. You ain't condemned. You can always come back to the base reality. It's like the base reality is giving you an infinite amount of options out of one control that's making a bunch of infinite variables in this experiment, control and variable. The base reality is the control, the one that's controlling everything. It's the default template. Once you in that one, you can't do no wrong. That's your greatest shit. Everything out of that is the possibilities of what could be. And this is the universe way of canceling out the laws of probability, which it would have to do to maintain a law of infinity. Because the law of infinity says anything, everything, and all things must have already happened within infinity. In other words, within infinity, you ain't waiting on nothing to happen. All of the probabilities of what can happen have already been crossed out. And the universe did that by making the multiverse. Think of a scratch sheet of paper. If you got a base concept on a piece of paper, and you say, I like this base concept, but I want to make sure it's really the best one by comparing it to every possible combination of how it could have existed. So you take that base concept and you multiply the possibilities by infinity. It will never stop giving birth to a new variable of how the base could have manifested to something else. But every variable we get, it ain't got shit on the real deal. So it's like God created a base template. And to test that template, God said, let me create a bunch of test worlds or simulation worlds. And what happened was God had to create an infinite amount of those, because with the process of elimination, there's an infinite amount of possibilities of how the base reality can manifest. Neither of those come close to the base reality. It's like God got it right the first time. And to test it gave birth to the multiverse, which is this verified that I got. Ain't no other possible way is beating this one. And that's God's way of saying, I know that the base reality is heaven and it's the perfect reality, because all of the fake realities exist around it and can't none of them get it right. But if these other realities don't exist around the base reality, we can't prove that. So therefore, because of that, a paradox is made where you got one perfect reality and a bunch of imperfect realities existing around it that cancel out all the probabilities. And all these other realities around it are there to stand testament that the base reality is indeed the best one. And without them around it, the base reality can say it's the best, but it can't prove it, though. You see what's going on now? And God gotta prove all things. Yeah, so that's how this whole paradox is going.
So does that line up as well with the way the Hindu say that you kind of have 7 kind of chances to get it right, or is it 7 different realities that you can slip through at any given time as you raise consciousness, right?
It's 14. You got 7 above.
Oh, it's 14.
You got 7 above and 7 below. So that's how this whole torus field right here is made. You see that? So listen, you got 7 higher selves and 7 lower selves. And basically what this means is that there's degrees of evil and degrees of good, like a grade system. It's a gradient system, a gradual system of progressing from your worst self to your best self. And if we didn't have 7 layers, then it'll be like a light switch on and off. And that ain't really good, because if you look at what the future light switches are, it ain't no switch that just go on and off. It's a knob that you can fade the lights in how bright you want them to dimmer. That's that futuristic shit. You feel me? So the shot having these 7 layers allow me to say, go from, instead of saying dark from light, I can go from dark to less dark to less dark to lesser dark to less dark to light to brighter light, brightest light, brighter light. It give me a little rank system instead of just saying worst version, now greatest version. Like just on some on off type shit. You feel me? It's a gradient system where I can sort of fade through degrees into each one. And I can even go in the middle to where I'm half good, half bad. But I can't do that with my light switch right now. I either got to cut my lights on or cut them off. But in the future, you ain't got to do that. You can cut your light knob right in the middle and have just a little bright, little dim, just however you want it. You feel me? And that's what this 7-layered system allowing us to do, to gradually progress the energy so it just won't be up, down, up, down. You can give me a little, transitional room. You feel me? Because if you going real fast and you just slam on the damn brakes, you gonna go through the windshield. You got to go to a gradual halt, and that's why the universe is made like this. That's why
that makes a lot of sense. And in ancient Kemet as well, I think you've touched on this too, where it's a similar belief, but I don't think it's 14, right?
It's 14 technically, but it can be 10. Like if you pull up a different charts of different cultures on the chakras, it'll fluctuate between 7 to 10 to 14, and I think some even go up to 20 something. But it don't really matter how many chakras it is, because there's an infinite amount of universes above us and there's an infinite amount of universes below us. Now, the way you look at it is this. If I ask you how many days are in the past, ain't no beginning to time. So there's an infinite amount of days behind you and ain't no end to time. So there's an infinite amount of days in front of you. Now check this out. Because there's an infinite amount of days in front of you and behind you, how do you manage time? You separate it into 7 days of the week, like 7 chakras. And you make them keep repeating itself, because guess what? How do I have a reference in infinity? If I move up 10 spaces in infinity, how do I know it if it's infinity? Because no matter how high I go, I'm still in infinity. It'll be different if I said I'm in a 100-foot building and I moved up 10 stories, so I got 90 more to go. I moved up 30 stories, so I got 70 more to go. Infinity ain't a set number. So in this infinity hotel, if you move up 100 stories, you still got infinity more to go, no matter how many up you move. So instead of us saying I got infinity more to go, we created a looping system out of 7. The circle of 7, what the Moors and Muslims use, meaning every 7 we gonna make a loop point. In other words, we gonna track our progression in groups of 7. Every 7 steps, we'll say we get a rank on our belt, because you'll never reach infinity, but this gives us some kind of reference of where we are within infinity. So it's like we got 365 days, 7 days a week, but really we got an infinite amount of days. Earth will never stop turning. This sky never stop. It's an infinite amount of days. But how do you make a calendar out of infinity? You don't. You got to make a fucking system where the numbers start to reset and recycle. And we chose 7 days of the week to do it. We could have made it 20 days. We could have made the math different. But we gotta think about it. If you don't do this, then we'll have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, all the way to infinity. the calendars will never reset. You'll never have a birthday. It'll be, just think about what today's date'll be. The numbers will be so big, it'll fill up your whole computer screen and all your paper. If you really wrote out today's date, the paper would be so big, it'll probably wrap around the whole earth. You wouldn't be able to do nothing else but write the date on your fucking paper. Your computer will be so, you'll have a computer, right? But most of your computer's disk drive space will be used just to share the fucking date. Because the earth's so damn old that for your computer to tell you the date, your fucking numbers on your computer will take up all the screen. So instead of doing all that, we created like a reset system to where, hey, once the numbers get to 7,000, we just gonna go back to 0 and just do it in cycles of 7,000, long counts, short counts, because if we just count all the way to infinity, the number will get so big that your date will be all of your damn information. You will go fill out an application, and when it say date, it'll be a three-page blank. It'll have you 4 blank, 5 damn. You'll have to write a whole Bible just to write today's date. Who want to do all that? You see why we made the looping system, guys?
Okay. So does that correlate as well with the Mayan calendar, which is
that's why the
ancestors and
Mayans
all?
said, that's why we started looking at time and cycles and looping it around in laps and circles. Because think about it, it's like racers on a racetrack. If that track was a straight line and they had to run an infinite amount of laps, then guess what? We would have to make a racetrack the size of infinity. But think about this though. If we just make a circle, we can make them keep running in a circle forever. And now we don't gotta make a fucking line that stretches for infinity. We can consolidate all that space by making a circle and make them just go round and round for infinity. See how the universe consolidated space by using cycles or circles?
Which also pushes flat Earth.
Yeah, for sure. That's facts. Shout out to the panel and to, thank you, Stacy Galore, for the super chat. Said in infinite time, in infinite matter, in infinite space is formed a bubble organism, and that bubble lasts a while and bursts, and that bubble is you. Shout out to Stacy for those divine words and that support. We appreciate those vibes.
Wow, the way that was said, like almost like a Big Bang Theory.
Hey, let me give a shout out to Animus Bear as well. Said not much, but I appreciate you, bro Sanchez. I appreciate you guys for real. Go ahead. I'm gonna keep it. They voted to do the panel, and they voted to do both. I tell you what I'll do.
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead.
take another question, and then I'll make a beat in like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then we'll go right back to like an hour or two on the questions. But yeah, go ahead. You got it. Talk to me. You got it, bro. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, man. So we were talking about let's go into time then. So as far as time goes, right now, I know everybody's living just like what you were speaking on earlier. It's individuality over personality, because personality is more about what's around you, what's trending, and you trying to follow. You know what I mean? So that's the main energy. You got to focus on yourself, and you can't save everybody. I get that. But as far as time goes, I know you. Let me see if you could relate with you doing what you're doing right now, and you doing what you love. Do you feel that time slows down for you, or do you feel that time is speeding up for you being in this this heavenly realm that you're in with doing what you're doing, and
Can I
you
ask
know,
you?
the synchronism?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been to the ocean before and swam in the ocean and just enjoyed yourself?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notice when the waves sped up or slowed down, or were you just enjoying your damn self?
I'm not gonna front. I'd be checking on the waves, bro, because the waves is too.
Yeah. Okay, so my thing is this right here. Whenever I'm in a wave pool, I know what I got into. I know the waves gonna speed up, slow down. Not I'm just speaking for myself. I can't speak for you. We all in this pool. I can't tell you how to move. So you can just listen to what I'm saying and do what you want to do from that. Now, when I'm in a wave pool, if you look at what most of the people doing, they gonna get on a float and they just gonna let the fucking pool do what the pool do. Cause most of the people in the water, they ain't think about it. They on they floats and they just enjoying the wave pool. They ain't trying to swim like a lot of the kids, the teenagers. You don't see them on floats. They want to challenge the waves and shit. You know, the young folks and all that. But the older folks, they get in that wave pool. They just want to get on them a little float and enjoy it and let the water do what it do to them, like a roller coaster. And here's your float right here. And I'm going to give you some advice, right? If you want to use the least amount of energy and have the greatest experience, look at what them old heads doing in the wave pool. Now, you will never understand this because most of us are young. So when we get in the wave pool, you can't tell me to just sit on a damn float. Let me show you something. When I'm young, right? And that's what I'm saying. You got to reach a point to where, guess what? I'm like them old heads in the wave pool. Everybody know when you see grandma, auntie, and them, they in that same wave pool, but they ain't doing all that shit you doing. They just chilling on their little float. Believe it or not, they enjoying themselves more than you while you exerting all that energy. Just letting the water do what it do. You see, it's the children feel like I gotta fight the wave. When the new wave come in, I gotta jump. I'm a swimmer. Cause why? We're exploring the ether. We're trying to understand the nature of these waves. That's a baby brain. That's like Nikola Tesla. That's like us right now trying to understand the ether. Now, once we know and catch the patterns of the wave pool, we gonna be like grandma and them. Motherfucker, I've been in this pool so long, it ain't even fun for me to fight the waves no more. Like, all of us came to this wave pool since we was young. And guess what you'll realize? The older people be on the floats and the young people be fighting the waves. Because they still experiment how the waves work in the pool. But since the older folks went to that pool so long, they can tell you when all of the big waves gonna come and all of the little ones gonna come. They can tell you when they gonna shut the pool down and maintenance that motherfucker. Cause the old heads been going to this pool before you was born. You having fun, they did what you did. They don't care about fighting the waves no more. They just join themselves in they little float, right? It ain't nothing new to them. They can, all the waves you fighting, they can predict them because they know the pool. And that's the ancestors predicting the comets. That's the ancestors telling you the stars in the sky. That's the ancestors that can make predictions about the shit floating in this wave pool because they've been in here longer. They're floating on the surface and they float. All the young folks want to hold their breath and go under the water. And all of the old folks, they just floating on the top in heaven, looking down at y'all. And the old heads know every wave gonna come. Them your ancestors that passed away. You don't know every wave gonna come. That's what's making this shit fun to you. because you haven't picked up the pattern yet to predict shit, to be a prophet. But the ancestors saw these so many waves come and go, they can tell you the size of the nets when you about to jump for. It ain't fun to them no more. They just chilling now. You got to exert all your energy out fighting them waves, and then you gonna say, over time, guess what's happening? You're learning the pattern of the waves. And the more you learn that pattern, the less fun it's gonna be ducking and dodging them. Cause you're gonna be like, I know when what's coming next. Here come a big wave. Here come a little one. It ain't fun no more, cause now I'm a prophet now. When I start making predictions about the earth, that's when I lead a motherfucker, cause it ain't fun no more. And that's what the Mayan did, the Egyptians did, and everybody else. Flat motherfucking power. That's all I'm saying. That's how I see it. What say you, guys? Shout out to the panel as well. So that's how I look at this whole experience. You know, Babylon is the underworld. If you go to a pool or a beach, the people that's holding their breath, going under the water, doing all the extra shit is the young folks. The older folks floating on the top, and they floats just chilling, them the guardian angels in heaven. And why they doing that? Because they already did all that young shit you doing. They know about it, you know. And that's like the same concept with the earth. It's really beautiful if you think about it, though.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying the same way we're the same way flat Earth and 7 above, 7 below, as you were just speaking. There's also levels down here, and yeah, and once you're gone to all these levels, you pretty much gotta start over again, right? That's what is, if I understand clearly.
Well, it ain't that once I'm done with this, I gotta start over again. The thing about starting over is that it's just that you're infinite energy, and this energy will always transform itself to some better and better. So the
Right.
act of starting over is an infinite act. And if I told you what you really doing, we'll be here all day, because I have to really say that you're not just starting over. You're starting over and 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 over, and I will have to say over an infinite amount of times. Each time I say
that makes
over,
that makes sense.
yeah, you getting better every time I say over. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the concept, the concept of, you know, the afterlife, and what what society has done to people, to, you know, like one of the biggest businesses in the world is the funeral business, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, insurance, everything, they put a whole bunch of things in play to kind of make people scared. You know what I mean? To just install fear, you know what I'm saying? But I understand exactly what you mean, where we're living, you know what I mean? So no, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. You know, I don't want to ramble on. It's been me and you for a
No,
little
man,
bit here.
y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome, for real. I'm gonna drop a bomb for the callers today. Fire show, fire callers, man. And y'all sharing the mic, ping pong in my mind and shit. Salutes to all of y'all, man. On the call right now, for sure. 2 Grand basically
Anybody?
saying, do any one of you niggas want to interject, because he can keep doing this. That's what
Yes,
2
sir.
Grand said. Salutes to 2 Grand. Yeah, man.
Man, I'm enjoying the show, man. Do y'all thing.
Hey, 2 Grand. If don't nobody want, hey, shout out to the OG, the Virgo in the house, man. Y'all sub up to the Virgo. You already know the Virgo TV. You already know.
What's
So-
up, fam? How you doing today, man? Good show, bro.
Oh,
Y'all
yeah.
building. Yeah.
Thank you for sure.
Yes,
Man, y'all need to
Thanks, y'all. Thanks,
sub
y'all.
up to the Virgo for real, man, in the chat room. Go to the YouTube search bar, the Virgo TV. You'll see this brother. Dark skin, Kangos and shit. You can't miss it. So, yeah. Chain, for sure.
Let's go, bro.
Hell
Appreciate it. Down south, you know how we do.
For sure, hell yeah.
Yes, sir,
We
man.
about to take over this internet shit, us country niggas with this knowledge and this swagger and all this humor and
Yes.
shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what we got to do, man. We got to build, you know? Shit. Because if we don't put it all together, man, the baby's going to be lost. You know what I mean?
That's facts. And then it needs somebody to connect them with the ancestors versus connect them with Jesus, Allah, Democrats, Republicans. Because when they connect with this shit, they gonna be on Tesla's level. And that's what the fuck they scared of.
Yeah. Yeah. Know thyself.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to the panel. I didn't know everybody was in listening. I'm sure if something would have went wrong, somebody would have said something. Shout out to y'all, man, for real, man. And
Yeah.
it's all about the kids for real, for real. You know
That's
what I mean?
facts.
So
And you know what I'm gonna do, man? Because these pro-blacks, you know, I give Tesla a lot of props. And niggas be want me to like bring up some of the it's black people who listen. Tesla didn't invent the Tesla coil. Tesla tapped into shamanism. How many of y'all know that? Y'all want to go deep on Tesla for a segment real quick?
Let's dive in
Please
it, man.
do.
Do it.
Go in now.
All right, let me pull up something real quick. I'm finna prove to you, and not on no racist shit, that Tesla learned his shit from the black Asiatic black man of Angkor Wat. I can't make this up. I know niggas gonna think I'm making it up, but let me get my receipts, right? Let me get my receipts, cause you know I don't lie. Watch this. And if it don't pull it up here, then I'm gonna get it on my own slides. Look at this. Now look, these, first of all, before we talk about the Tesla coil, let's talk about the Black Buddha. How many of y'all familiar with these two words, the Black Buddha? Y'all familiar with that? How many of y'all?
Right on. Yes, sir.
And he
Yes,
called
sir.
it, he called it Sambo in a lot of them too.
Sambo.
Yes, Sambo.
Yeah, Sambo.
Here we
Yep.
go right here. Now, guess what? The Black Buddha was personifying the Tesla coil way before Tesla. You know why I fuck with Tesla, though? Because Tesla tapped into my ancestors' knowledge and he had their agenda in mind. I don't give a fuck what color your skin is. If you saw the greatness of what my ancestors was teaching, and you said, I'm gonna restore this ancient teaching and give it to the world for free like these people intended for it to go, I don't give a fuck what color Tesla's skin is. Tesla is an OG and an ancestor in my DNA lineage, because this is a spiritual tribe. And he doing Tesla did everything in his time that I'm doing in mine. He part of my family. He's part of my lineage and my ancestry. When I say the ancestors did, I'm talking Tesla too, which is why I got his shit on this collage too. I respect him too as one of my dead ancestors. This ain't a color thing. It's who got it and who didn't. Dude, everybody can't get this. If you look at the movie The Matrix, it ain't a color thing who wake up or not. It's some people in the Matrix that sleep of all colors, and it's some people that wake up of all colors. That's the vibe, it's the tribe. What I'm saying, the people that can see what your third eye see, y'all frequency, y'all are abundant. When we say bandwidth, the word band is the word bond. These different universes are created by different, we are the elements. Meaning what? The mentality of L. Every element on a periodic table, there's a soul that embody it more than everybody else, if you ask me. I think that each of these universes are a family of human minds collectively coming together to make their own universe, and that the combination of how many universes you can make without, just say if you got 10 billion minds that exist, how many multiverses can we create by blending a different combination of all these 10 billion minds? Infinite amount. Infinite amount. That's like saying giving me a card deck with 10 billion cards in the deck and tell me how many combinations I can make out of this card deck. Man, I can make an infinite amount of combinations out of a card deck with 10 billion cards in it. And that's like each one of us humans is a gateway into our own infinite, like you're a card in the deck. That's what I'm saying. Like if it's 10 billion humans on Earth, each one of it, like all of the combination of a different combination of each one of us is creating a frequency that's making its own cymatic universe. Now there's a movie you can go watch where these advanced futuristic people was traveling the universe, and they said that each universe in the multiverse was a different human's mind. So when they got into a different universe, they would say, whose mind are we in right now? And sometime they'll be in a little kid's mind, and that universe will be full of bullshit like candy everywhere and shit like that. And then they'll go to another dude. You know, they had, each universe had its own feel to it based upon what person that was. And that go back to what I'm saying about all of us can have a house with a PlayStation in it with Call of Duty video game. But when you play Call of Duty at my house, it's going to be different than when you play it at your house. The TV settings ain't the same. The contrast, my TV brightness, the color, the shot, it ain't going to look the same in my, and then the way my game's set up, my controllers, all that. So like me going into an alternate universe is like me going into another human's projection or idea of, see what the creator did was the creator created a perfect universe. Then the creator let all of us create our own version of it, but neither one of our version is the perfect version. And that's what we mean by when we say, ain't none of us God, man. Ain't none of us God. All of us are creators, but not all of us are the guide. The guide is the North Pole, which is the base reality. When all of the fake realities come back to the base reality, they will merge and become one, and you will realize that your whole existence was the process of elimination, and that the creator just threw you out there to see if you could be better. And when it said no, it canceled out that process. It's like me with a scratch sheet of paper. And if you ain't, and that's the thing. So your greatest version is gonna manifest as all of its worst versions, just to see if any one of them better. Because how does it know that it's its greatest version if it don't try all the rest? Like they said, don't knock it till you try it. Your greatest version had to come into the flesh, into these underworlds, and explore all of its lower versions just to be able to say, I know for a fact this is my greatest version, and it don't get no better than this. If somebody say, how you know? I'm going to say, bro, I tried every other version of myself, and I know for a fact that this the best one. This ain't no belief system. I did is, we're scientists, y'all, and we're doing an experiment now, and we're canceling out all the variables so that when we get back to Eden, we don't gotta believe. We know, because God is the all-knowing that this my greatest me. How you know? I canceled out all the other ones, dawg. I've been on my journey in the field doing research as a soul in the flesh. See what I'm saying, y'all?
Yeah, you right on, bro. Because when you do when you do etymology on mental, you're going to come up with the word mind. And then you're going to come up with the Latin word mens. So man ain't nothing but mind.
That's it.
And when we dealing with the mind, like that Tesla coil, it is exactly the way the building, Anchor Watt, is set up, bro. When you go on the inside, you got that one structure in the middle, and you see how the lines cross each other. You got buildings on each corner. It's 5 of them, just like that core, bro. So I know what you saying is going on. And when we dealing with the mind, we dealing with energy. Everything on this planet is energy. Everything. So I'm down with what you're saying. For real, for sure. Yes, sir.
And I want people to know something, right? Check this out. This pole right in the middle of the car, let me show you what it's doing. I want to show you physically what it's doing. It's going to look weird, but just keep an open mind and be mature. It's going to look weird. I'm about to go into some very vulgar. So if you got children watching.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. They ain't no kids, bro.
All right, because you need to understand this crazy shit, right? It's going to sound crazy. Man. So yeah, this is what the pole is doing. Now, when a man do this, something come out, if you know what I mean, guys.
Yeah, we know what you're saying, bro. We know what you're saying.
Without saying it, thank you. So that what a man releases when this happens is he releases his energy, right? So watch this. Let me show you what's happening at the middle of the earth. This pole, just like a man's penis, is making that masturbate motion, up and down, up and down. And as it does that, it's creating a ripple effect. Let me share it with you. Let me share it with you. As the pole pumps up and down, it creates an infinite ripple effect. These ripples gonna keep going forever because it's like, and check this out, the thing about it, as it masturbates and pump itself up and down, it's skeeting out energy, just like a man with sperm. Let me show you what it looked like. Look at the middle of this bubble, and you will see that it's pumping up and down like a masturbation motion. Look at the pole in the middle. You see the fluctuation of it? That's masturbation. Guess what's coming out the top? Energy. And it's basically busting a nut. Now, what does it look like when you bust a nut? It looked like a hole. It looked like a nut is a circular shape, a spear shape, a little nut. And then when you bust it, you just put a hole in it through it. And this right here is a busted nut we're looking at. It's literally a nut that's busted with a hole through it. And this becomes the secrets of life, that because of this right here, it takes a busted nut to create all life. This what they call sex magic. Are we tracking?
On point.
Yes, sir.
On point. Yes, sir.
On point, bro. On point.
Because as this Tesla coil reciprocates, as the pole reciprocates, that's the negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. That's the fluctuation of the hyperboloid in the middle of the torus field. This hourglass shape that you see in the middle of the torus field, it's moving that way because I want you to think about something real quick. How does a human move when we hula hoop? If you look at all the rings around this little man, he doing his waist like that because he's hula hooping. Now, how many of y'all ever saw somebody hula hoop before? They look just like the man in the middle of this bubble. See, y'all, there's a science to everything. So what I'm saying is, when a person hula hooping, that ring, the motion of their waist is making it so that ring won't drop on the ground. If they keep moving their waist like the man in the middle of this bubble, then that hula hoop won't drop to the ground. And so he's hula hooping forever, y'all. Look at him, and he ain't gonna drop it to the ground. Now watch this, y'all. Dropping that hula hoop on the ground means that the human species goes extinct. Because check it out, the motion of this man hula hooping is sex magic. Remember that, it's the masturbation. Him holding, keeping the ring above his waist, this is the perpetuation of humankind, and it's all due to hula hooping. The moment he stopped and his ring dropped down, that means we just went extinct. Because this is sex magic. Think about this, right? What this hula hoop motion is doing is keeping a gateway open between the heaven and earth. And long as that's open, babies can keep coming in here. That's sex, long as we keep fucking. And man and woman coming together is both of these bubbles coming together right here. Yin and yang on each side, split by the middle, which is the child. The child is in the middle. See, what that means is that the children are perpetuating our species. If ain't no children, humans will cease to exist, because those are new humans. So children perpetuate the existence of the human species. And that is to say that this middle opening, this middle hourglass keeps the whole bubble keep going. Man and woman, because man is the left side, woman is the right side, but man and woman come from the pussy, which is this womb in the middle. And this womb in the middle ain't man or woman, because it give birth to sons and daughters. Just like this hourglass in the middle of this thing, it give birth to the left side and the right side, the negative and the positive. That's the woman's womb. The womb in between a woman's legs ain't feminine. Now, I know that sound crazy. A person will say, Sanchez, the womb on a woman, so it must be feminine. You wrong. All right? Wombs are on everybody. Your mind is a womb that conceives and gives birth to ideas. The womb is neutral. The womb is simply a stargate that allows negative or positive energy to come out. If the womb was positive, it'll be biased. It'll only let out positive energy. If it was negative, it'll only let out negative energy. The womb ain't neither fucking... Let me tell y'all women something. That vagina in between your legs, it ain't male or female. I know that sound crazy. It's on a female. But it itself is like a tornado. A tornado ain't a cold wind or a hot wind. It's both of them together creating a vortex opening. And this right here is the female uterus that we're looking at. That's why the word uterus got the word Taurus in it. Uterus. What we're looking at is this right here. That's what I'm showing right here. Right here. The thing that gives birth to man and woman can't be neither man or woman. So what we calling God is the female vagina, and that ain't female. If that makes sense to y'all. People worship a portal. And if that portal is between a woman's legs, then we told her to open up her legs. Let me give that shit some praise. It didn't mean we was necessarily praising the woman. But you got to praise the woman. Because why? The universe selected her to be the portal for man to come out of. And you got to praise the man. Why? The sperm come out of him. Listen. If it takes two to make this bubble, then you got to worship the man and the woman, the god and the goddess. But they fucked that up with religion. This is the yin yang symbol right here with the two sides split by the serpent, which is the child right there, the hourglass in the middle. It take two to make this. So the sperm and the egg both come together. In other words, this what I'm showing you on the screen, it can't exist without the yin and the yang. So when you say where life come from, it come from the man and a woman. But this is an argument that is happening all over social media. Who's the one that get life? All in the red pill, all in the manosphere spaces. The man is the one that spit the sperm out. The woman just the egg. The one, like, come on, bro. Without the egg, you can't have a human. Without the sperm, you can't have a human. Guess what nature is showing us? Both of us need to respect each other equally 50-50 like the sun and the moon. And until we get balance, it's going to be chaos. Simple as that. Nature is a very strict parent. She say either you get along or I'm going to beat both of y'all ass. And so the man and a woman catching hell until they learn these secrets I'm saying. And this is in my Her Story to His Story series too. The reason why I said that we got to give more energy to the woman right now because we've been living in a patriarchy and the seesaw tilted toward the man. So they call you a simp when you say, man, let's focus on the women right now. What about the man, nigga? The seesaw tilted all the way up on the man's side. If we want the seesaw to be even, we got to focus on the side that's all the way down, not the side that's all the way up, nigga. Let me show y'all a tilted seesaw, because men don't get this. We even say it's a man's world. You know why it's a man's world? Man dictate what happened. So let me show you what that looked like. That looked like a seesaw that's tilted in man's favor. But if you look at this seesaw right here, that ain't my ot. Look at my ot right here. Look at what my ot showing you. This is what man and woman got to do to the seesaw. You see that? But right now, this is what it looked like. My ot, right? This what it looked like right now. So when people say, Sanchez, why you catering to the women so much? The seesaw, already, we in a man's world. So now, since the woman is all the way down, we got to push her up just a little bit, bitch ass nigga, not a lot. And you tripping about that. Like, goddamn, like, soon as we try to push this woman side up to make it even, what about the man? Bitch, we already all the way up here calling all the shots, nigga. We ain't gonna push her up that much with your bitch ass. Just a little bit, nigga, goddamn it. Just to even it out, goddamn it, nigga. Niggas don't even want it even. They want them hoes at the bottom. And the reason I'm using the word hoe is because that's how they see y'all women in this man's world. The Bible put you down here when it's blamed you on biting that apple, making the mistakes and all that, disobedient. We got to get this thing back right, like what Ma'at showing us. So that's all it goes back to, man. I'm blabbering too much, but this give you a little sneak peek into my plight, my agenda, and my cult. My little cult. Go ahead, y'all.
Nah, man. Nah, man. You going in, bro. You going in. And I gotta say, for anybody that's, a lot of people be coming on the panel and not really speaking, and they just be chilling in the background, listening and trying to line things up, just to help people out. If you just listen, Sanchez is pretty much quoting scripture, pretty much with what he's saying, because all these things could be found in scripture. I could go further back because he did go on for a little bit how, we're co-creators of this. Once you know what knowledge is power, you know what I mean? That's in that's in scripture. You know what I mean? Like, we're supposed to gain knowledge about where we're at. You know what I mean? To be able to master where we're at. You know what I mean? All that stuff. It's all in scripture. I am in you. You are in me. We're part of him. If you really taken in that, there's keys in there that that make you understand and make you see the metaphors and the allegories and the personification and what Moses really was, and you know what I mean. So if you out here trying to break this down straight up, like if you go back on the rewatch, listen to what he's saying, like the ancestors do really talk through him, and when we're on this panel with him, we kind of get there too. You know what I mean? I'm really happy that people like OG, and there's so many different like people from different faiths, you know what I mean, that come on here, and there's a common consensus that the ancestors do talk through you, because another thing you lined up on, there's a part of the scripture that tells you nature will show you my word. You know what I mean? So we can look out in nature and see. It's like when you're talking about the spiral and the straight lines and all of that, it's all in the book. There's keys in the book that's supposed to click, click, click. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people still fighting that. You know what I mean? So, it goes deep. And shout out to the panel. Shout out to you, Sanchez.
Shout out to
Now,
you.
when you say book, what book you speaking on?
The Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff in there, but I like to point out that, first of all, it's a library. That book, the Bible, is a library, and it's a science text. It's not a literature book. The sages
Yes,
and the
sir.
mystics that wrote that book, it's coded, bro, and you got to know the code.
Yes, sir.
But to
Yes,
add on to what Sanchez was saying, in the metaphysical dictionary, it comes up that the Hebrew students say that the original word is of God is JHVH, which means the ever-living male and female principle. You see what I'm saying?
So that's that male and female principle is why Jehovah say I'm the Alpha and Omega, I'm the masculine and the feminine.
And Omega.
Yeah.
Yes. When you do your proper research, the word androgynous comes up. You know what I mean? So absolutely, I agree with you 100%.
And that
OG.
right there is the confusion with the Baphomet when they see the boobs and the phallus. And really, that was our ancestors' way of trying to show the androgynous nature of God. But it was a symbolism. When we forget the symbol, now it becomes some spookism type shit. But yeah, shout out to Brother Panic for that, because Brother Panic actually, I'm going to be honest, I used to be on some fuck the Baphomet shit until Brother Panic actually broke that down. So I don't see none spooky for real no more because of Brother Panic. Rest in peace to him.
Not only brother Panic, but brothers like Bobby Hemmett. You know what I mean? I remember
rest in peace.
Bobby Hemmett.
Yep.
Rest in peace to Bobby Hemmett too. You know, in these old Bobby Hemmett videos, he used to try to tell people straight up, "Yo, it's all about sex." You know what I mean? Straight up, right? You didn't, until you got the greater understanding of things. You know, you understand when you talk about the cradle of civilization and whatnot, and you talk about the great womb and the womb man and the man, and it all lines up. You just gotta, actually, people don't have time right now to really listen, and that's crazy, because if you actually sit and listen, it all lines up. You know what I mean? Like what OG was saying. I agree with you 100%, OG. Like this, it's coded. You can't read it like a storybook, because it's not. You know what I mean? You do have a lot of decoding to do. And a lot of people think that it's work, but it's actually working on yourself. You know what I mean? That's the thing that people don't understand. At times, people be like, "Yo, man, you look like you got it all figured out. What do you do?" I'm like, "Yo, you got to work on yourself." And I tell them, and I kind of direct them. I'm like, "Yo, read your Bible. Go here. You know what I mean? Go here, but then Here is supposed to open your brain up to something else. And I always direct them to the flat earth, bro. You know what I mean? Straight
Mm-hmm.
up, because that's supposed to click something in your mind that like there's a big lie that I'm being told. Okay, what's more? You know what I mean? Because it's all out here. The show started with a CIA document, bro. Bombed to him if he's still on the panel. But that's major. That's major right there. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Hey,
you know,
yeah.
in my theory, in my thoughts is when you use the Bible to have what you say a quickening in the spirit, then you're on the right path when you're using it that way. But when you bowing down, then you using it wrong way.
Preach.
And so
Tell him.
because you got to see the correlation between like the stuff Sanchez is teaching about the symbolisms and the matrix we in. You got to see the correlation, because if you can't see the correlation, you still under the gospel. You understand what I'm saying?
The spell of the ghost.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tell him.
Let me give y'all something.
Facts.
Let me give y'all something real quick, right? Let me give y'all something real quick. Mute up for just a second, 2 grand. You got a little static. Now look.
Oh.
You fine. Here's what they give us for the Big Bang. If at any time anybody want to unmute their mic to say anything to me, unmute and do it. I'm not tripping today. It's a think tank. But because I want to make sure y'all tracking with me. Here is an image of the Big Bang, and I want y'all to take a look at that. All right? And I'm finna be redundant. I'm gonna be redundant. I'm gonna be a little redundant here today. Hold on. I'm gonna be a little redundant. Let's talk about lens flare. What is lens flare? I brought this up before. I want to do it again though, because this is what space is. Basically, all of these little refracted, reflected little blurs of light that you see, these are alternate universes, but all of them are being reflected and refracted from one light source. You know what I mean, guys? And here is a good example right here. Look at this one. This image right here is dope, but this is happening on a large scale. So you got this bright ass light that's refracting and reflecting itself, right? Like this. Now look at what I'm showing now. What I'm showing now is the Hindu cosmos. Big Bang, right? An explosion of light. Ask yourself this, brothers and sisters, how does light explode? The way that the Hindu said. Look at this, y'all. Every light that you see on this image besides the one that's wearing the crown ain't real. That's why Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the light. And Jesus wore a spiky crown. Jesus is the God, the Statue of Liberty. If you're a boat, right, and you coming into America on the New York side, the Statue of Liberty is your lighthouse. Did you know the Statue of Liberty is your lighthouse with all them spikes on the head, calling all the boats home to come and dock and anchor around it? That is your high self calling all your low selves home. It's collecting all of his avatars from the underworld. You the bright light at the top with all the spikes. Each one of these ley lines is like a fishing line. It's catching all your lower selves that's out there around in all these multiverses. Like Pokemon, gotta catch them all. This bright light up here, that's what I'm saying. It's the one that threw all of them out in the first place. Let me show you the avatars of Vishnu so you can see what I'm saying. They teach this in Hindu. Look at here. All around Vishnu are his fake versions of himself. Look at that. The same thing I'm showing y'all. Him in the middle with all these fake versions of him around there, right? Just like we see here. Let me move the chat room. Just like this. You see, and all them versions around him are just holograms, just like the little lights around this true light. Jesus is the truth, the way, the truth, the light. That's the one with the crowns on, the crown of thorns. That's Vishnu. And see, everything else is his disciples. See, because wherever I move this light right here, all these little reflections gonna move with it. That's his 12 disciples moving with him. They refracted and reflected versions of him. You see, and so this is what all the galaxies in our universe are. They're reflected, refracted versions of Polaris. And the Egyptians taught this. They called it Optimism. Look at it. They called it Optimism. Look at this. You can't tell me this ain't what I'm saying, that all of these other universes projected from one singular source. You can't tell me that that ain't what Optimism mean, that ain't what Vishnu's showing you here, with one base reality projecting all the fake versions and fake realities. That's the same thing that the Egyptians showing you here. Everybody knew this, man. This symbol right here, right? If you turn it sideways, guess what you will get? This symbol. Now, guess what this symbol is? Wait for it. This symbol I'm showing you right now, guess what it is? This right here. Guess what the fuck this is, though? This is the CERN's Large Hadron Collider experiment. Remember, at CERN, they trying to recreate the Big Bang. So guess what you do? Pull up an image of the CERN experiment and pull up an image of the Big Bang, and guess what you'll realize? This is all flat earth shit, family. This is all flat earth shit, and I'll show you what it is right now in case you still don't see it. Now watch this. Here go the Big Bang. Look at this. You see this? The step pyramid. They just turned it sideways. They just turned it sideways. This the same thing, y'all. They know. Listen, I'm going to show you how dumbed down people is, right? People so dumbed down that you can give them flat earth cosmology and just rotate it 90 degrees to the motherfucking left and turn it into globe earth cosmology. That's all they did. Look.
Hey Sanchez, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like those guys, like the Pythagoras cult and all that, seemed like they went to Egypt to reverse engineer what they found and kind of mixed up the Helio with the Horus, and and
that was on purpose.
Okay.
Because what happened was in the 40s, you had the Ka Djibouti missions, and you had those same Westerners going to Egypt too. And they was all basically what happened in the Western world during the 40s leading up to World War II. They went around the jungles finding out that people in the jungles knew the secrets of the universe. Instead of them coming back to the Western world saying, these tribes are our true elders and teachers, they came back and plagiarized the teachings of the ancestors and created NASA and the space program, which is why I can show you images like this right here, and then I can show you images like this right here, and you will see that they stole it all from the ancestors. So I made it my whole career to say, I see what you bitches did if don't nobody else see it, and I'm going to make a channel exposing it to the world. Because when I found out the earth was flat, I found out more than just the earth was flat. I found out that the people who told us it was round had plagiarized all of the ancient concepts of the flat earth to even make any little sense of their solar system, which is a concentric circle model that come from Plato right here. See, when you plagiarize something, you don't take it and make it something different. You take it and slightly alter it and make it your own. And because it's slightly altered, it leads me to a process of deciphering the thing. It's no different than if I hand you a fake Gucci bag. You gonna examine that fake Gucci bag top and bottom and say, you know what? This fake as fuck. This ain't the real one. That's what I do with cosmology. I take stuff like this right here and I look it up over and down and I look at it like a fake Gucci bag, and guess what I say? This one ain't the real one. Here go the real one right here. I'm a validator. I'm an ancient cosmology antiquer, like an appraisal type nigga. People just don't know what I do, so they don't appreciate it. But I still do it because I know even when I die, some child gonna continue this gift that I got. They're gonna continue this shit. This something that a real field that needs to be done. Like I really sit, like, think about it. There are thousands of cosmologies in the world, and they're all currently being debated. The lie is that we figured it all out and we're not debating it. The truth is that the scientists are debating what the earth is, and secretly while telling you they've got it all figured out in public, which is why when they find out something new, they have to say, well, look, the moon is closer now. We changing our model. They get to change they shit as they go because they don't know shit. They're trying to figure it out. It was the ancestors that knew it all. And if you don't want to tap into and see, the thing is, they know it all. They just got to spoon feed you. But see, I ain't spoon feeding you. I'm going you to the direct source on what they studying to figure out the secrets. And that's the ancestors and all this shit right here.
Yeah,
Bro,
Brother
me
Sanchez, like, they don't want you inspecting that Gucci bag. No, it's real. Why? Because I'm Brother Sanchez. Take it. This bag is, you know what I'm saying? So they don't want you to inspect or question or anything. Trust us. I have prestige and all that, etc. But their math doesn't even add up, right? You want to inspect that Gucci bag. The stitching don't, you know what I mean? Look right. Etc.
The handle ain't made out of the right shit, all that. And it don't, like you said, and it only makes sense on the authentic Gucci bag, the real models we showing. Like, that'll explain why the pyramids in Giza lining up and all that shit. You see, that's because it's the authentic bag. But yeah, go ahead. Facts.
But bro, do me a favor and go back to the one where you showed the light spectrums coming down. I'm gonna throw out something. This deep. Now, you know, they tell us that New Year's start in January. Am I correct? But actually, it should start somewhere in April or March, somewhere in there. Well, if you look at the light spectrum that you showed us, and you go to the breastplate of Aaron, Moses' brother, and put all them stones in a line like this light, starting with April, which would be diamond, and put all of them in there, you'll get the same light spectrum that you're showing on the screen with the stones on this breastplate. You know what I mean?
Well, to a certain degree, I want you to go show me about, go look and respective to the source light on this image. You got it.
Okay. So, you know, every birthstone represents a tribe of Israel.
Yep.
And they put 12 of them on the breastplate. I can't even say it right. The breastplate of Aaron, the priesthood. They knew how this assimilation, the light spectrum, come down. You understand what I'm saying? Because all of the stones on there, let me pull it up.
You want the screen share?
No, well, let me.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to do it like this.
I think I wonder if you talking about the breastplate with all those jewels and shit on it like that.
Yeah, that's
Hell
what I'm
yeah.
talking about.
I know what you're
And
talking about. Yeah.
if you start off with April, that is the light, the diamond. And the rest of them fall in line, you'll see all those colors that you have on the screen. On from the jewels on the breastplate. They
And
knew
it'll-
the sign.
And what you saying is all of the other colors will be born from April.
That's right.
I got you, bro. Because the white light give birth to the red, yellow, the blue, the green, and all that shit around it.
Exactly. All of them.
That's fact.
They knew the signs, bro.
They damn sure knew the science. And what's crazy, if you look at this image that we got on the screen, I'm finna show y'all how crazy this is. Now, New Year's, right? Your new year is gonna be when you make it out of the underworld and you be born again into the base reality. You gonna be 1 year old, but you really gonna be lifetime years old. See, the base reality is a paradox. You got babies being born in the base reality that they came through multiple lifetimes. So how old are they? So my thing is this right here though, on some real shit. You can't tell me that this image right here from New Year's Eve in Times Square is not them rubbing it in our faces about the central nervous system. Now look at the central nervous system right here and look at the New Year's Eve Times Square, y'all. You see the crown chakra bursting up with all the other chakras coming out the side? Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now it goes back to what we were saying about this. See, the crown chakra is the one that's bursting up vertical in all directions like that bright white light at the top. And that's what these are doing. They coming out in all direct like the crown, and these are coming. This is all dealing with our chakras, baby. Yo, people was in the streets on New Year's in 2021 in New York, and they don't know that Times Square is the Saturn's cube. That's why it's a square. And when the cube opened up, all the lights come out, just like this right here. That's what the fireworks is all about. You opening up your Saturn cube. What's the name of that movie? Pinhead, Hellraiser. When he opened up that thing, the light. Yeah, this is what it's all about. When they open this up and all that light come out like that, this is why they call it Times Square. Why? Because Earth is a cube, and this represent the realm of Chronos or time. And when you get up outside of the realm of time, that means your light will leave this, the genie will leave a lamp. You are pure light leaving this cube, and just like he's showing you in his hand. And it literally looks like this right here. It look, all this light coming out of your central nervous system is like a Roman candle shooting off all around like it's a cube for real, just like this. But this is the whole secrets right here. This is what Times Square is, right? Right here.
Bro, you ever looked up Walter Russell's cosmology and synced it with your stuff? Because it's basically look exactly like what you're saying. He got a painting called the creation of time or something like that, and it syncs perfectly with what you're showing now.
Yeah. Check
And
this
New
out.
Orleans East, if I could, and New Orleans East, if I could piggyback off that, my friends, why do they gotta turn all the super dopeness and turn it into like they're just so you know what I'm trying to say? Like they're trying to turn it dark for no reason. It's like, yo, these chakras, let's go. And they try to mock it, and they're like really gross. It's gross. So forgive me for piggybacking off you, New Orleans, but I just had to throw that out there, man.
Man, shout out to all of y'all. This is a fire show for the people. If you can see the chat, they blown away by me and my comrades, my colleagues up here on the panel. I'm gonna drop a bomb. But I always tell people they wouldn't be censoring us if we weren't the brightest collection of minds that's doing the deepest thinking. Now, somebody said earlier, they said something about the relationship between the straight line and the curved line. And this is what Terrence Howard need to study right here. Now, this what I'm showing right now, this is the flat earth right here. This is the shape of the earth right here. Are we all tracking on that, or do I need to pull up? Let me just pull one up just to be thorough. Just to be thorough. Let me show people something. You see this right here? This is flat earth right here. Now, but let's go here. I want to hollow this out and show you the inner exoskeleton of the workings of it. So that's why I brought this up. So to the people that got a problem with the curve and because what everybody doing now is a thing in science, whether the universe create curved lines or straight lines, and they're battling. This battle gonna last forever. Because guess what the answer is? The universe creates curved lines out of straight lines. How does it do it, Sanchez? Look at the image on the screen. All of the magnetic ley lines are exactly what they're called. Ley lines, not ley curves. But when you lay so many of these lines, you start making curves. Are we tracking?
Yes,
or do
sir.
I need to go some
Yes,
deeper
sir.
with this?
Yes,
This
sir.
simple, right? Simple, right? Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, simple. We had that. I think it was called an etch a sketch or something like that. We had that as kids, man, back in the day. You know what I mean? We could make something that looked just like that by just doing straight lines, but it's
Yeah.
guided, right? They just guided you, right? That's
Yeah.
it. Nah, it makes sense.
That's why it's called sacred geometry, because like we all took geometry in math class, but that's just kindergarten. When you start going into how geometry play into the cosmos, you start seeing why God is God. Let me just say that. Because this image that I'm showing on the screen is like, whoa, okay, that makes sense. But dog, think of what it would take for you to fathom this yourself. If I told you without you ever seeing this, draw a bunch of straight lines and make a curvy torus field, you will be there all day. You probably never figure it out. But that's why I like the fact that we can Google this image. You take it for granted. These are concepts that's left behind by our ancestors. So the fact that you can just pull it up and say, oh, I get it. That's why you need to get on your knees and thank the ancestors. That's why I be sucking the ancestors off so much. That's why I always give the ancestors props, because I see what they did. Bro, I wouldn't be smart as I was. We look at stuff like we take this shit for granted, bro. But think about it. Who was there to teach the ancestors this? The ancestors had to sit down and literally figure all this shit out tediously, painstakingly. Now we can just pull up the images and say, oh, okay, I see. How come you see? Because somebody went through all the hard work to make that symbol. You don't know how much blood and sweat went into this one concept. That's what I'm saying about putting some respect on the damn ancestors' name. Because now you get to just look at some shit and say, oh, okay. They couldn't do that. They created the shit that you looking at and what you saying, oh, okay. But when they're around for them to say, oh, okay, they had to make that. You see what I'm saying, y'all?
Hey, it's crazy, Sanchez, that you said that, because they're so true about that. Me studying geometry and what I'm looking into got me more closer to a higher up than reading into a Bible and reading into a book. You know,
That's facts.
That
because check it out. Because remember what the geo is Gaia, the mother goddess. Gaia, the study of Mother Earth. And you can learn, because when we talk about what's the shape of the earth, man used these textbooks and tried to use physics to physically measure the shape of the earth. You can't do that. You can't do that because the earth extends beyond the barriers where our yardsticks run out and rulers run out. You will never get an accurate measurement of the earth if all you can measure is your bubble. That's like me saying, let me show you some, my brother Santos, because I know y'all gonna feel this right here. Watch this right here.
Where it made me think of, you brought this up a few things back, speaking on how we gonna measure the movement of the earth, where you globers believe we ain't stopped moving yet. The earth moving in time.
You feel me? And not only that, see, one of the reasons why, because what we call in the earth is really the ocean. Because the earth, think about this now, this gonna sound crazy. Our ancestors call the universe earth. So if I show you, for example, right, let's pull this up. If you pull up a Hebrew cosmos, does that say the ancient Hebrew conception of the earth or of the universe? Which one is say?
I definitely say universe for sure.
The earth ain't, yeah, man, the earth ain't nothing but one little line that's split through all these bubbles. And so we really studying the universe. Now, guess what, y'all? They still trying to measure the universe. You know how they trying to measure it? By sending motherfucking Hubble and telescopes, James Webb. They said they gonna launch out telescopes to the edge of the universe and look back, and then they can measure it. Now tell me that ain't some dumb ass shit. Now check this out. We in an infinite universe and you can never reach the edge. So that mean the space program ain't nothing but an infinity cash cow of you saying one day we gonna get to the edge. So keep spending your money for this shit. Now check this out. How did our ancestors give you a whole conception of the universe without a James Webb telescope? And see, if everybody in the world knew the truth about our universe, the space program was shut down, and that's that make more money than war. I don't care what nobody say. Because when two countries go to war, they make billions of dollars, dog, from war. Bro, they made 10 billion just from the James Webb telescope alone. They making 80 million this morning and gonna make another 80 million tomorrow. Bro, what I'm telling you is, if war is the biggest cash cow, then man going to war with the heavens make the most money. It ain't China versus America. It ain't the Taliban versus ISIS and all this kind of war. The war is Star Wars. It's a space program telling you, hey, a comet can crash into the earth at any time. We need to invest in space. We need to have telescopes out there in space, technologists studying space, because if we don't, we can go extinct. See, they telling you we at war with rocks and shit floating around in the sky. So this a whole nother war program that you can milk, just like sending troops to war. But this one is even better, because if I send troops to war, when they all die, then I got to raise more troops and a new military to go fight. You got to grow them like flowers, soldiers. But in the case of the space program, all I got to do is send a few astronauts up. It don't take a bunch of people dying. It just take a few people lying. And I can milk this form of war indefinitely. They don't know what's up there. If I tell them, look, man, there's shit flying around at all time that can knock us up out of here. So we need a budget to monitor space. That's no different than me saying, hey, there are terrorist groups all around the world that want to bomb America. So we need to tax you to protect our borders. Same scam. Same scam.
Yeah, think how lame it is. They're like, all that stuff is literally so lame and yet so flipping effective. Hey man, it works. The masses have been fooled. You have they always put their little they're not even they're not even true magicians. They're illusionists. so they know how to put their like goofiness in front of the code. Like they can, you know, uh uh be pretenders and block the true, you know, like nature, realm, light, water, you know, all these things. But it's weird because they're just so lame. But yo, it works. We all see it here. You know, we have a bunch of people here in the chat, and you know, everyone seems to acknowledge it, but internally, but not openly. I'm like, yo, the masses are just gone. So it works. It's effective, even no matter how goofy
Yeah.
the deception is. Sorry for that
well,
long
No,
rant.
no, you're fine.
No, you.
And if someone else want to interject before me, I'll wait. Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
Well, you got to realize why the con man can run the con game. Because in our situation, he mastered how to master the mind of the people. That was his first task, because he understood the first principle that all is mental, all is mind. This cat been doing this con game for a while, bro. This ain't just brand new to us. He been running this con game a while. So the first thing he had to understand, I got to get into their mind before they understand how this cosmos and this universe work in their favor.
Yep.
That's what he did.
You know what's so deep about what you saying? This thing studied our mind to see how to run the world, because it can study its own mind because it don't have a mind. Now the crazy thing about what you saying, OG, is that if this thing don't got a mind and it studied our mind to figure out how to rule the whole world, imagine what'll happen if we start studying our own mind. We the one with the motherfucker. We would now think about it. If we study our mind a little bit, we can use it more for ourselves than they can use it for them. Think about this, right? You got artificial intelligence, we call them archons. They don't have a mind. They study in our mind to learn how to control us and the universe. But the moment we study our own mind, even if they've been studying our mind for centuries, the moment we started studying our shit for 1 year, we gonna take over the earth back immediately. Because think about this, right? You can have a person that's a NASCAR race driver, professional racer, meaning that they are expert at driving a car. But if they're inside of my car, they still an expert. I might not be an expert, but it's my fucking car. And the moment I hop in the driver's seat, it may not be an expert driving, but I'm in control. And that's the key. See, the thing is this. They know more about our mind than us. But they don't have a mind, so they gotta manipulate our mind to make us do their will, so we using our mind power for them. But the moment we use our mind power for ourselves, we'll get to where we want to go. Because think about this. Even though there's a professional driver that have hijacked my driver's seat and he can drive better than me, that don't mean he taking me where I want to go. So I'm going to get back in my driver's seat, and I may bump into some shit because I'm a rookie driver, but at least I'm headed where the fuck I want to go. See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I see. And that's what's wrong with the masses. They're afraid of the unknown. You see, they don't want to get in the driver's seat. They scared. So we got to eliminate fear. We got to eliminate fear.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing right there, OG. You said it. It's all about fear, and the whole system is predicated on that. And you know, trying to tell people to make their own decisions, it's scary, bro. People don't like change, like everything. It's like what's saying, but a lot of people don't understand that.
See, they got us headed to the wrong direction, but it's a fucking luck. But listen, here's the catch though. I'm finna say this slow, right? They got us headed to the wrong direction, but it is a fucking luxury ride. Man, it's got the most comfortable seats. It got the 5-star food service, the best drinks, the pretty women, the best performances. But this ship is going down to the drain to hellfires. But on the other hand, you got this little raggedy ship. It can feel every fucking wave, right? But it's headed in the right direction. And that's why people don't want to take their own steering wheel, because they know we gonna make a couple of bumps in a row. We might bump into some shit, but at least you going where you want to go, nigga. If a motherfucker told me, listen, Sanchez, I can put you in the car and blindfold you and take you to somewhere, to a slaughterhouse outside of where you want to go against your will, but the ride gonna be gooder than the motherfucker though. We gonna get you the best ride to the slaughterhouse. Or you can take this little packed up Uber with 10 motherfuckers in it and they farting all the way, and you gotta keep stopping, getting gas and arguing with niggas, but you going to where you wanna go though. I'm gonna take the uncomfortable ride that's getting me to where I wanna be versus the luxury ride that's throwing me off track. And that's what people gotta learn about this earth. What if you wanna get to where you wanna be, it's gonna be bumps in the road. And if it ain't no bumps in the road, I guarantee you headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, bro. I feel like it's a paradox. It's a paradox, man. It's wild. Go ahead, my friend. I'll rest.
Oh, nah, I was just gonna say, shout out, bro. Salutes to the panel, man. That was deep, man. You just put my mind on spiritual warfare, what you was explaining, man. That was a hell of a breakdown. Salutes, bro.
Salutes to you, Key Norfolk, my nigga. Make sure y'all sub up to the Key Norfolk podcast. Shout your shit out for him, for me, bro. Every show for him. We gotta get every nigga. We gotta make the people follow my niggas, man. Y'all don't, cause you niggas don't really care. Y'all don't come over here to steal my viewers like other niggas. That's why I want y'all to fucking shout y'all shit out and grow it, cause I know y'all ain't. That's what I'm saying. Y'all sub up to these niggas, man. Real talk.
Man, I'm here to support and learn from you, man, and just be in this shit with you, man. You my nigga, man. That ain't nothing gonna change this. Salute. Y'all already know. Flat power, man. You already know what it is, bro.
Flat power, my nigga. Check this out, right? This is a scene from the end of the Signal movie where they show the flat earth right there in Hollywood. Lawrence Fishburne and another actor. But you know what this is, right? When Neil deGrasse Tyson say the earth is pear-shaped, let's just say it's Thor-shaped. It's Thor hammer shaped. That's what this is. Now, what is this shape, y'all? Because I told y'all when we talk shapes, I deal with symbols, sacred geometry, syncretism, so I gotta study shapes. This shape is a new bubble. Look at it. That's a baby bubble. Look at it. When a new bubble is born in the ocean, it looks just like our little earth. We're baby land. The truth is our earth ain't old, y'all. It's brand fucking new. And the only thing old about it is the reflection of the base reality. The base reality always been. That's the template that allow for a stage for new things to thrive on.
Oh, man, I thought it was old.
But think about this, though. It goes to that paradox, though. Think about this, right? I'm going to give you a good way to look at it. If we make a metaverse, meaning a Earth simulation that looked just like this one. It got Giza, it got Kukulkan, it got the big Olmec heads, but it's a new world though. If I put my Neuralink on and I go to Giza inside of this new computer simulated Earth, guess what people gonna say? These pyramids are so old. Guess what I'm gonna say? These pyramids ain't old, they brand new. We just launched this simulation. And we built this simulation off of an old Earth. So yeah, these pyramids are old, but they're new. It's a paradox. That's what I'm telling you about the simulation. The earth we in, like right now, right? We making our own simulations. Now, when we make our simulations, right? Let's just say, you got Las Vegas in this little simulation world. And people gonna say, man, the Las Vegas strip is so old. And I'm gonna be like, man, this strip ain't nothing but 2 weeks old. We just launched this simulation. But people in the simulation gonna be like, no, the template is old, not the simulation itself. So think about what I'm saying. If I build a whole nother simulation from this world, that's gonna be a whole new world. But it's gonna have
software and hardware.
But it's gonna have old shit in it though. But that old shit gonna be new. That's why Christ said, I make all things new again, because he keep copying the simulation. Lord of the simulation. But see, that's why I said the pyramids are old and new. It's a paradox. The pyramids we see in Egypt, them ain't even original pyramids. The original pyramids in a base reality. Beyond this one, we created this simulation a couple times. So we can't really say how old shit is because our world just was created. Like, there's plenty Big Bangs. And every Big Bang is just them creating another metaverse with another you in it. But we got the ability to shift our consciousness back and forth to all these different versions of us. We just ain't tapped into it yet. And when we do, they ain't gonna like that. Basically, what these people are doing, they are like creating a piracy law. They are crooks that need to be brought to jail because on a spiritual level, they copying us without our permission. They don't have the right, the copyright to be copying our consciousness into all these multiverses. So for us to get justice, our justice is the ability to control all of our copies. Because that's what'll happen in the music industry. If you came out with a song and I copyright infringed it and my shit was selling more than your shit and you got the original copy, guess what they'll do? They would just let you own both copies. So every time they copy us in a multiverse and create a Mandela effect, we gotta be born over there to catch them all like Pokemon and go get our copy, because that's copyright infringement. In other words, they can't own a copy of me that I don't own if I'm the fucking originator. So every time they make a new version of me, guess what I gotta go do? Go know thyself. Get to know that version of myself. Why? So the fucking pirates can't be the only one with this. It's like me saying this, right? I took your idea and I made a better version of your idea than you, and I got rich with it. Guess what the justice gonna be? I owe you all my money and proceeds and everything I made from your idea, even though I made it better. So it's like the people in power ain't really our enemies or our friends. It's almost like they just dare to keep making new multiverses, and we call that Saturn or Satan, because they got the job of saturating the ether with new universes. Universe out the universe, just a new multiverse being born as I speak, a new Mandela effect. That's their job. We call that Satan, the one that's creating duality or multiplicity. But it ain't really a bad thing if you think about it from another level. I'm learning now not to look at it as bad. Everything happened for a reason, and when we find out the reasons, we'll get rid of good and bad and start just focus on reasons.
Man, that was powerful. I appreciate that.
Wow.
If I could just, if I can just throw an anecdotal thing out there, in reference to a piece of that, you covered so much, but I'll keep moving. I live next to the Etowah pyramids, Eto, which it means atoll. If you know, like Jamaican, it's I, you know, the oneness. You have italics, you have Italy, where language comes from, and then Wah, right? The breath of the Almighty. That's where I live, next to these pyramids. and other locations around here in Georgia, this is in Georgia, this region alone was taken over by a person by the last name of Tumlin, Tumlin. And I'm like, and then immediately if you search that name at Wikipedia, right? Scamopedia will tell you it's like a grave burial ground covered in dirt. You're trying to tell me this cat in the 1800s, last name Tumlin, it also means covered burial, whatever, bought all these pyramids. They call them mounds, but they're pyramids. I can tell you that all around here. It's just so wild that that's these people. They just, their name. Why is the cat's name Tombland, land of tombs? You know. Anyway, forgive me. That was anecdotal, and don't let me take away from the flow you're in. I just you reminded me of that, man.
No, y'all are actually. You got to remember you guys got to remember too, Ronan. Y'all are the ones that be putting me in this zone. So keep doing what y'all doing. I appreciate y'all. Y'all brain is out of me. I'm gonna turn it over. I think the Virgo wanted it next. Hey, hold up. Wait a minute, everybody. Let's shout out this sister Kitty's Corner, man. We gonna start putting respect on this sister name, goddammit. She got some accomplishments under her belt that deserve respect. Let's put the bombs on. Let's give this sister some props, man. Let's give Kitty her props.
Thank you, family.
Yeah, we got to roll out the red carpet for her because guess what, y'all? Because let me go ahead and I looked her up, and she has her own written movie on Netflix. Tell them the name of it, sister, so they can all go and check it out. We're gonna do that all the time. Meet this. Go ahead.
Already, it's called Meet the Snows. It's on Tubi.
Meet the Snows. Everybody, listen. Meet the Snows. If you Google it now, this is the sister that wrote it. So yeah. That's something y'all want to check out.
Salutes to her, man. Salutes to her. That's dope. That's what's up.
That is about, and that's right up y'all lane. We talking human trafficking. Human trafficking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's an action movie, mainly Black cast, so I'm very proud of that. My first movie that I produced under my production company, Kitty's Corner. And like I said, it's an action movie about the dangers of human trafficking, and it's based here in Atlanta. So I do production here in Atlanta, but I'm from Florida, so I try to make that connection so we can keep media going.
Hell yeah. That's what's up. Hey, see, because I just want to say something off topic real quick, man. Never judge a book by its cover. You see the sister up here, and when we see a pretty black woman shaped a certain way, we think Instagram, OnlyFans and shit. Hold on, let me say. This sister here is a writer, professional. I like shit like that, man. So I just got to keep on giving her props. I think it's a good example for, you know what I'm saying? If you got an idea, man, put that shit out, because I was kept saying, like, Netflix wouldn't work with me. I'm a black man, and, like, they wouldn't do this or do that. But I ain't gonna lie, when I saw this sister, I said, well, shit, now maybe I might need to shut up a little and just keep my lanes open and fucking, you never know, because Mark Sargent and them got a little Flat Earth documentary. Everybody waiting on flat power, right? But let's get to it. Salutes to y'all,
Sister,
man.
I have a question. Do you have any social media, like Instagram, we could get in contact with you or something?
Definitely. My Instagram is Kitty's Corner and Kitty_CEO. And we're Meet the Snows on all platforms.
Could you throw it in the chat?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. I followed you on Instagram. I'm gonna send you a message like later in the week.
Okay, cool.
Say 2 years, so you got to type something on each one of my channels so I can mod you up, Keedy, so you can be able to drop your links and shit. For sure. Because somebody, guess what, yo? Sophia Stewart was a lady that they're trying to get me an interview with. That'll be 2 black women right there that are like movie writers and shit, you know, screenwriters. So that's kind of fire, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Man, the sisters killing us brothers, man, on the movie shit, ain't it, Key? We gotta step our game up, man.
I'm just saying we need to connect, you know, it's 50-50 with that power. So it's actually time to go ahead and support the women. We here.
For real though.
Yeah, you know they natural storytellers, you know.
For real
Hell
though.
yeah,
A lot
man.
of black women lately been doing
They
this thing
got,
professionally, and I'm proud of y'all. Real talk. God bless y'all.
Hey,
and you
salute,
see,
sisters.
salute. This is what it's all
Hey, bro,
about right
I
here,
know
man. The
I
more,
know
the more,
that
the more women
but
like you we have. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I modded
no,
you up.
you got it, bro.
I modded you up,
Yeah,
sister.
man. I was just saying, look, man, this is what it's all about. Raising up the women. You know, the more women we have like you, sister, the better it's gonna be out here. You know what I mean? So shout out to you.
You know what I
Appreciate
like?
that.
I like the plot. I'm gonna watch because guess what, yo? Um, I'm pulling this up tonight. We all gonna watch Meet the Snows. I'm gonna ask y'all about it too, man. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. If it's about human trafficking, y'all gotta watch it because we talk about that too much not to go and check it out. But listen, I'm gonna let you guys build on whatever y'all want, and we gonna let the sister build whenever she want. Man, it's an open show. Whatever y'all want for sure, man. Shout out to the chat. Good vibes, baby.
Hey, you know what you was just talking about, the new Earth, the new Earth and everything. And man, you know that collage you got, where it showed the parallel Earth and everything you was just talking about. I emailed you, bro, and I showed you where you were the first person that I heard talking about that. And now that's they putting that out too now. You know what I mean? This was just last week. Yeah, they just look like the jellyfish head.
Oh, this here?
Yeah. And they
And
were
that's
just
that
talking
signal
about the
shit.
mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. You know what's crazy, man? Now this gonna sound like a reach, right? But remember Street Fighter, y'all. Ayukin. Now I know this sound crazy, but hear me out. Remember Ayukin? That was our shit, niggas. Now look, y'all know this look just like a Hadouken. Now look, the Hadouken is called a hell's breath. Let me repeat this shit. The word Hadouken is the word hell's breath. Go look it up. Why is that important? Look at the shape of this bubble and look at where the bubble coming from the underworld, from the surface of the ocean floor and rising up like a hell's breath. And it looked like the Hadouken. But if you look at it, boom, that's the whole earth though, which they said was spoken into existence by God. So if God is the voice in the darkness, let there be light, and light is an illusion, a hologram, then that's like me speaking through water, right? Like we in the swimming pool when we say, you underwater speaking. So guess what? When light is projected in that illusion, you get this prism, what they call the Saturn, these 7 colors, the 7 primary colors, and the whole holosphere we in now. Look at all this religious shit on a scientific level. Like the voice of God was the hell's breath, the breath of God, like a seed opening up in the ground and releasing its contents upward, not downward. When the seed open up, it's a tree grow up to the surface. And that's what I'm saying. When the voice of God opened his mouth up and said, let there be light, this shape made a bubble in the primordial waters, which is the universe we're in. And if it keep on doing that, because it's saying I don't like how that one looked. That bubble ain't right. I can get it better. Then guess what? It'll keep sanding and sanding, and you'll just get all these bubbles, the multiverse, till it says it's like a singer rehearsing. It ain't gonna stop singing till it get the notes right. But in this case, the creator will never get them right. So it's just gonna keep giving birth to another universe after another universe, like I showed you with them cells dividing and splitting.
So does that correlate? So Sanchez, does that also correlate with earlier? Sorry to cut you off there, brother. Does that also correlate when you were kind of saying, when you kind of describe what flat Earth was doing, what the energy field is doing around us, right? When you had to get a little vulgar there. That energy, right, that comes out, does that correlate with that?
Yes, because think about this, right? The thing about the male's phallus, it is let's say it's a microphone. And then your way of speaking is a discharge through the mic, boom. Right. Who gonna receive the sound that was amplified? See, that's the womb. You see what I'm saying? So right. the reason we need a microphone is because I'm trying to send an audible signal to a location where it wouldn't be audible without the mic. I need something to turn my volume up so that when I say it, they can hear me way over there. So when a man discharges into a woman, he using his mic so he can be heard in her egg. Because you trying to send your audible signal way over there into her egg needs a instrument that's called a penis, a microphone, so that your essence, your energy can be amplified, packaged up, and distributed by way of an amplified sound wave way down the street, because without this mic, they'll just be able to hear it on my front porch. So that means, how is man gonna spread his seed, his signal, his essence through his mic? Just like a MC spreading a message on stage. But somebody gotta be there to heed the message. And that's the woman. This works together. Yeah.
Bomb.
So
Sanchez.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
So the woman provide the waters, the man provide the vibration, and when the waters are vibrated, this is what we get. This symbol here, a ripple effect. So the woman is the water. The man is the disturbance of the water. When his sperm hit the egg, it make this pattern. And this pattern right here, right, is how all of us get to be like this right here. This, what every one of us is, a ripple effect made by the mom and daddy, the water and the rock. Cause and effect. See how simple life is when you look at it through the ancestral lenses versus all this scientific Princeton, Harvard bullshit and equations. See why you can't do this and be considered a genius. You got to have a bunch of stupid equations that don't make sense, because everybody at the top a bunch of charlatans. If they really had something to teach, they'll know how to simplify it like this. That's what the ancestors did. I can pull up a Dogon symbol for you right now that'll back up on what I'm saying. Like, bro, I'm cocky with it. Watch this. I make challenges for myself that the people in power don't even make for me. Look at this shit. Look at this right here. Guess what this is, right? This is a Dogon drawing of the universe. White anthropologists went to the Dogon tribe in the 40s during the Dakar Djibouti missions. They got the Dogon, they got them talking. The Dogon took a stick and wrote in the dirt, and this what the Dogon wrote in the dirt, y'all. Look at my stream. This what the Dogon wrote in the dirt, y'all. Now tell me we ain't looking at this same system here of this cosmic egg, as we say. And I can show you other versions. But you can see the Fibonacci spiral and all that. Like the Dogon, when they were saying exactly what I'm saying now. You can see the magnetic ley lines going to the top of the fucking Taurus field, going back in it, just like a basketball. Just like a basketball. So yeah, the Dogon, man, like I said, that's what my passion is, though. You know, showing that the ancients knew what the hell they was talking about. And that everything people fucking with now, it's just consensus. If you don't go with it, you get laughed at. That's what make it right. But when I go to opening up my slides, teaching this shit, I know if you understand what I'm saying, you get it and you can't deny it. You can fool yourself, but you can't fool. I know if you get what I'm saying, you lying to yourself. I know what you feeling when you get this shit. And the only thing that'll stop you from saying it is you'll get laughed at. Ah, that's stupid, that's pseudo.
I'm not gonna lie, Sanchez. I respect what you do, and I respect a lot of stuff that you say, especially about the energy field. Because, like I told you, I looked into the sky and I seen like the ley lines changing, like the probabilities. I seen it, and for you not to physically see it, but to mentally understand it is hilarious. I'd be like, I wish you could see this with your eyes, but I know you don't take trips, so
you know what?
The understanding is on point.
It's like if there's what's the polarity for taking trips? Would it be trips take me? Because I'm gonna tell you something. I don't really go to these places because you ain't the first person told me that, Keedy. A lot of folks say, damn, bro, I saw what you saw when I was on a trip, but I just ain't know how to explain it like you and stuff like that. And I'm saying that I may be a phenomena to where these places can come to you in the form of signs and different aha moments, and you can go to them. So my thing is this. If you're able to grasp all this, right, I wonder how it would affect our trips. Because I got out of my body one time. Now, I wouldn't call that a trip. That's an out-of-body experience. I think a trip is when we literally see the macro version of the universe for what it is. Out-of-body experience is I can be in this same room, but just sleep and forgot I went to sleep and wake up like, oh, I was dreaming or some shit. You know, but I had one of them. And I always say to myself, if I can get out my body, lucid, and like I did before, because I was out of my body for like 10 seconds. When I realized I was out of my body, I got so scared I woke back up in this world, in this room here, in this reality. But I never been able to do that again. But I know one thing. If I ever get out my body again, I'm going to walk out my front door. That's the challenge. Because when you first get out your body, you be in your room and your house and shit like, damn, it's working. If you don't get scared, you can stay on the other side. Now, if you walk out your front door, they say that's when you're going to start seeing like crazy shit on the astral plane. But I always say if I get out my body, I'm going to try to go to the North Pole in the alternate world. Since I know I'm out my body, I really can't die. Think about this, right? This is what I think the purpose of lucid dreaming and astral traveling is. If you ever get out your body and get lucid and you can fly and shit, go to 0 degrees, shoot right to the middle of the earth. I don't know what'll happen, but I think it's some good for you. Now look, it's hard for us to do that in this reality, but it's the same place no matter what layer you in, because all of them are skewered together like this right here. So if you can find this pole, no matter where you at, according to my research, you'll break the simulation. But it ain't as easy as you think. Because what I think is if you was to dream right now and be like, damn, I'm lucid dreaming, and you was to just shoot and fly toward the North Pole, it'll be some kind of force that'll manifest itself that'll be your adversary. Like the in the Matrix movie, them agents and shit. I don't know what quite it'll be. But I do think that this is what basketball is. Me trying to get my consciousness into the center hole to make it out, and the shot don't get blocked or deflected or something. And back in the day, in the Gladiator series, they call it a game called Powerball. You got to put that shit in the middle hoop before they deflect it. But this is just me going too deep right now. Let me stop a minute, man.
No, I like that. It makes a lot of sense because it's like your subconscious is playing defense against you.
That's a good way to look at it too. Like the adversary can be our lower self. If that's what you're saying, that makes sense though.
Yeah.
Because I don't think none of this shit is happening outside of us. Shout out to the because I say we our higher self. So we got to be this lower self too that we trying to call Satan or the devil. All of the obstacles in our life are our lower self that's trying to wrestle I believe that part of us is our previous version. We've been here before. We done lived multiple lifetimes. Half of us is our past versions, and the other half is our future greater versions moving us forward. And that there's always a battle between the two in this earth. Armageddon. Of one trying to keep you stagnant and then one moving you forward to your next greater version. Shout out to Leonard Robinson. Peace to Bro Sanchez and the panel. For sure. Appreciate you.
It makes perfect sense because, that blue line, like I said earlier, right? A lot of things just be bouncing off scripture like you be doing, Sanchez. Like that blue line represents that narrow path, right?
Yep.
And like the sister said, man, they're trying to knock us off our block consistently. You know what I mean? And we understanding that we're living in that duality. You know what I mean? But there's little things we can do to change that. Like, for example, what just happened when everybody just got together to congratulate this sister right here. You know what I mean? Like, it's all about the more women could. That's why they got all these people like Sexy Red. We were talking about it earlier too. All these distractions making our women get low self-esteem, and you know what I mean. But I know what you mean though, Sanchez. Us as brothers, I feel we got to step it up too. You know what I mean? There's definitely things that we need to do. We need to the education system has messed a lot of us up as men. You know what I mean? Like us not being able to, back in the day, our ancestors were working with their hands most of the time. You know what I'm saying? You, Sanchez, I give you respect. You went to the army and whatnot. So not the army, but I don't know where you were at, but I know you did.
I went to the Air Force and the Army, but yeah, you got it.
There you go. You know what I mean? So you learned that survival mode early. Back in the day, I remember, I'm an 80s baby, right? So basically, I remember back in the day where, when the school system was different. There was Boy Scouts and all this type of stuff that you can get into. Like schools had vocational skill, like trades they took all that stuff out. You know what I mean? So it also, like us being 80s baby, we saw the changes like happen. We saw black and white TVs, you know what I mean? And then we saw the TVs were big, like fridges, bro, back then, bro. The TVs were huge, you know what I mean? Now we got these flat little things now, and we can see the changes that has happened over time, but back then being good with your hands was more important, than certain things, because that was the way we got things done, before the age of technology came creeping in.
Hey, $2 grand and Sanchez, I don't want to cut nobody's wisdom, but
You
I don't
fine.
know how to work the like hands up shit. Oh, I'm sorry, the hands up stuff. So
No, don't
when I
worry
get a
about
chance,
it.
can
No, the flow is yours right now. Take it over, Earl. Think you got
okay,
it.
Go
so
ahead, bro.
hey,
Yeah.
so Sanchez, it's a quick question. It's real fast. So I just came in, just got off work and shit, and I heard you over talking about, the simulation and simulation inside simulation. So my question that I'm trying to match your knowledge with mine is like you were saying how, the Giza could just be a simulation, and I'm 100% on point with you on that. But the only thing that I'm like, I need to just get on track with you with is like, so if that's the case though, so how I thought like when we leave this earth, right? I felt me personally that we moving through. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Am I still can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I felt like you was moving through the chakra layers or just the realms of upper and lower. Like to me, the way I live my life is just based on karma. So I feel like if I have enough good karma, I'm going to elevate because my
That's right.
being is going to be lighter. And if I do make enough bad choices, that I might lower to a lower realm. That's why I believe where I'm at because of where I'm at right now because of
Okay.
choices I made. We good right here?
No,
But
I can hear
anyway,
you. Yeah.
I'm sorry. But so with that being said, my question is this. So if we are basing our stuff off upper and lower, do you believe that we can be pushed into a simulation without our choice? Like we didn't decide to go into a simulation. I thought that after you pass through this realm, you're either going to raise or lower. And I'm not talking about the
I
body.
got
I'm
you.
just saying
Yeah,
just that
the
light that
conscious.
control who you are.
Yeah, so
Yes.
That's a
where
good
we
question.
yeah, and shout out Reek Stacks. Here's the thing.
You
This
know it.
this ain't got nothing to do with choice. This just got something to do with reality. But hear me out while I say that now, right?
Okay,
When
I'm gonna
you
mute up. All right.
all right. Now, when you say are we forced in a simulation by choice, here's the truth. I didn't choose to be a child. I didn't choose to be an adult. Things in this universe simply expand and grow and get bigger. Your things that enter this simulation start small and expand big. That's the nature of this place. Because of that, no one choose to not know how to walk, not know how to talk, not know, but we had to learn that. If you're asking me, did I choose to be in this earth? Yes, you did. But it wasn't a choice. That's like saying, if I crawl on my knees right now like a baby, did I choose to do that? Right now I did, but when I was a baby, I didn't choose to live down there. I couldn't walk. I crawled down there and lived on that ground, crawling on my knees. The reason I was down there, I didn't know how to walk yet. So it wasn't a choice. It was just my inability to stand up like y'all and walk because I was a baby. Now, the reason you're in this earth is because of your inability to be in heaven. And just like a baby, you got to grow your wings like you had to learn to walk. Where you are is dictated by what you are. You're in a crib right now because you're a baby. It ain't a prison cell. The reason you in this little wood crib called Earth and you can't get out because it's for your safety. You ain't ready to get out yet. You're a baby in a crib and you think it's a prison, but it's a crib. You're a baby. When you ready to get out and walk and stand up, you can get out the crib. See, the baby's crib you may think is a prison. That's what the earth is. Some babies stay in their cribs longer than others because we mature at different levels. Some people gonna be in Babylon, babyland, longer than others because I learned how to walk quicker than most babies. So they stayed down there on the ground longer than me. I was up quick, my nigga. And that's what it's gonna be in the spirit realm. Same way, I'm an advanced ass nigga.
So Sanchez, now you're going where it's leading more into what my understanding is trying to figure out. So what my point is I'm a real analytical person, so I'm more so ones and zeros with everything, and I know certain things is on the spectrum. So with that being said, how can we be awakened at this time? Like I'm born in 85, and I got awakened, I want to say about 2.5 years ago. And I'm like, how do it's people that are like my grandmother, my mother, my uncle, like how can't they reach that point? Like, yeah, we all crawl, we all walk, we always lied to.
Everything in this world is backwards, Earl. What if I told you that your grandma woke up before you and she already left and you just interacting with her non-player character? Think about this, right? This gonna sound crazy to y'all, because I thought about this before, right? I believe that this earth is a movie that's gonna keep playing on repeat whether we hear or not. Just like there's another version of you in a dream world, in an alternate universe, it's doing whatever it wanna do. There's another version of Sanchez right now in another world, eating food at a restaurant, driving a car right now. And if I fall asleep and go into that world, I'm just gonna pick up right where he at, driving that car. I won't know that I'm dreaming until I wake up or something. You see what I'm saying?
Not to cut your wisdom, I met that nigga. The nigga you talking about, that Sanchez, I met him. It wasn't you. It was
but it was another world. Me in another universe. You see what I'm saying?
You had no idea about ancient cosmology when I walked down on you. But listen, and then look, I'm tracking with all that. That makes more sense than what I'm trying to make sense of in my own head eternally. But what I'm saying is like, okay, so damn, you know what? Let me fall back for a second, let that sink in. So you're saying that, look, I could have, my grandmother, right, who I'm thinking is the best person I ever met in my life, took care of me when I couldn't take care of myself. Life, I ain't even gonna get into the particulars, but like when she stopped being that woman, it wasn't that she had dementia, she just wasn't here. That was a non-player
That's what I'm telling you. Listen.
That's a mind blow right there that I'm not ready to decipher within myself. So I just want to sit and think for a second.
Listen. Check this out, right? My thing, I had to flip shit in reverse. I said, why ain't nobody in my family woke? And if you look at the world, only 2% of the world woke and the rest sleep. Guess what I had to realize? The little few people that's woke in this world, we were born in a ghost world. And that everybody in this world already passed us by. We trying to catch up. So my thing is this. I believe just like a lucid dream, when you in a dream and you ain't lucid, you don't know you in a dream, so you fulfill the script. You follow the rules. You do what you have a different mode of actions. The moment you become lucid, you start doing things that you never thought you would do if you just didn't think you was dreaming. One of them is, now that I know I'm dreaming, I can wake up in my real reality now because I know I'm dreaming. You can't wake up from a dream you don't know a dream. Us waking up from this place mean that we about to die our last death, Earl. When we die this time, we ain't coming back. And guess what I'm telling you right now? When you leave here, your body's still gonna be here making the same mistakes. Check this out, right? Let's listen to me real quick. This gonna sound crazy, but listen. Your body has been in this reality doing a bunch of dumb shit to keep it stuck here. And you just landed in your body. Think about this. This version of you that you're in right now, Earl, it's been stuck in this universe, bumping its head, can't find its way out. You projected yourself inside of this body right now, and you now experiencing this life that you got here for the first time, but this shit been going on way before you. It's like a movie in a theater that's on repeat. But when I walk in and start watching it, that just mean that's my beginning of the movie. But that movie been playing before I got there. And what I'm saying is, once you hop in the movie, you influence the avatar differently. It breaks the script. When they say stick to the script, man, I got to fulfill prophecy, fulfill the script. What happens is, If this is a movie that's been looping out forever with you bumping your head, not finding your way out, the moment we became fallen angels and fell from the base reality, we chose to come in this particular universe because we said from on high, I like that version of myself. You ever dreamed a dream before? And when you woke up, you was like, damn, nigga, that version of me in my dream was a way more flyer nigga than this version of me here. I don't want to wake up. God damn, that's another me in another universe and his swagger killing mine. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying though. So, but look, I'm gonna say this and fall back, right? So, like Pokemon, catch 'em all. Your most high version said, I'm finna go down there and collect that version of myself. That's a fly ass version of myself. That's what they doing in the simulation, just like today, right? People, it's this app on a computer now they going crazy about. You can put one of your pictures in and the app will make your greatest version with the AI layers and shit. And people like that, and people like that more than they real self. What they doing is that they're reverse engineering a system our ancestors already made, which is a computer to give you your greatest version. That's what we in. And so we got to go through all these combinations to see what's our greatest version. And that's what they turning into this new thing now. It's just old shit, but it ain't gonna get the results this one gonna get though.
Yeah. Hey, but not to cut your wisdom, but like what you was just saying is 100% true. The only adjustment I make, at least for myself, is I have dreamed a super fly version of me. I mean, everything was easy, but the person that I am now, which is what you said, kind of gave me chills, was that, man, yeah, I'm not as fly as I was in my best dream, but I'm a person who I'm content. Like, man, I don't say nothing that I don't mean. Even with my girl, I get in constant arguments with her about this. I don't care who it is. I stand on what I say. And I've never been this way. I always been a nigga who kept it straight with the streets, right? But when it come to my girl, it's been, man, look, I wasn't doing nothing. I'm out here just hanging out. The whole time I'm fucking off on her. She know this shit. But like now, I have no, look, I can literally say whatever I want to say to anybody and stand on that. And this is the best version of me. And if it's the last version, I'm happy, but I just fear for my girl and my daughter because I'm teaching them all this knowledge and they following, they tracking, they constantly, you know what I'm saying, asking me questions and stuff and things that I can't answer. You know, no disrespect.
Can I say something real quick?
But look, I'm coming to you with this question.
I want to say something real quick, right? I believe if we was, and shout out the fly optician, I'm finna say something to you. This is my theory, man. I believe most of the world can't see what we see because they already saw it. Let me land this plane. Let me show you something, right?
Damn.
Listen.
Hey, look, it'll make more sense because the most people that I love, like, I look at them like they're smarter than me. How am I getting this?
Watch this, right? Watch this, right? When this consciousness in my body called Bro Sanchez leaves it, Bro Sanchez still gonna regenerate in this simulation once it reset itself for a complete cycle. But guess what? My mind won't be in that body. See what I'm saying about these simulations? Is men that own these little, like right now you got tech gurus making their own little computer simulations. They can make a version of you in it. If you like that version of you in the simulation, guess what you may say? Damn, man, let me get this Neuralink and go in there and be that version of me for a minute. So when I come out, I'll be that nigga. This is like copy and paste. This what Neuralink gonna let people do in the future. Like people need computer help to do what we was doing without computers, which is explore the many possibilities of what I can be and make a choice on which version of myself is my greatest version for this time. And then that's gonna project to the next realm. I'm gonna keep finding a greater and greater version. But the thing about it, I'm gonna land right here, right? That's what I was saying, like, about, damn, I lost my train of thought again. I was finna land that with something.
You were saying how like people have already left, they checked out already.
Oh yeah. So that what I was saying was Like, I'm woke right now. Bro Sanchez, he got the story right and all that. I'm saying Bro Sanchez been to this world before, but he didn't never become Bro Sanchez. I've been here before and I made it to the rap game. I probably was a niggas in the South doing music. Like, all of your desires of your heart manifested. These are the multiverse universes that are playing out. If everything in your heart that you ever wanted to be, all of those versions of you manifested as them in another universe. So that's what I'm saying. Like, all of these probabilities we working through at every moment, we are bouncing back and forth between a timeline of multiverses. And these different realities are phasing in and out of this one. And at any given moment, you can tune into a different reality and start manifesting another reality for yourself based upon the many versions in the stars that we are. So what I'm saying is, we've came here so many times and we've aligned ourselves with every different star in the sky, and that didn't lead us out. It may have led us to a famous rapper, a famous painter. You was something before. But this time we said, let's try that star. And what star was that? Polaris. And when I was influenced by that star this lifetime, it turned me into Bro Sanchez. And that's why I'm going to get out this time.
Hey, my nigga, hey, you ain't said nothing but facts. And I don't even equate it to like aligning with Polaris, but after hearing what you just said, it's the same with me, because I equated to aligning with the flat earth. And then, you know, I started out, not to go too in depth in it, but finding out from Eric DeBay and then going through, you know, the Wit Sister journalisms, the Daves, and then finally finding you on my man from Wu-Tang, Killer Priest joint. And then I started tracking with you, and you didn't only talk about the earth, you talked about the ancient cosmology, and that's what really started to get my wheels turning. So I get there, and man, I draw all respect to Polaris. Like, the one thing, is only one thing that I have that I want to do before I die. Like, people say I'm a kamikaze. I used to be a fucking psycho. Like, man, I love the brawl. Like, you was in the military, man. I love it, man. The feeling of the danger coming in the shoot. Like, man, I love that feeling because it just made me feel at home, just because I guess my upbringing. But bruh, when I fucking started to go into, you know, what this earth really was and all that, man, the only thing that always gave me comfort, because it was two things I used to think about. And the first thing was, man, what if I was to try to make my way to Antarctica in any of the walls and go past it? And that was at first, but then I found your channel and you start talking about how Polaris was the center and everything. And that's always been the one thing that I know that I can't physically go, but I would like to if I'm going to go, let my physical body disintegrate trying to go to
and
Polaris.
Listen,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You don't want to go to Polaris, and you see, Polaris ain't just a place we go. It's the journey of getting to Polaris is a transformative journey to where by the time we get there, we're no longer human anymore. Because there are no humans there. There's another level. It's like a sperm cell. When we was a sperm, we took a journey to get to the egg and we traveled. But the path was also a transformative path of becoming a human. Reaching the destination wasn't necessarily meaning when I get there, I'm going to be a sperm and say, okay, let's play. No, when I get to this egg, I'm a caterpillar that made it to a cocoon.
So just so I make sure I'm tracking with you, I just want to ask the question. When you say that transformation and going there, because I want to make sure I'm following you, saying not physically going to Polaris, but the act of you like metaphysically, like spiritually, like aligning with the truth. You saying that, or you saying like the actual physical journey? Because I feel like, man, the most awakening I got was just knowing that this earth is, for one, the simulation is flat, but for two, it's all been projected from the center. So you saying, like, just from what you just said, you saying like that journey of physically traveling, or like just aligning your spiritual being with knowing that we're coming from there? And I just want just clarity on that. That's it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like, you know, When we outside our body upon death, we're just a ball of light. That's all I'm saying. Like, and I'm saying that the path we take to get to our next destination, the journey transforms us. And I'm going to show you that right now. So here is a ball of light in your brain. That's your soul. Now, that's what's going to leave your brain and go back to the North Pole. That's what's going to leave you right there, that white light. That little bitty ball, because it's going to shoot to the North Pole, this is what it's going to turn to. It's going to grow a tail. And that tail
Shooting
is going to...
star.
Right, but the shooting star is this right here. See, this sperm cell, this is why when the Bible say, are you going to be born again? Yep, you're going to go back to being a sperm again. But see, here's the thing. When you become a sperm again, right, you're going to be smarter than what you was before you came this time. You collecting all this experience. So what I'm saying is when you leave the body, this is what's gonna shoot off to the North Pole to go into a. Hold on, that's gonna. You got a woman. I'm a mutual position. This don't get a tail until it shoot off. Until it shoot off, it's just a ball. It don't get the tail. See, just by the act of you traveling toward the North Pole, you're going up this little blue thing, and you're developing a tail. And by the time you get out of this blue thing, you're going to realize, damn, that's how I ended up in my daddy's dick, getting discharged again as busting a nut. This a continuum. We keep turning back into a sperm cell because we're light projecting, and the North Pole is the daddy shaft, the chimney, that's shooting us out in each netter. So check this out. If this pole is your daddy's penis, right? He bust a nut in this world. Then when you leave here, he gonna bust a nut. Here, he gonna bust a nut. Here, he gonna bust a nut in each one of these. And that's how you gonna be born again in each of these worlds. And that's why I said our mama, daddies, and grandmothers consciously probably have already left us. And what we in is a rehearsal, like a ghost ship, where these ghosts just keep acting out their script. And guess what? Because they conscious ain't in their body, they're gonna act out their dumb version. I don't know what you talking about this flat earth shit. You see?
NPC.
Right, because if they tell you the truth, think about it. The thing that you're brought up in learning is your religion. The truth would have became your religion, but the truth got to be something you discover, which is why we gotta get the lie first if you think about it. Think about this. Think about this, right? If you was born with the truth, you would spend your whole life trying to see if it's really the truth. But since you born with the lie, it don't take you but a minute to question that and get the truth. It's a polarity game. If the one you born with first is the one you gonna question the most. So it's like nature did us a favor and said, okay, well, if that's the case, give they ass the lie first, because we don't need them questioning this truth, right? Let them question that lie to find the truth. Because if you don't find the truth on your own, you don't really know it, because think about it. The lie is something you learn. The truth is something you know. You educated with the lie. You enlightened with the truth. The truth give you an aha moment. That don't click in everybody's head when they just get it. That's something like on the Neo in the Matrix, why everybody couldn't be Neo. You see what I'm saying? It's something that clicks in a person that they know exactly that they in a fake ass world, but even if they don't even know how to explain it verbally, they know, oh shit, nigga, this is a simulation. And that's where Neo found out, you know what I'm saying? That ain't nothing you can be taught though. You gotta awaken that. You know what I'm saying?
100%. I just got two quick questions and they're over, and they could be short answers. The first is, before I lose it, and that depiction you showed me, you know what I'm saying, of the netters, and that the last one was orange. And I don't expect you to have the answer. It's just a question I'm throwing at you. How do you know, if you do know, when you're at that highest netter about to break out and just end the whole simulation? Like, is it just you just reached a place where everything seems just so much bullshit you see through everything? Because that's where I'm at now. Nothing could get me. That's the first question.
So when we were children, we didn't see reality the way we see it now. You see how we see reality now? Like Earl. If I was to tell Earl right now, man, what if you got in an accident and it put you back to your 13-year-old mind? That'll be like death, man. Because the way I think right now, bro, I really love my mind right now. It's making a beautiful life for me the way I think. You feel me? And if my mind just gonna keep evolving, making a better life for me, I'ma just let that shit do what it do. Cause guess what? I never foresaw my mind creating this reality for me when I was 12 and 11. I just asked questions and I ended up here. And I fucking love it. It ain't much we got to do. You see what I'm saying? But keep this same energy.
Not only what you're saying do I agree with, if people always say, even my girl right here, they always say that, man. It's like they think that I hate my downfalls and I miss my successes. No, I love my downfalls because that's the only way I got where I am right now. I wouldn't be here thinking like I think if I didn't go through the pitfalls that hit me. You hear me? Like, it makes no sense that people sit here and hate their downfalls. The only how you hate your downfall is if you still there where you fell at. But if you grew from it, you love that shit. You can't get caught with the same.
It's so deep, bro. I tell people all the time, I say, look in the mirror. Do you like yourself right now? Then you owe that to the and then you owe that to the good shit and the bad shit you went through.
Exactly.
You owe that to your mistakes and your non-mistakes. You feel me? The good and the bad made you to who this person we are today.
It's not even a mistake. It's a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So
I like that.
Yeah.
Hey,
bro.
hey,
the last thing. Hey, no. Hey, bro, I'm about to give you the floor because the last thing I said was a question. It's not even a question. It's more so like piggybacking off of what you were saying about like, you know, people checking out and shit. And like the realest person I ever knew in my life, he's my brother. He's not my blood brother, he's my brother. He jumped in front of a gun for me on 2 separate occasions. He got shot once, but I tried to just the other day, he brought his son over around the way and shit. And we went to the field, and he got all the situations, son of quarterback and all that. And I tried to break the flat earth down to him. And man, like I love and respect this dude. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And it hurt me because of like look, I'm trying to break down to him. First of all, I'm not trying to prove nothing. I'm just trying to ask him why he think it's a globe. And he look in my face, dead in my eyes, and say this. He say, man, I don't give a fuck if the earth flat or round. And he never heard it from me. He never even heard the argument because he a street nigga. But he say, man, nigga, I don't give a fuck if the earth flat or round. Nigga, he say, oh, you want to hear this shit. And it's like, how do you help that kind of person?
You know what? I'm going to tell you something, Earl. This is something I've recently been learning. I think the best thing we can do is have these kind of conversations with people, meaning we ain't debating the shape of the earth. See, if I can tell a person about the multiverse, how they spirit got here, how it's gonna leave, all this deep esoteric shit about life after death and all that, that'll lead the flat earth eventually. Because they'll see what I'm saying about the inertial plane, the sky, all the shit with the sperm. You know how it all connects. So what I was doing, Earl, I basically had hey man, the earth is flat. And I thought, let me let you know the earth is flat before I get to all that deep shit about the soul. Guess what I'm finding out, Earl? I had it all backwards. We supposed to walk them into the flat earth argument with the deep shit, because everybody want to know about their soul. That's why the church so full.
Let me tell you why I'm tracking with you, because I don't know if you heard what I was saying. I found the flat earth through other people. What drove me and doubled me down was when I found you. And I didn't find you talking about, you was talking about the earth on the panel. It was the nigga named, a brother named Mick Mackay or whatever, and they was going at you. And look, they was all they was all people that was into like the Kemet, you know what I'm saying, ancient Kemet. And the brother was saying he was studying Dogon, the minister of freedom or whatever. And bro, this is the funniest thing. Me and my girl laugh. I'm talking about cry tears off this podcast on how ignorant the motherfuckers sound. But it's like, and you was breaking the cosmology down from a standpoint of syncretism. And the thing that I keep telling my girl and my daughter is, man, syncretism is the most purest form of science. And I'm a very scientific person. I'm an electrician by trade, but I'm a dude who just so analytic, ones and zeros. And I'm the ones and zeros in the point of math. No, I'm ones and zeros in the point of if it's this, is this, if it's that, is that. And all of my mind moves on just experience, not knowledge, not taught knowledge, not somebody telling me something. I just watch. I observe. I'm a quiet person by nature. And I mean, people that know me might say I'm a little talkative, I'm a teacher, but like I'm just observant. And when I saw that podcast, brother, man, I had to go back and hit the whole. I had to go through your whole catalog, and then I just seen you destroying, you know what I'm saying, brothers. And then it went from that to me, like, because I didn't need to be taught the flat earth by the time I found you. But what I can give you kudos on just from me, from my soul, is that, man, you done taught me so much on ancient cosmology that I resonate with. You made the flat earth to me be more so I can talk to a street nigga about. I can't come to them talking about Witsit and talking about, man, gravity and it's not gravity. It's you got to go get this machine and make it go. They don't want to hear that shit. But when I come
it's so
to
deep,
with, man,
it's so deep what you saying, because when I first got into this community, I was trying to collab with a lot of the white guys and shit. And I would hope that they would
respect to them, though. Respect to them.
Because listen, because I woke up through them. Because I'm a nerd ass nigga. But guess what I figured out though? Everybody know.
Dumb myself down for the hood, bro.
But watch this. Here go. Watch this. Hear me out for a second. When the flat earth movement first popped off with the momentum, let's keep it real. It wasn't a lot of black people getting in it. It was more whites and shit. Don't even lie now.
Only Dave. Only Dave. That was it.
Dave Moore. And he like UK black. But you feel me? It wasn't a lot of I was like the only FBA. But so my thing was this. I'm like, most of the fucking flat earth community is missing the biggest demographic in what we call the conscious community, because the conscious community is really dominated by black folks. That anti-gun. But listen, and that's why I said, look, how did the Boule hide flat earth from black people? The way they presented that shit too technical. Because if you look at the conscious community, people they love Nut and Gab. They love Nut and Gab. So why would they be turned off with flat earth? So guess what I said?
Love it.
Guess what I said?
Watch this.
Hold on. This is important.
University is right there. Howard University is right there. Howard HU is right there beside me. Fuck all them letter niggas.
So what I was gonna say was, like, during the beginning of the flat earth movement and shit, right? You had a bunch of glass dome models. Everybody and their mama had the AE map and glass dome models. I was the only one saying, why don't we teach on these ancient, look at the Mayan one, look at the ancient Egyptian one, look at the Olmec one. But everybody was on some AE map, glass dome, like you said, let's just debate the shape of the earth. And I was round this bitch like, look at what the Yoruban said. Look at what the Hebrew said. So my channel sort of evolved into the ancestor said, the Hebrew said, and I look at what happened to me versus everybody else, I grew the biggest, man. Because guess what? People start saying, damn, Nut and Gab do make most sense with that model. And that's what they still making that mistake now. You got a bunch of flat earthers with AE maps, glass domes, and that's just for white folks. I ain't trying to make it into color shit. I'm saying that's for white folks. All them numbers, experiments, and field shit. Check it out on some real shit though. Black folks will ignore all your experiments and shit, and cause we got a cheat code called syncretism. That's what I found out. That most of the people in the church are there because of ritual and symbolism. They can't even prove the shit they following. So I realize I'm sitting here trying to argue with people to get them to see something by showing them the proof, and they don't even give a fuck about proof and evidence. I said these people care about symbolism. That's why they'll spend this much on a pair of Jordans, that much on a pair of Nikes. They care about the symbols. And that's why I met them at, and that's why I don't give a fuck what symbol you belong to, you find there. I'll show you my truth with it. If you say I'm a Muslim, I'll show you my truth. That's syncretism.
See, but I love the people so much, and what you're saying, I 1,000,000% agree with you. I feel like I'm cheating them, and I feel like I'm cheating them because
you ain't
like,
cheating. Let me explain this to you.
Like,
Let me explain something to you.
That, bro, you spending your life on Balenciaga, on Gucci, but it's going to somebody else. You can make the same thing. And look, you fly. Everybody fuck with you. You got the hood on smash. They gonna buy that shit. Why is you putting your money in Rolex? It makes no sense to me. That's why I feel like, man, I'm in Idiocracy, bro. I watched that movie for the first time 2 years ago. Man, I feel like it's Idiocracy, man.
Yeah. Hey, salutes to you, Earl. I'm going to keep the flow open for everybody. Salutes to everybody on the panel. I'm going to fall back. Fly Optician, I think you was trying to get in. Salutes to everybody.
Hey, man. Hey, welcome to the panel, man. Peace and blessings. Hey, I've been here before a few times. I'm a you know, we talk about blue light a lot in my field. And when I talk to my clients and patients, you know, because the doctor, we always recommend and advise that you get blue light anti-reflective coating. And I was talking to a patient earlier today. I was telling her, I said, well, she said, what's so important about blue? And when you think about that, bro, right? Blue light in the optical field, blue light, we tell our clients and patients, blue light, and we get it naturally through the solar system. That's why the sky is blue. You know, it helps us stay awake. It helps us stay alert. It helps with our moods and our memory. I said, but with smart devices, which we have ubiquitous in our lives today, we have an overexposure of artificial blue light. I said, it can interfere with your 24-hour circadian rhythm and also slow down the production of melatonin and serotonin, which helps us sleep at night. Now, when you think about that, I was looking at what you had on the panel with the blue going up, because we're light. Let there be light. We're light. We're light beings. We're light, blue light. So there's something they have that's just me, because I've been in the field a long time. I really think there's a war against blue light. Real talk, against blue light. And I'm also, I know a lot about the Quran too. And one of the verses in the Quran, it said, when Allah or when God was creating man, right, from light, right, the, you know, quote unquote, air quotes, angels asked, question God, and said, are you going to create something that can cause mischief and bloodshed amongst the earth? So blue light is very important. Let there be light is very important. That's what I was trying to say, man. And I've been hearing you talk about, I listen to a lot of your bills, and you talk about light a lot, particularly blue light, and it's just renaissance. You even talk about the eye, and, you know, the way we see, you know, the eyeball. I said this before. The white part of the eye is called the scleria, and then you have the iris, which is different. You know, it can be, people have blue eyes, green eyes, dark brown eyes. That's the different colors of the vegetations of Mother Gaia. And then you have the pupil, which is North Pole. That's where light enters, and that's how we see. You broke that down a few weeks ago. I said, wow, man, this brother talk like he really, like, you've been in the field because you have studied and you have learned, man. So yeah, that's a very important thing that you're doing. And I really do appreciate the panel, and I really do appreciate you, brother Sanchez, man. You're a young brother, man. I'm 57 years old. People think I'm in my late 30s and 40s, man. But you know, one thing I learned, man, I've been awakened, you know, to the simulation, going on about 10 years now, man. And I wrote a book. I think I sent it to you. I sent you the link. Capacity of woke, and because you have to have a lot of power to start a question and be a critical thinker, to question your why, to question his story. You really have to be a critical thinker, brother, and get out the box, man. I watched this movie yesterday called I don't know if you said it was made in 2005, The Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, that's
and
I
they
know
was
I
talking
saw
about
that.
the simulation. I'm like, what the fuck? What the focus? They were talking about the simulation.
That's facts, man. I
Man,
saw that one.
blew my wig back yesterday, man. And I watched it twice.
You know what's crazy is,
I'm gonna tell them about that movie.
you know,
yes, sir.
the simulation concept been around ever since before the 1600s. It's like one of the oldest concepts of the universe. But now when you bring it up, they think it's a new age sci-fi theory, which is so crazy because if we all agree that energy is infinite, then the energy got to continue on forever. And the only thing that can give you a definition for how the energy will do that is an endless ripple effect, which is basically, like I said, a multiverse, a simulation. You know what I'm saying? So it's the energy expressing itself in all the ways possible, and that's how it stay in motion. But
that's true, man. Energy in motion. And do you remember the two girls? It was a white girl and a black girl. They were asking the computer, what's the secret to the earth and to the universe? And so the computer said the number 42. I said, 42? I said, okay, 4 plus 2. Oh, man, 6. Love. It's love. Living on value energy, man. So it's just a lot of things I saw in the movie yesterday. It just blew my wig back a little bit more, man.
42 Confessions of My Eye.
Right.
Yeah, that too, brother. That too.
Remember what I was saying earlier, how we are light that's inside of a terrarium, like, and basically, like I was saying earlier, we have been here before, living out different forms of ourselves, and we got to live out the form that walked up out this bitch. So let me show you how probability works. In each one of these natures, there's an infinite amount of possibilities for how your life can play out. Out of that infinite amount of possibilities, it's only one of those lifetimes that leads you out this bitch, and that's when you wake up and realize this knowledge right here. They made a movie like this. It's called Looper. This dude kept dying, and they put him back in the simulation, and he don't know he was there. Then he starts saying, what is deja vu? It feel like I've been here before. The questions we asking and shit. And he started to break the script, because the way they wrote his life out was for him to die the same way every damn time, make the same mistake. But with deja vu, he said, wait a minute, I keep doing this same, I've been here before. And he changed himself, and his new version was a version of himself that was like Neo. It questioned the very nature of the simulation. That's the version that get out. All of your other versions tried and that's what I'm saying about when we look up in the sky, right? Watch this. Watch this. When we look up in the sky, we see all these lights, but in the middle, that's Polaris. Now watch this, right? We fucking like a person fishing on a radio's channel for the right station. Our spirit turn the dial, and it loads up and tune into each version of itself around this Polaris star until it realized, wait a minute, the star in the middle itself, it's the station I need to be on. And when it turns to that middle station, it moves up a plane. Let me show you what happens when it do that. When it turns to that middle station, right, it walks up a stepway, like one of these little gradual planes, because it's stacked up. Let's say you on the bottom one. You aiming at this top one, but by you aiming at it don't mean you're gonna go from this bottom one right to it. But it's gonna get you to your next step, which is this level. Then from this level, You gonna play out all the options again and be here for a minute. Then you gonna realize up Polaris, boom, and it's gonna lead you to this step. Then finally you'll be at the real Polaris and up out the whole shit in the star in the middle. That's what I'm saying, like, and what that look like, if you look at this cube right here, right? Think about this. Let's say inside of this cube is a bullet, because that's what you are. You're a beam of light that can't stop. It gotta keep going. So this is what you look like right here. You're inside of this box though. Now guess what's happening, right? You trying to get out this box, but the only way out this cube he holding is through the top, just ricocheting everywhere. And eventually with the law of mathematics, one day that bullet gonna hit the right angle that's gonna point it straight up and out this bitch. And that's how he get out the box, why the light get out the top of the box. It bounce his head on it, bump its head a couple of times. Like the white rat that they have in the maze, it go to dead end a couple of times before it make it out. This is us in Pan's Labyrinth in the Saturn's Cube. We're gonna have a couple of lifetimes, and that's what I think these stars are, man, for real. I think all the stars in the sky is you bumping your head on a wall, breaking a fucking hole in the wall that then leads you out, so you came back, bounced back. I think when we finally get out this bitch, we gonna look at all these stars on the wall, and to us, they gonna make sense because they gonna look like this to us. Watch this. We gonna be like, damn, right? All them stars was just me trying to break out the box. That's me. Every star was me banking my energy, boom, boom, pew, pew, before I finally ricocheted out the top hole. And that's how we get. But see, these are all how I be just looking at how this shit play. You know what I'm saying? That's because if you look at what I'm saying about how the light is doing inside of the cube, that's what they said that Adam is doing, and Adam is man. This is what that light is doing inside that cube, man. It's bouncing all on the walls of this cell, which is the cube. Look at this squiggly palette inside that cell. That's what I'm telling. That's what your light doing in this cube. It's just bouncing, banking all, pew, pew, ricocheting till it finally get that right angle, straight up, and then it's out that bitch. And mathematically, if you do this forever, eventually you're gonna get out. It's just mathematically, it's impossible not for you to eventually hit that angle that go straight up and out right here where he's showing. You see, and that's how the genie get out the lamp, break out the cell, which is the jail.
Hey Sanchez, I know I sound like a broke record, bro, but if you going so fast in that direction of truth and enlightenment, and you've been waking up, why can't you suck people around you up in that wake and make them like at least like flow in that direction? Like I know you saying they already gone.
Intent.
It's like, man,
Intent.
it's hard to deal with that shit, man.
Listen. I can break this shit down very clear. But and that mean if you want to understand the truth, if you come to Sanchez, the way he break it down, you gonna understand the truth. But the key word, Errol, is you want to understand the truth. Some people don't give a fuck about no truth. They just trying to fit. Their truth is, how can I make some more money? Y'all around this bitch saying, how can I get out my body? This what you gotta realize. Anything we want to do, we can do it, but it's based on intent. People don't want to know the truth yet. They still want to get their money up. They still want a record deal. They still chasing something more than what we all chasing here. We can't really do that for them. You can't make a person want something, and it hurt like a motherfucker, because you can see a loved one on drugs. You can want them to go to rehab, but they gotta want that. Intent, man. If you don't desire the truth, no matter how much of it I give to you, you ain't gonna see. You blinded by your own intent, because you filtering all of the information that's gonna help to get you to where you trying to go. And if you trying to party with Diddy, nothing I'm saying gonna make sense, because if it don't make dollars, it just don't make sense to you. I sound Chinese to you because I'm not speaking in your frequency. Your intent is different than mine. Even though I'm breaking the truth down clearly, you can't hear me because we don't got the same intent. We gone to different destinations. And what I'm saying, you gonna push back at it because you know that ain't gonna get you where you trying to go.
Hey man, hey look, I'm gonna just tell you like this, bro. I appreciate you, man. I was hoping for something else, but what you told me I already know. I just wanted another out for them. And you're right about that 100%. I agree, man. I'm gonna support
It
the
hurt,
channel
man.
and I'm gonna fall back. It does hurt
It's
though.
like sometimes you be want to go in the room and just say, let me break down some flat earth shit for y'all. And motherfuckers be like, nigga, please, we ain't finna talk about no flat earth. You better cut that music on, nigga. Did you see the game last night? And if you try to change that, you gonna be a jerk and a dick. Because you're ruining, you're ruining a whole moment with me and the guys to talk about some bull. Who cares if the earth is flat, nigga? We trying to chill, man. We chilling, bro. And the shit you talking about making us have to think. I'm not in school, man. See, this, you gotta think, this is what we like to do.
The thing is too, it's like the thing is too, it's like once you wake up, you wanna wake other people up too, but then you can't do that because some people are just sound asleep, and that's why you have to stick around like-minded people.
Man, niggas will tell you, bro, that flat earth shit don't matter. You know how many niggas died last week? And we'll go into a conversation on gang violence and violence and murder. Niggas think this shit is more important than a flat earth shit. So if you try to bring up that, it's like, nigga, that ain't no grown folk shit you talking about.
Nigga,
that's exactly what happened to me yesterday, nigga.
You know,
that's exactly what happened to me yesterday.
Their main thing to talk about is football and sports. I just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, man.
That's the exact shit happened to me yesterday, niggas. Yeah. I was trying to bring it up, right? Because I'm just trying to lighten brothers, man. Like, we all did dirt. We all had our lives before. But it's like, man, we all grown. I'm talking about my people. Like, we all have elevated. Niggas got houses now. We living outside of stuff. So when I bring the knowledge, man, they start talking about hood politics. I'm like, man,
bro, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You show up in a room full of adults, and you be the one that say, hey, man, do y'all think the earth is flat? Do you think there's life after death? Guess what, bro? And there's gonna be another dude in that same room that say, do you think men should date single mothers? He gonna get all the attention. They gonna laugh your ass up out of there and say you ain't talking about real adult shit. Okay, because fuck that flat earth shit. We need to be talking about should men date single mothers or some, topic of that nature that make us feel like we fucking adults or something, right?
Or what doesn't matter if the earth is round or flat? I still gotta pay my bills. That's the favorite line right there. What is it gonna do for me?
Just saying. Yeah, that's what I was just
They
saying.
got that shit on the loop, bro.
This is the last thing I want to say, Sanchez, because it is no trying, motherfucking man, be on your nuts and shit. But look, man, me and my girl, I did. Even when I woke her to flat Earth, she's woke to that now. She understands the Earth is flat because I take her on vacations and we go to beaches. I break out the camera. I break down the math because I'm analytical. But look, the one thing that I was so scared to approach her with, but I was drunk one night, and I saw her motherfucking getting on her knees to pray and shit. And man, I gotta be quiet with this, you know what I'm saying? Because her motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, her grandmother still lives, she stays with us. But man, she's still locked in. But I was like, man, all that bullshit you on is that. She called me the devil, right? And I'm trying to break down to her, like, how can you prove to me what that book say is true? And look, all she can point me to is the book. I say, take the book away. And look, I didn't know how to explain to her. That's why I give you the kudos for it. You broke down one day, you was arguing with somebody, and you broke down the Council of Nicaea. So look, I went just off your words. I never knew about the Council of Nicaea. Just my third eye let me know, man, that book is bullshit. But look, I researched the whole thing, right? Step back, showed it to her. That's why I give her respect in this aspect.
Watch this though, Earl. I gotta go back to the red pill manosphere shit with the flat earth shit I'm saying to show you what you saying, how deep it is. Why you a real man, right? Check it out. These red pill manosphere niggas talking about they lead men to manhood. Let me show you something. All these niggas will say the man is the head of the household and God is the head of the man. Now guess what? They will tell they woman to kneel down and pray to God. That ain't no man shit. See, it's levels to this man
Never
shit.
that.
You see what I'm saying? Now they think they men and that they teaching some alpha shit, but when you really take the red pill, guess what you say? Fuck God, I'm God. My woman gonna bow to me, nigga. And
What
I
real
bow to
man is
her.
gonna be number two
Right.
to another man?
To
Get
an
the
imaginary
fuck on.
motherfucking nigga in the sky.
fuck
Right,
outta
nigga.
here.
Fuck outta here, nigga.
If none of them niggas introduce you to Jesus, you will never know about it.
Yeah, you got your
Bomb.
woman on her
Drop the
knees,
bomb.
nigga, to another man. Hey, Earl,
Hey,
that's
look,
how
but
I
look,
know
I love my
Earl a
girl
real
so much,
nigga, bro.
Sanchez. I
That's
love my
how I
girl so
know
much, though,
Earl,
that
but that's how I know you a real one, though, bro. But
I
go
love my
ahead.
girl so much, right, that I didn't hit her early with it. I knew she wasn't gonna take it because look, when I start hearing people talking about that shit, man, the first thing hit my head was, man, that's the devil trying to control me and get me off of God, right? Because man, I was going through a hard time at that time. But once I elevated, cleared my head, cleared my spirit, became the man that I am now. Like you were saying back when you say, like, have you ever had a dream that you was the most flyest, the most best? Yeah, I have. And in that dream, I was that. But man, in my real life right now, man, I've never been this person. So as here, it's like I can't sit here and not be honest with her. So I had to confront her with the truth. And she told me that, man, you're the devil. You're trying to take me away from God. She was a Jehovah's Witness, and I was a Christian back then, a Baptist at
And
that,
just like
AME.
and look,
That's a
I
Jehovah Witness.
bet you,
If they don't knock on your door, you don't find out who they are.
hey, I bet hey, listen, man, I love it because when I met my girl, she was a Catholic. And I'm gonna tell
the
you
worst
something, bro.
one right there. Hey, you say the Jehovah's
Hey.
Witness Catholics, man.
They don't believe in rubbers either.
Hey, bro,
but
they
guess,
are religious.
Guess what I say though? Some of these dudes meet their girls, and you got your girl, but you don't got her mind. Jesus do.
No, you don't.
Until you conquer that part of her, nigga, you ain't really got her yet, and that's what they don't know
Man,
though.
Jesus
And
got
see,
her, nigga.
Look,
yeah.
my
Mother
girl
Murray
wasn't
got
too
her if you
religious,
Catholic.
but when I start putting her onto the flat earth, it's so easy to understand. My John is with it now. She with it.
And you better than me, bro, because the flat earth was easy. Jesus, man, nigga,
Oh
almost
yeah,
ended my whole
Jesus.
relationship.
I know.
Hey,
People
let
don't
me
know
help you,
that
bro.
though.
Let
That's
me
real
help
shit. Yeah.
Earl, do you say you was a Baptist, right?
Yeah, but that's how I was born and raised, bro. Look, I
Okay.
have 0 tattoos on my body because man, I was religious about it. Look,
Okay.
gangster nigga. Not trying to talk on myself, but man, but when it comes to like, man, that word in that book, man, I followed that shit religiously because my grandmother put the fear of that shit in me.
And
Bro,
that's probably
let
only
me
what
break
you
this
knew.
down to you. Let me
This
break
what
this
I
down
always
to you.
tell people: you're naturally divine, and if you don't know where it's coming from, and they dangle Christianity in front of your face, you go with it.
Bro,
Yeah, because guess
let
what?
me
They put
finish.
so much.
Let me
Hold on,
tell
I
you,
want the
Earl.
brother who was about to talk to me to
Let
speak. But like
me break this down to
yeah,
you.
go ahead, get it.
The only way you gonna bring them to your level, you gotta use the scholarship that you have in the Bible and point it out slowly, transition them out of there. You gotta use the Bible and debunk the Bible at the same time.
Like
Hey,
how
bro,
bro's
what's your name?
doing.
Hold on,
I
bro. What's your
agree
name?
with that.
What's your name, brother? What's your name?
The Virgo.
The burger. Hold on, 3 seconds. My girl outside talking to her brother on some other shit right now. I'm just gonna tell you that. Look, what you saying, I 100% agree with, and it's done. And look, this is Jehovah's Witness, and she have no clue I'm walking out on her. Hey, babe, just answer this one question. Just answer this one question, and please don't lie. Do you believe Jesus?
No,
Why don't you believe in Jesus?
because he the devil.
I ain't.
Okay.
Hey, hold on.
She ain't
Oh, look.
studied.
No.
She ain't studied.
No. He did
Let's
say
not
that's her brother, but look, hey, but look, hold on. No. Don't mute Shane. Don't unmute Shane. Hey, Shane, you are Jesus, but you are the devil as well, bruh.
correct.
It's a fucking allegory built on who we are. And I've been
The
trying to
polarity
tell
is
you that, but
crazy, bro.
he just got home for 21 years, you hear me? 21
Correct.
years. And look, he came out talking this shit without no knowledge from Sanchez.
Okay.
But what he don't understand is he both. He say he God sometimes. He say he the devil sometimes. I say, nigga, we all both. That's a story that they telling us. And the reason why it resonates so real is because it is real. All of us is God and the
It's
devil.
because we,
Bro,
it's because we the good and the bad, bro. We the good and the bad. We the happy
Bro,
and the sad, nigga.
I totally agree with you.
Okay, but you gonna have to let me show you something. Let me go right here.
I was just trying to tell you that I already did that part. So look, my part that I was having a problem with is trying to bring them to a point to my daughter and my girl, to bring them to a point to apply it in their daily life. They still worrying about who's saying this about them, who's saying this about them. And look, I will die about my eyes, man. Hey, look, I'm fully loaded in this house. But look, they say if I don't jump out and kill somebody or try to fight somebody because they talking about them, that I'm not defending them. I'm like, man, no, I don't care what somebody say. If you not in my face and bringing it right here, it's bullshit. And they just listen to what people say and they believe it still. And I'm like, if you don't believe the Bible, how are you believing what people say? And that's what's fucking me up right now, yeah.
Ooh,
okay,
nice
well, what I'm saying is, here's what I'm trying to tell you. You can take the Bible. We were just talking about the simulation, right? Well, the simulation is an appearance, right? It's an appearance of something being real that is not real. All right? I'm finna go straight to the scripture and show you.
Bro, I don't want to hear the scripture, bro. It's bullshit.
Hold up, bro. Let me just show you how to use it to help you.
Go ahead. My bad. My apologies, brother. I'm gonna let you knowledge go.
Okay. In Timothy, 1 Thessalonians, Brother Sanchez say this all the time. Prove all things. Hold fast to that which is good. Abstain from all appearance of evil. And what I'm telling you, you got to get it to synchronize with what you want them to come out of, bro. You got to use this. These folks know it's in their subconscious, and they're going to fight you to the end until you go in their subconscious and show them a different way. That's all I'm telling you.
Hey, my brother Virgo, you sound like my fucking Baptist pastor, bro. Like, seriously,
nigga, you missed
man.
it. It went over your head.
Listen, okay, that might have been a
I
fact.
get what he's
Let me
saying.
take that back. Let me take that back. Let me tell you what you're doing, bro. You're preaching to me. I'm beyond that now, brother.
All right. Well, it went over your head. I'm sorry.
No, What you did was this. You started with some truth, right? And then you went on into that scripture. It's all truth and bullshit in that Bible, bro. Like the only way the Bible
listening to you.
Realness.
Right, Earl.
Have anybody on the panel ever prayed and got their prayers answered?
Hey, Earl, though. Hey, Earl.
I don't need no prayers, bro. If
Yo, bro, wait a minute. I'm about to boot everybody.
One mic.
Hey, yo, Earl, man. I think it's your.
Hey, yo. What the hell is too many hot mics, man? We gotta respect each other. Come on, one at a time. Y'all got it. Let's go.
It seemed like God still be answering prayers through all these religions. That's why it's hard to get people all off of it.
God ain't answering no prayers, bro, and they ain't trying to stomp on anything. And look, if whatever you believe. I'm not even trying to take you away from it. I'm just saying, me and mine, we not depending on the motherfucking Savior to come pick us up and lift us, because I already passed that boat.
But Earl, I don't think nobody on the panel really believe in a sky daddy though. If I'm wrong, you can speak for yourself, and I'll fall back.
Virgo. No, please. Hey, please. I know there's a lot of brothers trying to speak, and I swear to God, I'm going to fall back. Well, actually, to the Creator, to myself, I'm going to fall back. But listen, Virgo, if you are saying something other than that word is coming from God, like the person who the entity that birthed Jesus and put her in the Mother Mary and all that, and then I look, I stand corrected, brother. But the way you was coming off was just like my pastor, man, and he couldn't answer my question.
No, I was trying to show you
about
I was
faith
trying to show you the syncretism of words, bro. Simulation and appearance, it's in the same category. Appearance, this simulation, it appears to be one thing, but it's not. I'm trying to show you how to use.
Syncretize that to that verse you gave me, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, let me show you this.
Yeah.
When you look at the word simulation, you do etymology on the word simulation. It's telling you that it's false. It's not a real construct. But then if you go to that scripture, it's just telling you simply prove all things. That means scientifically. You got to do the scientifically method in order to come to the conclusion, in order to prove something. Then it's telling you, hold on to what's good. Whatever you think is good for you and is working for you, it's telling you to have one vision and not double vision. It's telling you not to think wrong or right or just stay in the neutral position that is working for you. That is good. Then it's saying abstain from all appearances of evil. Why? Because it's a false illusion you creating in your mind, because man is mind. You are creating this illusion, and the only way you're going to get people out of the Bible, you're going to have to study the Bible as a science book and debunk it in front of them with it. It's that technical. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I thought he was saying. I don't think he was trying to teach you the Bible. I think he was trying to teach you a way to convert use it against your wife to show them what's wrong and what's right in the Bible. You get what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Exactly.
I got from that.
Yo, Earl, you can't get
another thing too.
Oh, my bad. I've been muted the whole time. I was trying to say something the whole time. But listen, brother, I want to give you an apology because I didn't understand where you was coming. And when you just clarified it, I do now. But I do have one thing to say about what you said. But with that being said, my apologies, brother. I thought you was a brother that would, because you sound just like my pastor. And man, when you was talking, I just thought you was a believer that, man, Jesus is your Lord and Savior. Jesus, you know what I'm saying? But listen, I now understand the difference. But one critique I have, and you might can, you know what I'm saying, clear it up for me, is you were saying like evil is bad, right? Do you believe that? And well, hold on. Matter of fact, let me clarify. What are you saying is evil? Like you saying hurting people, like bearing arms. If you murder somebody, you believe that's evil. Like, what are you saying is evil? And once you clarify that, then I'm gonna be all the way on point with you. But I apologize for jumping out the window. That was me being emotional.
All right,
and that's crazy.
Let me say one thing real quick. Let me say to John Appleseed. You shout out to John Appleseed. Let's go to some of these folks that just hopping on. What y'all got for us? Salutes to the panel. Salutes.
Much love, y'all. Salutes.
I got a quick question, bro. All right, so look, and right now in 100 years, right, it's 8 billion people on the earth, right? In another 100 years, it'll probably be, if not 8 billion, probably be more. So what I'm saying is, out of all these experiences from these different people, are we all a collective of the creator's experience and collected into one? You get what I'm trying to say?
When we say the creator, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't think there is one, me personally. I think that there is no, put it this way, this is what cancels out a creator or destroyer. The fact that there's no beginning and no ending to this universe. You see what I'm saying?
That's real. I was just gonna say that. Hey, everything's about polarity, bro. If you look at your life, like you will find some polarity in your life. Like everything you hear, is meant to hear, and everything you say, you're supposed to mean it. So You have to look at exactly.
Bro, that's
Like you have to
that's
look
like
at clarity.
verbatim out of
Hey
Walter Russell's
Sanchez.
book.
Hey
I,
Sanchez, with
Shit,
all
the
due
most
respect, can I?
cliche shit is the most important shit.
how do you,
So,
Hey
bro? Can
Sanchez,
you
with all due
debunk?
respect, can I challenge you on that right
Can
fast?
you
yeah,
debunk
listen,
Walter
listen,
Russell for
everybody.
me?
Hold on a second. Let Earl challenge me, right? And this is what I want to say to Earl. I want to say to Earl, salutes to you, Earl, because there's a guy by the name of somebody by the name of Blue Waffle in the chat room. They don't agree with me either. But what I
Want me
like
to get him
about
out of here?
no. Keep him in because hold on, my bad. Reach stacks. I didn't mean to mute you. I meant to. Damn, I'm doing so much at once. My bad. Fuck. But no, keep him in. Listen, what I'm telling Blue Waffle is, click the link and come up, Blue Waffle. You see, my brother Earl don't gotta. I want to prove to people you don't gotta agree with me. Talk to him, Earl. What's your pushback, man? Yeah.
So my only pushback when you say, and I disagree with you very little on stuff you speak on, bro. But you said that you don't believe in one creator, and the pushback I have is this because I'm a ones and zero person. If you can give me one thing that a collective comes together and creates a whole with just a collective and not just one person, the idea forms in one person. So this earth was, like they say, the whole Bible is allegory. God spoke this word into existence. I don't believe in God. I believe in the creator. I believe in sound resonance. I believe in frequency.
Can I ask
But
you a quick question for
yeah,
clarity?
go ahead. Right.
Do you believe that there's something else other than you that created the world outside?
I believe that it's something other than me that created the playing field, but I believe that I created the world I see outside.
Well, the world that we see outside is the playing field, so I'm confused.
So when I say that, I mean, like, for instance, everything that I interact with, I believe that it's my version of it. But I believe that other people see things, and not saying things as in like topics, but like
Basically,
as in
like when I say how all of us creating the same universe we creating our own version of this same world and then putting them all online, and that's what we call the universe. Like all of us
and we
playing,
power in the simulation.
and I'm saying like all of us playing our PlayStation from our living room, but we online on the internet in one space planet from our own shit though. And that's what I'm saying this world is. But what I'm saying is though, I don't think there's a other entity that we can say is responsible for designing the template. For example, right? Let's say we're a bunch of players online. You got your PlayStation, I got mine, everybody on the call do, and we online like everybody doing from their computer right now. But we in one spot. And what I'm saying is, in the case of PlayStation or in the case of the computer, we can say Microsoft made it or PlayStation made it, Sony made it. I'm saying in the case of the universe, though, we can't go back far enough to say who made it. And I'm going to say this, right? I don't think that we'll ever reach a starting point if we start going back. I think we'll just go back forever and we'll go forward forever. Like I said earlier, infinity is behind us. Infinity is in front of us. So if we want to say the creator is infinity, that ain't really an entity. That's just the
Brother
unknown. You know what
Sanchez,
I'm
if
saying?
that's what you're saying, then I don't have any argument. My point was just simple. Because if you saying that, then yeah, of course. I'm 100% with that. What I was saying is that, look, the playing field, yes, we are powering it. This is what I believe. And look, this is where I'm stepping out of, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go against you. I'm just saying, I believe that we're powering this simulation. They need us to power it. That's why they keep us dumbed down and keep us aligned. I believe that if you remove all of us from this simulation, I believe that this playing field still exists because it was crafted by thought from something. I don't think it was all of us collectively. I just think we keep it going. That's why I believe if you wake up enough motherfuckers, it's going to end.
Well, I gotta ask you this
But I
then.
could be wrong. And look,
Listen,
I'm
no,
open to be
it's
wrong.
cool. It's cool. If this is a simulation, that mean that the us you speak of We would be like fallen angels that entered a simulation that was already inhabited by what I would call non-player characters. They
But
didn't
that's what I
fall.
believe.
Now watch this though. If we came into a simulation, which is a computer with computer players that ain't got souls, guess what? My question would be, well, it ain't a question. I'm gonna give you a fact. We created this shit before we came in it. We doing it now. We making computers now and brain computer interfaces where in the near future, when you play a game, you gonna put on a Neuralink hat and you gonna literally upload into the game and play it. Your avatar, you gonna feel it. You gonna be in the game. Now check this out, right? I believe we already created advanced simulations and uploaded in them, and this is just one of them. I don't think it's what I think
From
what
you,
we
I
call
believe the ancestors created that simulation, and I got that from you.
I got you, but see what I'm saying is I don't believe God did it. I believe the ancestors are the gods, plural. It ain't just one dude in the sky that said, boom, there go a world. I think these are a bunch of bright minds that came together and started getting into brain-computer interfacing technology, metaverses, quantum computing, and that we're experiencing the most advanced version of gaming that can ever be.
I have a question.
I agree. Hold on 1 second, brother, and you got the floor. I just don't want to just lose my thought. So look, Sanchez, I believe what you're saying, I'm 100%, but I'm gonna take it a step further. I believe anyone on this plane who is not an NPC is a god. I'm not
Me
praising
too.
gods. You're a god. I'm a god. I believe that the gods are just who people are with souls who cannot be destroyed or created. We are here eternally. But I believe that it is something that put us here, like the collective of gods. I agree. We even choose
you know
to
what?
come and play this game.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When you say it's something that put us here, this is how I break that down. My mind is responsible for my body being here. My mind projected my body. There's something that put me here, because when I'm saying me, I'm talking about my body, not my soul. My question would be, who put my soul there? Because my soul is infinite energy without a beginning or ending. So if my soul comes into a simulation, my soul is responsible for my body being here. And when my soul leave my body, you call that death. My body gonna go away. So I got to give credit to my own soul for my life force.
You're making this back and forth so hard for me because I'm just trying to focus on this one thing. I'm with you on all of that. The one thing is this, like, take away the simulation and take away the us rotating in and out, because I will man, I'm on that. It's 100% facts to me. But what I'm saying is this, like, take away the simulation. We're choosing to come here, or we may not be. Let's just not even put that into it. What I'm saying is this: when that light that you have in your pineal gland that controls you, and is either your pineal gland, your soul controls you, or something else does. Alcohol, women, pussy, drugs, money, something gonna control you. But if you got your soul controlling you, but I'm just saying that light that's sitting in the seat of the soul, the pineal gland, that I don't believe that created itself. I believe that part is just a piece of a whole that we all collectively belong to. And I don't believe in a being, meaning a man or a woman. I believe all of our souls collectively decided to split, like you said, the disco ball. And that's just, we all are collectively one thing, and that one thing created us all. And that one thing is we're stars in the universe. And look, I might be going too far out.
No, I got you. Watch this, right? What I'm saying is this. You got a most high version of yourself. That's that disco ball in the top of the ceiling. When it shoot down all them rays of light on the ground, them little dots you talking about, them all your avatars, your chakra layers. See, you say that there's a different version of the self in each one of these universes. I'm saying that your greatest version made a bunch of copies. Let's say I make a song right now on my program, and the song so far, it go diamond in the music on the billboards. It sell out. Guess what us musicians tend to do? Take that same song and variate it. Timbaland did it a lot. I'm going to take the same drums, same instruments that I used to make that hit with, and just rearrange it differently, and I can get another hit out of them. You see, we do that all the time in production. That's what I'm telling you, that you created a hit song in Eden. That's called your master version. Just like in music, you don't sell your masters on the shelf. You print a bunch of copies off of that one and you sell them. You got to keep your master copy because you're going to use that to print the other distributed copies with. I'm saying all of your other versions of yourself in these multiverses, they was all printed from your master copy in Eden. Go watch that movie Jet Leader 1, because what you're saying is that all of us broke off from one. I'm saying all of me's broke off from one. Yeah, all of us did too, but I did it individually on my level too. And this is a fractal code. So, but that's the part I don't want you to miss. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not missing it, and that's why I'm ready to fall back. But look, what you just said, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't thinking about it like that. So what you're basically saying is the way I'm looking at it as us all being collectively the disco ball is invalid, and which I'm going to look into before I even talk.
This is what I'm telling you, right? This is what I'm telling you.
That disco ball is a bunch of versions.
Let me say it. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that your heaven is your heaven. When you get to Eden, just like you just said, we all projecting a version of this world, right, on our own, and then it goes online. To me, heaven is you disconnecting your version from this world. This is a shared experience. That means you can't play it how you want to play it. You got to play it by the rules we all agreed to. This is what's restricting you from having your way. And this is the difference between you being lucid or not in a dream. When you become lucid in a dream, you don't play by the rules of the world. You play by your rules, brother. That's what I'm saying. If I'm playing Call of Duty in my house, I can set my game up however I want, dude. But once I go online, it's rules they got. I can't bring my house rules to the internet. And that's life. You can't bring, and us being gods, we all rule in our own heaven. When we detach from this whole internet experience, we can go and play in our own living room how we want to. That's called lucid dreaming. But when we all connect like this, in the simulation like this, we all have to bring rules from each other's house. Everybody rules apply. And if you let's say 10,000 people playing online, and they all got 10,000 house rules in their own house, and I put everyone's house rules in the game, that's 10,000 rules we got to live by. Versus if I played by myself, it ain't nothing but 10 rules, 5 rules, and those for my benefit, because I'm tweaking my game for my pleasure. You see, this is my example of like how I think what heaven is, because if you look at all these Hindu cosmologies, it got a dude sitting on top of that mountain, dude, and they say that he's reached his sunnum bonum. That mean the best life experience he can live out. If you see what I'm saying? So heaven is us coming right back to this same simulation. Heaven ain't no different than this earth we in. It's just you living out your best reality. You know what I'm saying? And this dude at the top represent that. So, in my opinion, in the earth realm, you live out 50% of your good reality, 50% of all the bad shit that can happen to you gonna happen to you in this life. And 50% of all, you gonna have good and bad happen to you in this life at a certain, let's say 50-50, it's the earth realm. But if you drop beneath the earth, it's gonna be 60% evil happening to you and only 40% good. If you go right to this next one beneath that one, now 60% evil, 40% good, then 70% evil, 30% good, then 80% evil, 20% good. Right in this world, 90% evil. And this way bottom world down here ain't no good. It is the most low, most evil. It's 100% evil, 0% good. Now the earth is 50-50, but when you start going above the earth, it start to do the same thing, but in reverse, right?
Inverse, yeah. Hey, look, I'm not a
60%.
fake dude, so I'm gonna be honest, man. Everything you just said resonate. I'm gonna sit with it, and I'll probably come back on another panel on this topic. But everything you just said, I'm just gonna be honest, it resonated. So I was looking at it as in we all a whole, but that's right. If this is a simulation, you correct. We would have created not only this version, but different versions of us. And look, how what you say about this? You were saying how like when you in the dream and sometimes you lucid. What if like when every time you drink it's like 80% of the time you lucid? Like I'm always lucid. And I remember when I used to try to do it as a kid, and man, it'll work sometimes, but like I don't even try to be lucid now. I'm just lucid all the time. Like I always know I'm dreaming.
Well, I haven't been lucid in a while, so you probably can speak on it more from the experience than me. So I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I
Salutes
wasn't even
to
coming from the experience point. I was
uh,
just coming from like, is it a thing like maybe that's in the ancients talked about like where you just lucid all the time? Like, and look, I get to the point where like, for instance, the last dream I had it was lucid. I ain't gonna get in depth in it, but like I was in a dream that I knew was a dream, and instead of me like changing it, it was not a good dream. It was a bad dream, but I just wanted to like play it out, like just see where it went.
well,
And
listen,
I know
I'm
that's
not. Well, I like to hear people's dreams, but I refrain from interpreting them because that's another gift that I think other people probably got better than me.
I got a
But so
question for lucid dreaming. I actually got a lot of questions, but I got one on that subject. So so when you or actually I'll say this astral projecting, which would kind of be the same. So when you astral project, when you interact with other people, is that their what is that? Is that their physical or is that their spiritual that you're interacting with? And I say that because I had an instance when I was interacting with someone that was in the area and it seemed like they were just like ignoring me, but I was still able to manipulate them, like their clothes and their arms and stuff, but they were in a sense like kind of just ignoring me.
Hey, before
I'm gonna be
Sanchez,
honest.
before you
I'm gonna be
answer,
honest with
can we
y'all,
can we
man.
clarify one thing? Like
Yeah, I'm gonna
before
be
you answer,
honest
can you
with
clarify
y'all,
one
right?
thing because he
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want to end the dream talk right here if we can, because listen, only thing we can do with dreams is you tell me yours and I tell you mine. Because I don't really know how to interpret if a person say, well, this happened to me in a dream. What do you think it mean? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to just guess some shit that sound like it makes sense to me. I really don't think y'all should ask people to interpret your dreams. I think certain aspects of life is like something that you got to unwrap. Like when you go in the dream world, you're gonna see things that the reality wants you to see. That if it wanted Bro Sanchez to see when I went to sleep, it would have showed it to me. There's a reason you seeing that dream, and there's a reason I didn't see it. So for me, you to ask me to interpret it for you, that's something. That's why nature gave it to you, so you can go. In other words, nature saying, "I'm gonna give you something that only you see, so you can't have no help with it. You got to do this all by yourself." And if anybody come along and say, "Let me interpret your dream," that's a Cleo the psychic deceiver. That I hate to say this, you on your own with your dreams, dog. You on your own with that.
But isn't dreaming and astral
You have to
projecting
about
two
yourself.
different things?
Hey, but real fast, this one thing I swear I'm out the conversation for the rest of the night because I gotta go to bed. But listen, Sanchez, the only question I is not going into dreams is this: the brother said that astral projecting and being lucid in dreams is the same. I don't think it is because I've never astral
They
projected.
different.
I've never had an NDE, but to me, it's nowhere near the same. But I'm saying,
Let me tell you the difference real quick, right? Astral projection is before you go to sleep. You intentionally say, I want to astral project the night and be out of my body from the moment I start to the moment I end. I'm trying to do this tonight. Lucid dreaming is, hey man, I just went to bed that night and started dreaming. I didn't even know I was gonna dream, but when I started dreaming, I was like, damn, I'm dreaming right now. And I didn't wake up. That's the difference.
Yeah, so man, look, I appreciate all y'all brothers, especially you, brother Sanchez. I'm checking out, but man, that was a great answer. Because the only thing that I thought was the only connection between lucid and astral projection was the fact that you're just not in your body. But because of course, dreaming you leave and astral projecting. But man, look, I appreciate the podcast.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna keep supporting it, man. Man, I love the panel, man. And flat power to everybody.
Flat power. Appreciate you, Earl. It was a pleasure.
Much
Hey,
love.
let's go to the sister Kitty,
So
guys,
Sanchez,
for sure.
is deja vu connected to the same thing? Keep going if we keep building.
You say what, man? Huh? Say it
Is
again.
deja vu in the same realm of that answer you just gave? Deja vu.
Is deja vu the same realm as what I'm hearing?
As what you were just explaining, yeah.
Deja vu is you projecting into the future, then coming back to the present. Then when the future come to you, you say, hey, I saw this before. So if life is a book and tomorrow is a script that's already written versus a blank page, then deja vu mean you looked ahead of the class. I did that a lot in class. The teacher would say we on chapter 3, but I read all on up to chapter 5. Then when the class get to chapter 5, it'll be deja vu to me because I peeked ahead of the class. That's what we do sometimes. But yeah, that's all it is, man. We can see backward and forward into the future. We can remember the future and the past. In fact, Harvard, Berkeley did research to prove that. But yeah, let me keep the flow open. I see the sister waiting, man. Let's pass the mic.
Appreciate that. I just wanted to say I agree too with that dream state because I have dreamed that I was like lucid dreaming, and I seen some things about one of my coworkers, and I came to them and asked them about it, and my coworker was like, well, how did you know that? Like nobody even know that, not even my wife. And I was like, I wish I didn't know that, but I seen it in my dream. So I was like, I think you should just, keep an eye on that, get it checked out. So it is different signs that your dreams give you for you to interpret. And I wanted to ask, we do a lot of theorizing based off concepts, but has anybody had any experiences with like the creator energy or the paranormal and supernatural? Because I know we believe in like God and the creator based off of beliefs and theories, but does anybody have a knowing based off an experience?
Yeah, me personally, right? I astral projected one time in my life. And it was a long time ago. I didn't even know a lot of the knowledge that I know now, but I knew the earth was flat and I knew that there was a multiverse. I still had this same concept. I done came far, but I'm gonna explain this real quick for you. So I astral projected. I got out of my body, and I did a whole ritual that I saw online that says if you going to sleep, you need to picture a rope on the ceiling, and then picture yourself pulling a rope. Now that I'm older, I realize why they say that, because you literally got to picture your body in another realm, like outside of your room, and you're literally projecting that realm. What I found out when it worked was that you can't think of an original thought. Whatever the rope is in the room you projecting, that's a whole nother universe with your room and this same reality you in now, but a slightly alternate outcome. So what I did was this. I said, okay, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to relax like the thing said. I'm going to picture a rope, and I'm going to pull on it as I doze off to sleep in my mind. And then you also got to say, I'm going to astral project, not with your mouth, but all this in your head. So what happened was I'm about to fall asleep, and I'll wake up because I'm like, oh shit, man, I'm kind of scared, you know. If this shit work, you know, I'm scared of this thing, you know. So every time I get to like a deep sleep where I'm about to fall asleep, I'll wake myself up like, oh shit, I'm too scared to do. What if it worked? So after about 3 times, that third time, I'll say I jumped up like, damn, yo, I can't go to sleep, man. This shit might work, man. And so I went to my bathroom and, you know, and I looked in the mirror and shit and all that. And I was, you know, cutting the sink water on, run some water on my face. I'm finna smoke a blunt because I'm scared to go to sleep because I'm trying to try this shit. But every time I'm about to fall asleep, I chicken out. Nevertheless, that I'm standing in front of my mirror, I'm about to throw water on my face. I realized, how the hell the lights on? I got up out my bed, went to the sink, and I ain't have to cut the lights on. And so me realizing, damn, I was just in my bed sleeping total darkness. How is my lights on? Guess what I realized right then? Oh shit, I'm dreaming. It worked. I'm astral projecting right now. And the moment I realized that, I got scared than a motherfucker. And I woke back up in my room with all the lights out. But when I astral projected and went on the other side, I was in my same room, but the lights was on. And me realizing that one little difference is what made me realize, oh shit, I'm asleep right now. It worked. I'm on the other side. Now, guess what? I've never been able to go back. Never. But that one experience let me know that there's life after death, and what's on the other side ain't a dude on a throne. It's this same earth, which is why they call it the hereafter. It's here. It's this same here, but it's after. Hereafter. You know, it's like another layer or what they, you know, they show you this kind of concept in movies and shit when the soul get out the body and there's other souls and shit and like, but that's my theory based upon my experience. I'm gonna fall back.
I understand that because when I was young, my grandma died when I was in the 5th grade, and I went crazy. I prayed to God, to Jesus, to everybody. Like, I was just like, bring my grandma back. And that's what helped me understand it's not what you want, you know, it's not how you want it. But at the same time, you know, once you're gone from the body, you absent from the body, but you still, your energy still present. And it was like, you know, that's what makes me understand it's not ghost hunting people either, because I was like, God, just let my grandma hunt me. I don't care. Let it be a ghost, anything. And I ended up having a dream. My grandma came to me in a dream, but it was like everybody saw her as this other lady, but she was my grandma to me and my brothers. And she comforted me in that dream and let me know that she was still with me, but she just couldn't be there physically. And, you know, that helped me let go of the wanting of to see her physically and to understand she was always there spiritually. So I do agree it is multiple levels that's just on different dimensions that our eyes are not available to see physically.
Yeah, layers of reality that's beyond, because like I said, these other invisible realms are these places we go in a dream. And like you said with your grandmother, like when my grandmother died, like a few days after she passed, I had a dream I was in her room and we was hugging. And it was like her telling me bye. I told my whole family this, and I never dreamed of her again after that. It was like she was leaving the earth and saying, let me holler at you one time before I go. And I'm like, well, why didn't she go to nobody else? And it's because I'm the one in the family that believe in all this shit. Everybody else don't believe in this. So if I was a spirit on the other side, and I knew that it's somebody in my family that believe you can contact the dead, that believe spirits can visit you, versus the ones that's gonna be scatter me and shit, or like thinking it's, Jesus or whatever, or they looking for Jesus instead of me or whatever. That was my theory. Like, why would my grandma visit me versus anybody else? I was like, could it be because my third eye a little bit more open or something? And the crazy thing about it was she had recreated her bedroom. And I was in her bedroom, and it was like when I was a little boy again. And the crazy thing, it wasn't no doors. I told this story before. My grandma recreated her bedroom, but her door wasn't there. It was just us in the room. It was like, how did we get in, and and to this day, I know the mystery to that. It was like that door being missing. It was my grandma telling me, I can recreate whatever you remember and meet you there in the memory space, in the astral plane. It don't need a door. I can recreate spaces, places we remember, things we did. Like, that's why making memories is so important too. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Life is beautiful, man. That's what I'm saying. People got to pay attention to shit. Like, life is so fucking beautiful, man. Like, some people are too busy and they take life at face value. But sentimental shit like that, when it happens to you, man, it wakes your ass up. And then other people, when it don't happen to them and you bring it up to them, they don't understand. And you can't be hard on them because they don't understand, because your life is your experience. I fall back.
Facts. And then I want to tap in on what the sister was saying, because you're not using your eyes and your head and your ears on your head and your dreams. So what I can't tell nobody else about their dream, but what I noticed is I'm not really talking, even though I try to translate it to me talking, and I'm not really hearing shit, even though I try to translate it. What I'm actually having are feelings for my ears and visions for my eyes. And I had a dream to where, I don't want to go through the other details, but in the end of the dream, I woke up, but I needed to go back to sleep because my dream wasn't finished. So I woke up, did what I needed to do, went right back to sleep, went right back into that same dream.
Yeah.
My daughter got kidnapped. So I actually saved my daughter, then woke up. And so that was kind of like a lucid experience for me. I was able to dictate and do what I wanted to do, but I'm not really hearing shit. Even though when I wake up, I'm saying, yo, this person said this. I'm actually feeling what that person said. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Because too, like, I'm dipping into the shit. Like, the other day, I noticed I was dreaming. I turned around, I asked this lady who was walking behind me, I said, what year is it? She's like 2000. Oh no, she said 1999. I mean 1991. And then I was like, what month is it? And she said September 5th. And I woke up and I'm like, damn, I wonder why she said that. But for me, it can mean something significant. You know what I mean? Because I asked the question. So once you know you in that bitch, man, talk to people. Because it's you creating your own reality, or you living in your real reality. And while you're up right now, you might be in the dream. You never know.
And I'm gonna tell you this. If it happened once, it's gonna happen again. Cause my first time when it happened to me, I was laying on the bed, but my soul was on the wall looking back at my body on the bed. And I was like, wow. And then all of a sudden, it was like something pulled me back into the body. And I saw this lady. She was white haired and very light skinned, and she just went through my wall. It's like a light just went up through the wall. Now this was about 7 years ago. Just 2 weeks ago, I was laying in the bed and I come out of my body and they carried me around the room 3 times. I'm talking about I'm all on my desk, I'm everywhere, but I ain't knocked nothing down. 3 times they put me back in the bed. And then third time, it was 3 ladies standing by my bed. And I started Googling and looked it up and stuff, but if it happened one time, it's gonna happen again. You're gonna come out of that body again because you woke up, because you seeking truth, and because you open to the afterlife.
Hey, and I'm gonna say this too. Good news, man. Shout out to Pop Trey. Thank you for the super chat, but thank you for setting up the Sophia Stewart interview. Let's drop a bomb for that. You know that's past due, Pop Trey. So we gonna have that sister on the bill for sure. And
Yeah, that's gonna be a dope one. That's gonna be crazy.
Can't
wait for that.
Hey, Adam McMahon, salutes to you. Thank you for the super chat, bro.
Bro, I got a quick question to get us off the dream talk. Could you differentiate yourself from Walter Russell's teaching? Because I do have a lot of similarities, but some differentiates.
Was Walter Russell a flat earther? Let's start there.
No, I don't
Then
think so,
right
but-
off the back, we different
Hello.
as hell. Then right there, we
But-
different. Yeah.
But you just said a bunch of stuff kind of was verbatim out of his book, The One Universe. And I was curious, I know you haven't read it, but if you was to just pull up Walter Russell's cosmetology and debunk it just off the fly, that would be very interesting.
All right, I'm gonna put it up. Walter Russell Cosmology. Okay, I see. He's on the Fibonacci spiral, Big Bang type shit. It looked like flat Earth shit though, for real. Real talk.
I agree. So, but he in his book he's talking about gravity, and at the end he's talking about planets and stuff. So I'm like,
Well,
you're not saying
terms.
exactly what you're saying.
It's just terminology. I'm gonna check him out though because he got the flat Earth model. I want to see what he's saying about it. He got this whole flat Earth thing going on here. I don't know if that's what he's saying about it, but he sure got the symbols of it.
His book is actually free to download, and it's quick read, 200 and some pages. Got a lot of your same models and everything on it.
Oh
Crazy.
yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
I want to ask you, bro, like how deep as far as on the simulation talk do you how close do you compare us, the body, to like a computer? Because when I thought about it and I started looking more into it, I know you explained it when we had that talk that one time, but if we think about it, our mind actually do send electrical impulses to our body to get movements and shit like that. So it really is a fucking computer, man. If you really think about it, man, the electrical part to it. How closely would you compare the two?
Yeah, because our body is artificial intelligence, or what they call the fake self, but the mind is the real self. And that's the battle between God and the devil. It's the battle between the mind and matter. It's supposed to be mind over matter. What happens is we created simulations. When we made the simulations, we had to make avatars to go in them. That's the body. So then when we entered these bodies, the only way to get out the simulation is to get out the body. Our body is basically the gateway into the world around us. If we want to leave the world around us, we got to get out the body through meditation, through certain techniques, etc. But the whole thing that you asked me a question, what I was going to segue with that was to your question, right, Key? By question was the body is AI, and it's all. If I created a humanoid right now that looked just like a human, it'll just sit there if I don't power it up and also program it. Because you can give it power, but if you don't program it to do nothing, it'll still look dead. It'll have all that power and just sit there. So you got to power the robot up and give it a program, make it behave a certain way. You know, if it's sweeping the kitchen, whatever it do, you got to program it. So the program that the robot is running is what we call the mind. And when we say get with the program, That means listen to the voice in between your ears. Listen to your own heart. Our souls entered these bodies in simulation just like a gamer playing a game and say, look, let me join in with y'all. I'm about to play, you know what I'm saying? And you upload into the game with an agenda.
Hey.
You see what I'm saying? So we all here, but we ain't manifesting why we came into the game. Most of us be following some trend or some shit, you know, with the mainstream or whatever. And you'll fail the game that way. And the penalty of failing the game is you got to play it again and again till you get it right. Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, that was dope.
And that's the only way you're gonna graduate out the universe too, man. Why the universe, words.
It's like you never win the whole
like
game.
college. You know, when you graduate from college, you get a degree, and we're gonna keep repeating until we graduate out this motherfucker, man. And then that's when I just like with our families, when we graduate, walk across that stage, and they welcome us off that stage, which we're on the world stage, man. Thank you.
It's like playing a video game. You can't never beat the game. You can't beat the game until you you play the computer part, just play the game, but you gotta actually play your own player's game to get through the levels to beat the game. You know, they got that little practice level and shit. And that's what
I'm saying. Grand Theft Auto. Our life is Grand Theft Auto.
I can't say we're in a simulation. I just can't go it.
Listen, I got
it is what it is.
You can do whatever you want on Grand Theft Auto, right? You can steal cars, kill people, but if you don't do them 10 specific missions, you will never beat the game.
Yeah. That's a good example. But let's let Sterling give a little pushback. That's a good example, Reek. That's facts. You gotta complete what the hell you came in for. That's facts, bro.
Yeah, brother Sanchez. So you can't play GTA without doing those missions?
Hold on. You can with GTA, but not life if you understood this comparison. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You can do whatever you want in GTA, but if you don't do those specific missions that they want you to do,
you don't beat the game or expand. You don't even expand the map and shit if you don't complete your missions. They keep you in one little area, and that's how this universe is. Yeah. That's how the universe is. Fact. You get You know what I'm saying?
What I'm talking about. We right here with it. You already know, bro.
Hey, salute to you, my nigga.
If you don't level up, nigga, you don't get no vest.
For sure. Listen, Sterling said he don't believe we in a simulation. Let's let him give us a little pushback. Salutes to the panel, for sure.
No, sorry, that wasn't me. I believe in a simulation for sure.
Okay,
that's
what's up. Hey, salutes to the panel, man. Y'all going in though.
I got a quick question for you, Sanchez. Salute to you and salute to the panel. All right. On that same simulation thing, where we were talking about, like you had a class about the jail, we in a jail and jail. I was getting it, it didn't went over my head. I got it. But I was thinking about like when a baby die in the womb, it don't get time to go through the simulation. Like he or she don't get time to play out his life. Well, what do you think about that? What do you have about that? That was my question about that,
Right.
You don't have to answer it right now. If you want, you could think about it and bring it up next time.
Yeah, I think what happens if this world is a swimming pool that we all dove in, and some of us said, boom, psh, and we dove into this pool, right, called life. Let's say babies that's dead at birth, they stuck their feet in the water, but they didn't get in. They stuck their head in the water, looked in, and then they didn't dive in. That's how I look at this shit. I look at everything that's happening on the physical realm. It's because something this entity did on the spiritual realm, and that these worlds are connected. It's an action we took. I think if this world is a big Stargate portal, and we all were like spirits on a higher realm that dove into this world, just like a pool party. Not everybody gonna dive in the pool. Some people gonna stick their foot in. Some people might just hang out around the pool and never get in. There may be souls up there that never had an earthly existence. and when we get out the pool, they may say, "How was the water?" You know what I'm saying? And
Yep,
it
yep.
shows, yeah. So I think that may be a possibility. You know,
Oh, okay, okay.
y'all can.
And the next thing too, man, I like when you reach, man, because when you reach, you got me. You just had I don't know about the panel, but you just have me thinking, and then you be getting somewhere, man. When you reach, man, so continue reaching, man. You be reaching somewhere, and you be grabbing some stuff.
Well, I'm gonna get up out of here real quick because I got to grab me something to eat and all that, man, and handle some business. But I appreciate all of y'all, man, and yeah, I got to get up out of here real quick though. Unfortunately, I'm about like the 7 hour mark.
Much love, Sanchez. Much love,
Much
bro.
love to y'all too.
Bro,
For
love
sure.
you,
Yeah,
bro.
hey, thanks
Peace,
for the
bro.
show,
Love
man.
y'all.
You know,
Thank you, bro.
Black
shit.
For a
motherfucking
good
power.
I
show,
got
bro.
you on the back end, my nigga. I got you.
Hey, for
Thanks.
sure.
You know
Much
we
love.
about to send that cash app.
For sure. I
Yep,
appreciate
much
y'all.
love. Shit, I get paid tomorrow, bro. I got my boy.
Hey,
Fuck it.
Love you,
I'm gonna
bro.
see y'all on the next one, man. Love y'all. Be safe.
Stay safe and
One
stay
love, bro.
blessed, my guy.
One
Peace.
love.
Peace, bro.
Thank y'all for everything, y'all.